Chapter 642. He thought that Lady Xian couldn't hear him, so he was being a bit unrestrained. As the crowd was discussing, Lady Xian suddenly looked at one of the burly men. With a flick of her hand, a small bead suddenly shot towards the burly man. With a bang, the man's brain exploded, and the man's head exploded. The surrounding people saw a headless corpse next to them, and they were so frightened that they screamed in pain. He didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be so vicious. Lady Xian didn't even frown after killing the burly man. She gently pushed her arm forward and threw another pebble at the wall of the Martial Emperor Palace. The pebble immediately created a bowl-sized hole in the wall of the Martial Emperor Palace. According to Lady Xian's strength, it should have pierced through the Martial Emperor Palace. However, the stone didn't come out from the other side. This meant that someone in the Martial Emperor Palace had caught the stone. The crowd below was originally discussing, but after seeing the cruelty of the woman, they were all frightened into silence. They only dared to hide in the dark and watch. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were hidden in the crowd, observing the movements of the Martial Emperor Palace. Very soon, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji's figure appeared at the top of the Martial Emperor Palace. He landed gently on the top of the Martial Emperor Palace and looked at Lady Xian with a pair of calm eyes. At first, his expression was calm, but then it turned into a slight shock. It seemed that this woman's strength had exceeded his expectations. "You are the so-called Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji?" Lady Xian raised her head high and looked at Zhao Wuji teasingly. Zhao Wuji didn't answer her. Instead, he said, "You must be from another sacred dynasty. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Tianfeng sacred dynasty." Did the Tianfeng sacred dynasty forget the agreement between the divine Wuxia sage dynasty and the other 9 sacred dynasties? Aren't you afraid that the other 9 sacred dynasties will join forces to kill you? Lady Xian giggled and said, "I'm not here to destroy your pitiful divine Wuxia sage dynasty. What 10 sacred dynasties? In our eyes, there are only 9 sacred dynasties in the myriad kingdoms domain. Then why did you come to my Martial Emperor city?" Zhao Wuji asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. This woman gave him a feeling that she was even more terrifying than Long Shan. When he faced Long Shan back then, he wasn't this afraid. The other people from the sacred dynasty would not be so simple. "I've come to ask for something from you," Lady Xian said casually as she looked at Zhao Wuji with a smile. "What do you want?" Zhao Wuji had many premonitions. If she wanted something, she could even want his life. Could it be that this Miss Xian was here to kill him? "I want the 10,000-year geocentric milk. I wonder if the Martial Emperor can give it to me?" Lady Xian looked at Zhao Wuji with sparkling eyes. Her face was covered by a veil, and there was a terrifying pressure in her eyes. She wanted the 10,000-year geocentric milk. Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes. He didn't know what to do. The 10,000-year geocentric milk was something that could protect his life. It was his trump card after entering the primordial cemetery. He couldn't even bear to give it to Zhao Danshan. Since Lady Xian was asking for it like this, he was naturally unwilling. Even if he had to give it to his disciple, Zhao Wuji, he might as well give it to him. "What do you think?" "As long as you give me the 10,000-year geocentric milk, I'll leave immediately," Lady Xian said arrogantly when she saw that Zhao Wuji didn't say anything. Although the other party was the ruler of a sacred dynasty, her heart was filled with contempt. The ruler of a sacred dynasty was so weak. It was really ridiculous. The Wuxia sage dynasty was simply a joke in front of the other sacred dynasties. This Miss Xian was really too arrogant. If she had gone to look for Zhao Wuji alone, in a place where there was no one around, Zhao Wuji might have given her the 10,000-year geocentric milk in consideration of her powerful strength. However, under such a public situation, if Zhao Wuji were to act like this, he would definitely lose all his face. Last time, he didn't attack Long Shan, so his prestige was slightly reduced. After the incident in the ancient demon region, everyone started to doubt the courage of this martial emperor. Now that Lady Xian came to bully him, if he didn't do anything, he could forget about being a martial emperor. If you want the 10,000-year geocentric milk, you need something of equal value to it. If it's a fair trade, I think we'll both be very happy. Zhao Wuji didn't reject her directly. Instead, he used this roundabout method. If he could do this, he wouldn't lose anything and could make a friend. Why not? However, Lady Xian didn't think highly of Zhao Wuji at all. Why would she exchange with him? Hearing what Zhao Wuji said, she smiled coldly and said, "It seems that the martial emperor doesn't have the sincerity to make friends with me. You'll regret it. It's you who doesn't have the sincerity. Could it be that you've come to the Wuxia sage dynasty and want to rob me?" Zhao Wuji's voice gradually became cold. She was strong, but he, Zhao Wuji, had been in the Wuxia alliance for so many years. He wasn't weak either. Hearing this, Lady Xian laughed hysterically. "You're really funny. I gave you a chance to live, but you want to die. You really don't cherish your life. Do you know what level I'm in?" What level was she in? Hearing what she said, she didn't seem to be in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but even stronger. Currently, in the Wuxia sage dynasty, this woman was the strongest. Long Chen thought in shock. The people below didn't dare to discuss the content of their conversation. They could only look at each other in shock. Could it be that this foreign woman was even stronger than the martial emperor? The Wuxia sage dynasty was already the most turbulent recently. With this woman, it would be even more chaotic. Hearing what she said, the martial emperor's pupils shrank. She was going to make a move. At that moment, the martial emperor was wearing a long white robe. He looked like a kind elder. His opponent was strong, but he didn't change his expression. His provocative gaze made Lady Xian's heart burn with anger. Good, you're just an ant. How dare you challenge me? If you don't give me the geocentric milk, I'll have to search your corpse for it. By the way, I came to the Wuxia sage dynasty to take the ancient tomb token. I'm sure you want it too. Unfortunately, the ancient tomb token is mine, said Lady Xian coldly. If that's the case, then I won't stop until one of us is dead, said Zhao Wuji indifferently. Zhao Wuji said faintly. After a pause, he said, "Follow me. Don't hurt ordinary people here." After saying that, he turned around and flew out of Martial Emperor City. Lady Xian didn't have time to care about these ordinary people. She smirked and followed Zhao Wuji out of Martial Emperor City. Most people didn't dare to follow. They could only flock to the walls of Martial Emperor City to watch. Long Chen also squeezed his way to the walls of Martial Emperor City and found the closest spot. Nobody cared about Long Chen's identity when Martial Emperor City was such a big event. Outside of Martial Emperor City, Zhao Wuji and Lady Xian stood about 50 meters apart. Zhao Wuji was a rather straightforward person. Since he had decided to fight to the death, he would not waste any more time. Wearing a long white robe, he suddenly moved towards Lady Xian. So fast! Long Chen exclaimed. Zhao Wuji's speed had exceeded his expectations. Currently, even if Long Chen used his dragon soul transformation, he would still be much slower than Zhao Wuji. Zhao Danchen's weakness was speed. However, Zhao Wuji's path was similar to Long Chen's, balance. Long Chen's various abilities were actually very balanced. The peak battle between the Wuxia Sage Dynasty and the Wuxia Sage Dynasty began very quickly. Ordinary people couldn't see who was who. On the contrary, it was two figures in white clashing. They couldn't see who was who, nor could they see who was the winner. Long Chen and Mo Shaolang could see clearly. As expected of a martial emperor. His attacks are swift and fierce, his speed is extraordinary, and his understanding of the martial realm is also very high. Long Chen carefully watched the martial emperor's movements, comprehending the charm of his battle. This was very important to Long Chen. The martial emperor was a warrior in the 4th level of the Earth martial realm. Long Chen felt that as he watched the martial emperor's movements, he instantly understood a lot. Some of the problems that had been difficult to solve in the past were quickly solved. He took another step towards the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. Then, his gaze shifted to another person, Lady Xian. At the start, it was the martial emperors who were attacking. However, this Lady Xian only retaliated symbolically. She kept dodging, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. The fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm. Seeing this, Long Chen had no choice but to believe that this guy was definitely in the fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm. Under the attack of a martial emperor, he could still dodge so easily. He was definitely in the Earth Martial Realm. This girl's movement is very similar to the Willow Wind steps, but it's more superior. It's also the kind of movement that's good at dodging. No wonder Zhao Wuji couldn't hit her. It's because of this movement. The people in Wu Emperor City made a lot of noise. Long Chen could see that the martial emperor's expression was becoming more and more serious. He also guessed that Lady Xian should be a warrior in the fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm. As expected, during the battle, the martial emperor Zhao Wuji said, "You are in the fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm. With this kind of strength, you should be able to get an ancient tomb token in the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty. Why did you come all the way to the Wushu Sage Dynasty to fight for one?" Lady Xian giggled and said proudly, "Do you have the right to know about me? If you knew my strength, would you obediently hand over the geocentric milk? In your dreams." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and punched out. Immediately, there were 9 consecutive explosions. The speed of his fist surpassed the speed of sound and directly went towards Lady Xian's face. Insignificant skill. Lady Xian smiled lightly. She quickly changed her footwork and easily dodged Zhao Wuji's attack. Next, I'll show you what the fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm is. Chapter 643. The real strength of the fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm. Long Chen could completely confirm her strength from what she had said. This was an exciting battle. At that moment, Zhao Wuji and Miss Xian separated. Long Chen noticed that Zhao Wuji's face was terrifyingly calm. On the other side, Miss Xian had a relaxed smile on her face. Without saying anything, she rushed towards Zhao Wuji again. This time, her speed was several times faster than before. Miss Xian was from the Feng clan of the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty. Wind was a symbol of speed and lightness. It could be seen that Miss Xian's speed was outstanding. Even Long Chen was dazzled by the sight. Whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Miss Xian was in front of Zhao Wuji. 3,000 illusory palms. Lady Xian unleashed her attack on Zhao Wuji. 1 palm turned into 2, and then into 3. More and more palm prints appeared, and in no time at all, Zhao Wuji was engulfed by them. Divine Seal of Huangwu. At this critical moment, Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and used the Divine Seal of Huangwu that Zhao Danchen had used before. However, his attack was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Danchen's. The strength of a martial emperor was not to be underestimated. A golden martial character appeared in front of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face was grave. He pushed out the seal in his hand. The golden martial seal suddenly expanded like a mountain. It collided with Miss Xian's 3,000 illusory palms. There were 3,000 attacks from the 3,000 illusory palms. All 3,000 attacks were used on the Divine Seal of Huangwu. It was time for a real battle of strength. Long Chen wasn't shocked by Lady Xian's strength. Instead, he was shocked by Zhao Wuji's strength. He could see that Zhao Wuji was still in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Even though he was only in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, he was able to display strength comparable to Lady Xian's. This was enough to prove that Zhao Wuji was only a little bit away from the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Perhaps this was also the reason why he had secluded himself in the Martial Emperor Palace and ignored the people of the Dragon Tribe. As long as he reached the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, no one would be a match for him. He could easily take care of enemies like Long Shan. Unfortunately, this Lady Xian from the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty had suddenly come here. Not only did she want the geocentric milk, but she also wanted the ancient tomb token that he had his eyes on. If Lady Xian didn't die, all of Zhao Wuji's plans would be ruined. Thus, at this time, Zhao Wuji displayed a desperate stance. The battle skills of the two great experts clashed, causing a loud noise. However, it wasn't like when Zhao Danshan was fighting, where the entire ground was shaking. However, in reality, the battle between them was more of an attack, because they had put all their strength into their attacks. Their control over their true qi could be seen clearly. Lady Xian had a slight upper hand in the clash between the divine yellow warrior seal and the 3,000 illusory palms. Some of her 3,000 illusory palms passed through the divine yellow warrior seal and hit Zhao Wuji, sending him flying. The crowd hurriedly let out a huge uproar. In their hearts, a martial emperor was the symbol of invincibility. However, today, he was actually being defeated. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. However, fortunately, his injuries weren't serious. The martial emperor quickly stabilized his body. His face was a little pale. The indifferent look in his eyes gradually turned cold. A murderous aura came from his body. "Oh, are you going to be angry?" For Lady Xian, everything was under her control. At that moment, she giggled and looked at Zhao Wuji with contempt. "You will regret this." Zhao Wuji's cold voice resounded in the air. After he said that, Longchen suddenly felt a little suffocated. A huge pressure burst out from the martial emperor's body, suppressing the crowd. In the martial emperor's city, some of the weaker ones were pale. They looked like they were going to collapse. In an instant, they fled like a swarm of bees. This caused some chaos. Fortunately, there were many martial kings in the Wushu alliance, including Shaolin and the others, who were there to manage the situation. Zhao Wuji is going to risk his life. Longchen silently revolved his true essence to resist this pressure. As he looked at Zhao Wuji, he discovered that while he was confronting Miss Xian, Zhao Wuji's body was gradually changing. Martial Emperor Possession. Not far away, a senior member of the Wushu alliance exclaimed. They had heard some rumors, so they knew what method Zhao Wuji was using. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's body began to be covered with a golden light. Golden symbols appeared on his body, including his face. Zhao Wuji, who was originally gentle and elegant, suddenly became fierce and ferocious. This is Martial Emperor Possession. Longchen felt that Zhao Wuji's power, under the effect of the Martial Emperor's possession, had suddenly increased by several times. He was originally quite close to the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After using the Martial Emperor's possession, he was already in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. At that moment, Zhao Wuji unexpectedly had the same strength as Lady Xian. This Martial Emperor possession is similar to the great magic of the Taoist heart. It can increase one's fighting ability during a battle. Longchen said to himself. "Idiot, you're wrong." In the great virtual world, Kitten said proudly. "Yes. This is Zhao Wuji using the ancestors' power. I guess the martial emperors of the past would instill their own power into a treasure. Over time, the treasure would have a very strong power. Do you see the golden ring on Zhao Wuji's hand? I guess that's the symbol of the martial emperors of the past. It's also the source of power when they are in danger. This ring is a treasure. It can absorb power and then be used by the wearer. Of course, because it's external power, it's not easy to use. It can even cause harm to the body." Hearing Kitten's words, Longchen found a golden ring on Zhao Wuji's left and right thumbs. At that moment, golden rays of light extended from the ring and pierced into Zhao Wuji's body. As the power of the ring flowed into him, Zhao Wuji's strength quickly increased. His whole body was covered by golden symbols. Using the ancestors' power was similar to using a magical battle skill. It was much more powerful than the great magic of the Taoist heart. Only the higher-ups of the Wushu alliance knew the secret. As for the others, they roughly knew that every martial emperor could use a kind of martial emperor possession. There's an origin ring. When Zhao Wuji used martial emperor possession, Miss Xian said in surprise. She looked at the golden ring on Zhao Wuji's thumb in surprise. In just a moment, Zhao Wuji had already absorbed a part of the power of the origin ring into his body. His fighting ability had instantly skyrocketed to the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Miss Xian, who had been so sure of victory, frowned because of the appearance of the origin ring. Even though it was separated by a veil, Long Chen could still see that she was frowning. Zhao Wuji's power had increased several times. I originally didn't want to use this thing. After all, it's my life-saving capital in the archaic cemetery. Every time I use it, I'll have one less chance. But since you're so aggressive, I won't be polite. So you're saying that you want to kill me? Miss Xian sneered. Zhao Wuji had even used his trump card. If he didn't kill Miss Xian and she came looking for trouble in the future, Zhao Wuji's origin ring could only be used a few more times. You're right. The intense battle started once again. This time, it was much more terrifying than before. Just now, Lady Xian was suppressing Zhao Wuji. But now, Zhao Wuji started to attack Lady Xian crazily. Lady Xian couldn't take this kind of desperate fighting style. Roar! Zhao Wuji, who had been gentle and elegant, now had a ferocious expression on his face. Golden symbols were flashing on his body. Under Zhao Wuji's bombardment, they all gathered on his fists, forming a powerful force that collided with Miss Xian. Bastard! Miss Xian was so angry that she also started using her trump card. When the strong cultivator in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm really fought with his life on the line, Long Chen found that even he couldn't see how fast they were moving. Two blurry shadows were fighting and moving quickly outside the martial emperor city. Long Chen was far from being able to participate in such a battle. Zhao Wuji is going to use his strongest move. At that moment, Long Chen could feel that Zhao Wuji's strength had already reached a critical point. He knew that Zhao Wuji was going to use his final attack on Miss Xian. That was his only chance. Rumble. After some explosions, Zhao Wuji's body suddenly rose into the air. Suddenly, countless golden rays of light appeared around him and gathered on his body. It was as if he had become a golden sun. Those golden symbols were rotating quickly in his body. Zhao Wuji's fingers were also quickly forming seals. A shocking power burst out of Zhao Wuji's body. This must be the only king-level high-level battle skill of the Wuxia Sage dynasty, the Martial Emperor's seal. Boom! With a rumbling sound, Zhao Wuji suddenly pushed out the seal technique in his hand. In an instant, the entire world seemed to tremble. The golden light abruptly transformed into the image of a gigantic golden armored war god, which appeared behind Zhao Wuji. As Zhao Wuji pushed out the seal technique, the gigantic golden armored war god stretched out a gigantic golden fist and smashed it towards Lady Xian. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The power of a martial emperor was so strong. Long Chen knew that if he came into contact with such a power, he would definitely die, unless Long Chen used time reversal. Chapter 644. Is this the strongest attack? To be honest, Miss Xian's expression changed when she faced such an attack. She was even a little anxious. She had thought that she could easily take down the martial emperor. She did not expect to meet a troublemaker with an origin ring. It seemed that Zhao Wuji had his own trump card to be able to dominate the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Miss Xian secretly regretted that she did not deal with Zhao Wuji quickly at the beginning, so that he did not have the chance to use the origin ring. At this point, he could only force his way through. She, Feng Xian, was not to be trifled with. 3,000 phantoms. Just as the martial emperor seal descended, Feng Xian's eyes turned cold. The spiritual qi in her body surged and gushed out majestically. A crazy whirlwind swept around Feng Xian. Soon, a total of 3,000 phantoms were formed around her. These phantoms were human-shaped phantoms formed by the wind. They looked like humans, but their bodies were void. This is a magical ability similar to the divine fire doppelganger and the phantom doppelganger. 3,000 phantoms, each of which is a doppelganger. Compared to the divine fire doppelganger and the phantom doppelganger, these 3,000 phantoms should be much stronger in terms of quantity, agility, and attack power. Long Chen secretly analyzed. The 3,000 phantoms were originally a magical combat skill, but at this time, Feng Xian used it as a defensive method. Under the pressure of the martial emperor seal, the 3,000 phantoms in the shape of wind suddenly rushed up and met Zhao Wuji's martial emperor seal. Each of the phantoms was a powerful attack. They could resist the martial emperor seal for a while. The power of the 3,000 phantoms was infinite. For a moment, the martial emperor seal was fighting against the 3,000 phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. This kind of sound kept coming. Every phantom that collided with the martial emperor seal would cause a huge explosion. After the explosion, the 3,000 phantoms turned into wind and disappeared in the world. A new phantom appeared next to Feng Xian. These 3,000 phantoms were much stronger than her 3,000 phantom palms. With these 3,000 phantoms, as long as Feng Xian had enough innate qi, she could continue to output until her innate qi was exhausted. Of course, when her innate qi was exhausted, her opponent would have long been dead. The clash between the Jin clan's martial god with the martial emperor seal and the 3,000 wind images gave off loud sounds. The crowd was dumbfounded. The two of them were true experts. Their battle was also very exciting. Long Chen was also deeply impressed. The offensive combat skills that he possessed were the soul-crushing dragon claw and wind god's kick. However, compared to a martial emperor's seal, they were still lacking. He felt that he lacked a powerful technique that could kill his enemies with a single blow. The 5 emperor seals is my goal, but it would be great if I could obtain an advanced king-tier battle skill like the 5 emperor seals. However, the martial emperor seal belongs to Zhao Wuji. Even Zhao Danshan didn't pass it down to me. How can I obtain it? While Long Chen was thinking, the situation, which he thought Feng Xian had resisted the martial emperor seal, changed again. When Zhao Wuji went crazy, he was quite terrifying. After the martial emperor seal was blocked by Feng Xian, he gritted his teeth and once again used a lot of power from his yuan ring. This power was already beyond Zhao Wuji's control, causing the martial vein in his body to show signs of breaking and collapsing. Traces of blood seeped out from his skin. However, in order to kill Feng Xian in one go, he didn't even frown. The huge power was all channeled into the martial emperor seal by Zhao Wuji. The martial emperor seal immediately erupted with power that soared to the sky. The speed at which the 3,000 phantoms were being worn down could not keep up with the speed of the martial emperor seal. The huge gold-armored martial god let out a roar and the huge golden fist directly smashed into Feng Xian's body. Bang! Countless phantoms blocked in front of Feng Xian's body, but even so, Feng Xian was still sent flying. In the process of flying back, Feng Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, which dyed the veil on her face red. In the process of being sent flying, the veil fell off, revealing a face that was indeed foxy and enchanting. She looked like she was only in her 20s, but in fact, she was already in her 30s. The path of cultivation was also a path of longevity. As the cultivation increased, the lifespan would also increase. The 4 basic realms did not increase the lifespan much. At the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, one could basically live for more than 100 years. In the Earth martial arts realm, one could basically increase the lifespan by 50 years for every level. At the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, one could basically live for more than 500 years. However, once one broke through the Sky martial arts realm, one would immediately have a lifespan of 1,000 years. In the other sacred dynasties, there was no lack of old monsters that had existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. These people were the most terrifying. Moreover, in the Sky martial arts realm, one could basically increase the lifespan by 100 years for every level. Monsters in the 9th level of the Sky martial arts realm could basically live for more than 2,000 years. And in the legendary God martial arts realm, as long as one reached it, if one didn't die, he could basically live for more than 5,000 years. After reaching the god martial arts realm, the increase in lifespan was even more terrifying. According to the legend, when one reached the peak of the god martial arts realm, he could basically have a lifespan of 10,000 years. 10,000 years, what did that mean? Among the 10 sacred dynasties, there was basically no sacred dynasty that could have a history of 10,000 years. Just one person alone could live for 10,000 years. He was no longer a human being, he was already a god in the legend. Of course, the sky martial arts realm and the god martial arts realm were really too far for Long Chen. Long Chen was still in the second level of the earth martial arts realm. He was struggling to break through the third level of the earth martial arts realm. Originally, it seemed that Zhao Wuji couldn't defeat Feng Xian, but after using the martial god's possession, he defeated Feng Xian with one move. At the same time, because he had used too much power, his body was injured a lot, especially inside his body. He would probably need a period of time to recover. Of course, if these injuries could be exchanged for Feng Xian's life, it was worth it. The geocentric milk was a small matter, but the ancient tomb medallion was a big matter. Zhao Wuji had never been afraid of Long Shan, but Feng Xian was different. As long as Feng Xian was alive, the martial emperor wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Go to hell. After successfully defeating Feng Xian, Zhao Wuji didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately used his fastest speed and shot towards Feng Xian like a golden ray of light. That golden ray of light arrived in front of Feng Xian in a flash. Zhao Wuji's performance made the people in the Martial Emperor City cheer. The Martial Emperor City was the place where the core members of the Wushu Alliance gathered. Most of the people here supported the rule of the Martial Emperor. Feng Xian is done for. Long Chen was a little stunned. He thought that the one who died this time was definitely the Martial Emperor. He didn't expect the Martial Emperor to have something like an origin ring. He borrowed the power of his ancestors and defeated Feng Xian in one move. Next, as long as Zhao Wuji followed up with another move, the defeated Feng Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. Feng Xian even spat out blood, which meant that he had suffered internal injuries. Moreover, Zhao Wuji's attack speed was too fast. He simply couldn't withstand it for a while. In an extremely short period of time, Zhao Wuji's palm, which was emitting a golden light, directly grabbed Feng Xian's neck. If he grabbed Feng Xian, Zhao Wuji would definitely be able to break his neck in the next moment. At this critical moment, Long Chen's heart was pounding with fear. Today's battle was really too exciting. Feng Xian died just like that. From far away, Long Chen could see the fear in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with regret. It could be seen that Feng Xian was at the end of her road. She had come all the way here, but she didn't expect that she would be defeated by a warrior in the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm before she could even use the ancient tomb token. This was really too sad. But at this moment, something happened. Boom. There was suddenly an explosion on the ground where Zhao Wuji and Feng Xian were. The soil exploded with a loud bang and flew in all directions. In the midst of this, a black figure suddenly came out of the ground. This strange movement caused Zhao Wuji's movements to slow down a little. Because of this, Feng Xian reacted from the injury she had just received. She had time to use her body technique and dodge Zhao Wuji's attack. The black figure that had burst out of the ground suddenly crashed into Zhao Wuji. As soon as this black thing appeared, a bloody and rotten smell swept in the direction of the Martial Emperor City. Everyone was shocked. They were discussing this thing. There were already a few people who recognized what this thing was. The ancient demon's corpse. Long Chen was shocked. It was not strange for the ancient demon's corpse to appear. What was strange was that the ancient demon's corpse had unexpectedly saved Feng Xian from Zhao Wuji's attack. Although Feng Xian was injured, her life was not in danger. As long as she had a little time to recover, she would have been able to escape from Zhao Wuji and gradually recover her fighting strength. What's going on? Zhao Danshan, Zhao Wuwang's ancient demon's corpse, how could it attack a martial emperor? Yes, if it wasn't for the ancient demon's corpse, the martial emperor would have already killed the girl. What's going on? On the side of the martial emperor's city, there was a lot of discussion. Long Chen's head was also filled with confusion. At this moment, with the help of the ancient demon's corpse, Feng Xian had successfully escaped from Zhao Wuji's attack. Her face was pale and full of worry. If she had been a little bit slower, she would have been finished. She had never thought that Zhao Wuji would pay the price of his own injury to kill her. She had almost been killed. Fortunately, her luck had been good recently and she had been lucky enough to survive. Feng Xian had retreated out of Zhao Wuji's attack range while using elixirs to heal herself. At the same time, the ancient demon's corpse had also forced Zhao Danshan away. At the same time, it retreated to a place 10 meters away from Feng Xian. At this time, Zhao Danshan's figure came from afar and appeared in everyone's sight. He appeared next to the ancient demon's corpse. Chapter 645. The ancient demon's corpse was indeed under his control. It's really Zhao Wuhuang. Why is he standing next to the demoness? Did he really command the ancient demon's corpse just now? Why would he do that? Impossible. Zhao Danshan is the proud disciple of the martial emperor. Is he going to betray the martial emperor? Zhao Danshan's appearance caused the martial emperor's city to become even livelier. Basically, everyone was making a ruckus. Their faces were filled with confusion and disbelief. Long Chen was also a little surprised. Could it be that Zhao Danshan no longer cares about the martial emperor after obtaining the ancient demon's corpse? Long Chen gradually saw some clues. At this time, Zhao Danshan and Zhao Wuji were facing each other. Zhao Danshan's expression was indifferent, and there was even a hint of a mocking smile on his face. On the other hand, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji's expression was very ugly. He had spent a lot of effort to finally get a chance to kill Feng Xian, but Zhao Danshan had destroyed this opportunity. This was a very rare opportunity. Zhao Wuji did not grasp it today, and it was estimated that he would not have another opportunity in the future. The ancient tomb token that was originally in place was now going to have a big accident. How could Zhao Wuji not be angry? No matter how calm he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He admitted that there was some conflict between him and Zhao Danshan, but he did not expect that Zhao Danshan would actually do such a thing. Such a small action had directly forced Zhao Wuji into a dead end. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. This time, Zhao Wuji had been tricked by his closest disciple. This showed how cold Zhao Danshan's heart was. Danshan, give me an explanation. Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse as he looked coldly at Zhao Danshan. Explain. Zhao Danshan laughed heartily and said, what kind of joke is this? Do I need to give you any explanation? What kind of relationship do I have with you? Are you my personal disciple or are you just a tool? Zhao Wuji remained silent for a while. He stared at Zhao Danshan and said, you don't need to think too much. I will give you what you deserve. Whether it is the martial emperor's seal or the geocentric milk, I can forgive you for what you have done. However, you need to atone for your crimes and join hands with me to kill this woman. She is from the Tianfeng dynasty. If she doesn't die, we will all die. At this critical time, Zhao Wuji didn't want to waste time with Zhao Danshan. While Feng Xian was still injured, it was the way of the king to kill her completely. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. What did you say? Zhao Danshan laughed even louder. He looked at Zhao Wuji as if he was looking at an idiot and said, old man, you are too whimsical. Do you think I am an idiot? I stopped you just now and ruined your dream. Now that you need my strength, you can say that you don't care about what I did. But after she dies, you will probably kill me. I, Zhao Danshan, am not an idiot. So don't even think about it. Feng Xian was a little nervous when she heard that Zhao Danshan was Zhao Wuji's disciple. If they joined hands, Feng Xian, who was injured, wouldn't be a match for them. However, after hearing Zhao Danshan's words, she knew that this man and her master, Zhao Wuji, were not on the same path. Then what do you want? Zhao Danshan's indifferent attitude was really infuriating. On the side of the martial emperor city, there were already people scolding him as a bastard who deceived his master. After all, the people of the martial emperor city could clearly hear what they said. What do I want? I have already mentioned before that I want the geocentric milk. You didn't give it to me at that time. Give it to me now. If you don't, you will lose your life. Zhao Danshan threatened. Lose his life. What he meant by this sentence was that if Zhao Wuji didn't even take out the geocentric milk, he would directly attack Zhao Wuji. After all, Zhao Wuji was also injured. The side effect of the martial emperor's possession was quite strong. Of course, give me the martial emperor's ring as well. I also want to try the power of the martial emperor's possession. Ha! Zhao Danshan laughed unscrupulously. If it was just the geocentric milk, Zhao Wuji might agree. However, he hesitated if it was the martial emperor's ring. The martial emperor's ring symbolized the identity of a martial emperor. It was the inheritance of every martial emperor. If Zhao Danshan became the new martial emperor in the future, Zhao Wuji would have to pass the martial emperor's ring to him. However, Zhao Wuji's situation was different. He needed to bring the martial emperor's ring to the archaic cemetery. Therefore, even if Zhao Danshan was obedient, Zhao Wuji would not give him the position of martial emperor in the future. Hearing Zhao Danshan's request, the martial emperor's frown deepened. Zhao Danshan refused to give in. If he let go of what happened today, when Feng Xian recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Feng Xian spoke. Brother, I have an even better suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Feng Xian's words were directed at Zhao Danshan. Her voice itself had a kind of enticing power that made one's heart itch. What do you want to say? Zhao Danshan looked at Feng Xian with a friendly expression. His eyes swept over Feng Xian's appearance and figure. His face was instantly filled with amazement. As he spoke, his eyes stopped on Feng Xian's towering breasts and he swallowed his saliva. Feng Xian giggled when she saw that Zhao Danshan was drooling over her body. Her foxy eyes had a soul-stirring power. She looked at Zhao Danshan with a sweet smile and said, I came to the martial emperor city just to ask for some 10,000-year-old geocentric milk. What about you? You also want the 10,000-year-old geocentric milk, and the martial emperor's ring and so on? Only one person has these things. Why don't we join forces and kill him? I only want the ordinary 10,000-year-old geocentric milk, and you can have the rest. What do you think? Feng Xian used the soft voice of a young girl to say such vicious words. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial emperor city was even more shocked. Zhao Danshan won't agree to her request, right? Everyone's eyes were filled with nervousness. Xiao Lin, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, looked at this scene with a solemn expression. He did not move. He could not interfere in a confrontation of this level. However, he knew that something even bigger was about to happen today. If this was really the case, he knew that he should find a place to stand. Zhao Danshan smiled. At first, he did not reply. His gaze eventually shifted to Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was looking at him with sparkling eyes. His eyes were filled with a kind of oppressive power. Being stared at by Zhao Wuji like this, Zhao Danshan felt uncomfortable all over. He even felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if the dirty things in his heart were all exposed to Zhao Wuji's eyes. He suddenly remembered that all of his abilities were nurtured by Zhao Wuji bit by bit. No, Zhao Wuji is just a selfish person. He's not even willing to give me the 10,000-year-old geocentric milk. He'll only prepare it for himself. He won't even give me his martial emperor's ring just to enter the ancient cemetery. Why would I, Zhao Danshan, risk my life for such a selfish person? Today is my only chance to obtain the 10,000-year-old geocentric milk and the martial emperor's ring. As for Feng Xian, Zhao Danshan did not fear her today. Feng Xian was already injured. Otherwise, she would not have asked him, Zhao Danshan, to join forces with her. Under the disbelieving eyes of countless people, Zhao Danshan smiled. He nodded towards Feng Xian and said in a clear voice, since a beautiful woman has invited me, I, Zhao Danshan, would naturally be impolite. Since you want to make your move, then do it as soon as possible. As he said this, he manipulated the eternal demon banner in his hands. The ancient demon corpse emitted a heaven-shaking roar, and its bones emitted crackling sounds. Feng Xian did not think that Zhao Danshan would agree. This bastard even dared to kill his own master. He's definitely a hero among men. He's not very strong, but he has this corpse. Once I kill his master and recover from my injuries, I'll kill him and dodge the flag in his hand. This was Feng Xian's plan. Let's attack together. Feng Xian endured the injuries on her body and displayed her strange footwork. A strong wind rushed towards Zhao Danshan, and the ancient demon corpse, under Zhao Danshan's control, also attacked Zhao Danshan. Die, Zhao Wuji. Zhao Danshan's face revealed a grim smile. Above Martial Emperor City, curses filled the sky. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation as they looked at the besieged Martial Emperor. Their faces were as black as charcoal. Zhao Danshan, this cruel and unscrupulous fellow. I originally worshipped his talent, but I never thought that he would be such a person. For the sake of the 10,000-year geocentric milk and the Martial Emperor's ring, he actually wants to kill his master and exterminate his ancestors. This beast, the heavens cannot tolerate this. Some of the old fellows were so angry that their faces turned red, and they almost suffocated. Wave after wave of curses filled the sky, from the 18 generations of Zhao Danshan's ancestors to the point of having no descendants. Here, only the martial monarch, Shaolin, was the core of the crowd. At this time, most of the martial kings gathered around Shaolin, letting him support the overall situation. Xiao Wuhuang, let's go and support the martial emperor. If this continues, the martial emperor will really die. That's right, if Zhao Danshan controls the Wushu alliance, with his vicious character, there will be no place for us in the Wushu alliance. Our Wushu alliance will be destroyed by his hands sooner or later. Everyone said this to Shaolin with tears in their eyes. Shaolin stared in Zhao Wuji's direction without blinking. Under the joint attack of two experts, Zhao Wuji, who was already injured and could no longer use the power of the martial emperor's ring, was already in an extremely sorry state. Based on this situation, Zhao Wuji's death was inevitable. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was only making his final struggle. The martial emperor's seal that he had risked his life to use was destroyed by Zhao Danshan. Now, he had lost his chance. Zhao Wuji was not a match for Feng Xian, not to mention the addition of an ancient demon corpse that had terrifying attacks and was not afraid of death. Shaolin knew that even if he sacrificed all the martial kings and himself tomorrow, he would not be able to save the current Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji would probably never have thought that he would die at the hands of his own disciple. He was not convinced. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was like a wild beast. The power of the martial emperor's ring frantically surged into his body. The huge power shattered many of the meridians in his body, and then he used it forcefully. If this continued, he would fall 1 second later. Chapter 646. Under the joint attack of Feng Xian and the ancient demon's corpse, Zhao Wuji was like an old beast. He roared crazily and unleashed all the power of the martial emperor's ring. This power allowed him to resist the joint attack of two people, but his body was slowly being destroyed by the power of the ancestors. Fresh blood had gradually dyed him into a bloody man. Seeing the martial emperor still struggling, the people of Martial Emperor City shouted and cursed at Zhao Danshan. However, even Shaolin did not dare to come forward to help because they knew that even if they came forward, they would still die. Big brother, the Martial Emperor is going to die if this goes on. Should we help? I feel that Zhao Danchen and this woman becoming our enemies will be more troublesome than Zhao Wuji becoming our enemy. Mo Xiaolang frowned and asked for Long Chen's opinion. Long Chen thought about it and shook his head. He said, let's focus on Chi-Chi's matter. If they made a move now, not only would they not be able to deal with them, it would also affect the plan to save Huangfu Qi. Long Chen had promised Huangfu Fengchen that he would do what he said. This was a man. Mo Xiaolang understood what Long Chen meant. Although the martial emperor was in a pitiful state at the moment, he was betrayed by his own disciple. However, his position was different from Long Chen and the others. From the beginning of the divine Wushu sage dynasty, Long Chen and Zhao Wuji were destined to be enemies. If Zhao Danchen and the others did not make a move against the martial emperor now, Zhao Wuji would also be a great enemy of Long Chen in the fight for the ancient tomb token. Mo Xiaolang did not have a good impression of Zhao Wuji. He only felt that Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian were more difficult to deal with. This was the peak battle of the divine Wushu sage dynasty. In the entire divine Wushu sage dynasty, besides Long Shan who was recuperating among the war people, there was no one else who could save the martial emperor. Go to hell, old ghost. Zhao Danchen smiled sinisterly. Zhao Wuji wasn't old. In fact, he was quite young on the path of cultivation. However, for Zhao Danchen, he should be eliminated soon. Thief, if I knew you were such a vicious person, I wouldn't have brought you to the Wushu Alliance and taught you how to cultivate. Zhao Wuji's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in a hoarse voice. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. It's too late now. You probably never dreamed that this day would come. It's good that you're dead. I, Zhao Danchen, am in charge of the Wushu Alliance in the past. Zhao Danchen laughed maniacally. You. Zhao Danchen's despicable face made Zhao Wuji so angry that he almost went crazy. Ancestor of the Wushu Alliance, Zhao Wuji was careless in the past and mistakenly accepted this vicious person as his disciple. Today, even if I die, I will clean up the sect. Zhao Wuji let out a roar as the golden runes on his body started burning. A large amount of energy from the martial emperor's ring poured into his body. Zhao Wuji's body almost exploded because of this energy, but he didn't care at all. He just smiled coldly. At this moment, Zhao Wuji actually abandoned the ancient demon's corpse and Feng Xian. A golden shadow directly rushed towards Zhao Danchen. Die, beast. The golden shadow instantly appeared in front of Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen didn't expect that the martial emperor would be able to release such an attack before he died. Because he had to control the ancient demon's corpse, he stood not far from the scene of the battle. Zhao Danchen's face instantly became very ugly. He didn't expect that Zhao Wuji would want to die together with him. Even if Zhao Wuji could kill him, Feng Xian and the ancient demon's corpse would eventually catch up and kill him. Feng Xian couldn't wait for Zhao Danchen and Zhao Wuji to die, so she, who was the fastest, slowed down and looked at the scene with a sinister smile. The ancient demon's corpse had enough energy, but it was not fast enough. As long as Zhao Wuji killed Zhao Danchen, Feng Xian could immediately pass over the ancient demon's corpse and kill Zhao Wuji. In this way, Feng Xian would be the biggest winner. No. Zhao Danchen hurriedly retreated. His remaining arm struck out with a golden divine fist, trying to use the recoil force to retreat. However, this was too weak for Zhao Wuji's counterattack before he died. Seeing Zhao Wuji's attack getting closer, Zhao Danchen's face was full of despair. Is this my retribution? At that moment, Zhao Danchen's entire world collapsed. The shadow of death shrouded him. Zhao Wuji's attack, a golden fist shadow, instantly pounced on his face. At the same time, Zhao Wuji's cold and angry eyes arrived. Boom. At that moment, something unexpected happened to Zhao Danchen. Just as Zhao Wuji's attack was about to reach him, his body suddenly exploded. The power of the martial emperor's ring was too great. Zhao Wuji couldn't resist that kind of power at the last moment and finally turned into a pile of minced meat. All of it fell on Zhao Danchen's body, making him a bloody man. The minced meat and broken bones were all hanging on Zhao Danshan's body. For a moment, the scene was silent. The ancient demon's corpse stopped in front of Zhao Danshan and looked back at Feng Xian with vigilance. It roared at Feng Xian, as if to tell her not to come near, or else it would not be polite. It had to be said that Zhao Danshan's luck was really good. In the ancient demon region, he was defeated by Long Chen and survived. In the end, he obtained the powerful ancient demon's corpse. In Martial Emperor City, he was supposed to be killed by the Martial Emperor. He didn't expect that at the last moment, the Martial Emperor would be unable to resist and directly explode. The last angry expression of the Martial Emperor kept replaying in Zhao Danshan's mind. His body was slowly covered in blood, and at that moment, it was like raindrops falling down. Haha. Zhao Danshan seemed to be stunned. Suddenly, he let out a crazy laugh. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Madness was written all over his face. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. Zhao Wuji is dead. Good, he died on time. Zhao Danshan used all his strength to shake off the flesh on his body. However, there was too much of it and he was too excited. So, no matter what he did, he couldn't remove the mark that the Martial Emperor had placed on his body. On the day you accepted me as your direct disciple, you didn't think that there would be a day like this, where you would explode into minced meat in front of me, right? Very good, this is a pretty good way to die. Seems like my luck isn't just an ordinary kind of good. People with great luck will definitely have a great future ahead of them. Is this the time for me to soar? Zhao Danshan's voice spread throughout the entire Martial Emperor city. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. The Martial Emperor was dead. Everyone saw clearly that the Martial Emperor, who had dominated the world, had finally died at the hands of his only personal disciple. Zhao Danshan. Everyone looked at this young man in awe. If it was before, their hearts would have been filled with anger. But now, they were filled with awe, deep awe. Zhao Danshan was not only lucky and talented, but he also had the methods of a poisonous snake. In the entire Martial Emperor city, even Shaolin did not dare to provoke him. Just now, everyone could curse Zhao Danshan, but now that the Martial Emperor was dead, who dared to say anything? Was he not afraid of death? The entire Martial Emperor city was dead silent, a deathly stillness. Zhao Danshan suddenly shook, and spiritual energy surged out. The flesh stuck to his body was finally shaken to the ground. In his hands, there were two items, the Martial Emperor's ring and Zhao Wuji's cosmos sack. Holding these two items, Zhao Danshan had a mocking expression on his face. He looked at Feng Xian and said, "You wanted to kill me just now." Feng Xian smiled and said, "Who said that?" "Of course I wanted to save you. It's just that Zhao Wuji's counterattack before his death was too fast, I couldn't keep up. Now that we've won, give me half of the 10,000-year geocentric milk." She looked at Zhao Danshan with a sweet smile. If Zhao Danshan did not agree, this smile would have turned into a murderous intent. In the previous battle with Zhao Wuji, Feng Xian had already suffered internal injuries. Moreover, she was anxious to obtain Huangfu Qi's heavenly wind vein, so she did not want to complicate things. Otherwise, if she was at her peak, she would have snatched Zhao Danshan's ancient demon corpse and his Martial Emperor's ring. Zhao Danshan thought for a while. He knew that provoking this woman over some 10,000-year-old geocentric milk was not a wise move. If they really fought, the ancient demon's corpse would not be a match for this woman if she was not already injured. If he chose to keep the peace, Zhao Danshan would be able to defeat this woman with the Martial Emperor's ring and the cultivation method of the Martial Emperor's seal. After some time, he would be able to join forces with the ancient demon's corpse to fight against this woman. Thinking of this, Zhao Danshan took out 2 bottles from Zhao Wuji's cosmos sack. These 2 bottles were not big, but they were crystal clear. One look and anyone could tell that they were made of extraordinary materials. He has a total of 4 bottles of geocentric milk. These 2 bottles are for you. As he spoke, Zhao Danshan threw the 2 bottles to Feng Xian. Feng Xian stretched out her hand to catch it. She opened the bottle and saw that it was indeed geocentric milk. These 2 bottles of geocentric milk were enough for her to recover after obtaining the heavenly wind vein. She did not care whether Zhao Danshan had any private stash or not. She directly put away the 10,000 years of geocentric milk and smiled at Zhao Danshan. This teasing and sexy smile made Zhao Danshan's body burn with desire. However, when he remembered that this woman was definitely not a woman he could take, he gave up on this idea. If he slept with this woman, he would lose his life sooner or later. What's wrong, new Martial Emperor? Don't you want to invite me to the Martial Emperor Palace? At the very least, I am a beauty, Feng Xian said. Forget it this time. I still have to sort out the matters in Wu Emperor City. Today's commotion was not small. I think it will give me a headache. If you want to come, then next time. The next time you come to Wu Emperor City, I, Zhao Danshan, will definitely treat you with the greatest hospitality. Chapter 647. Zhao Danshan was obviously asking her to leave. Of course, Feng Xian was just teasing him a little. Zhao Danshan was so young, yet he had such means and strength. He was 100 times stronger than Feng Xian's previous male pet, Huang Fuyu. The only flaw was that his arm was broken. However, Zhao Danshan had the geocentric milk, so his arm would grow back. Moreover, Feng Xian did not need Zhao Danshan's arm. However, Huang Fuqi was still waiting for her. Thinking of this, Feng Xian flirted with Zhao Danshan for a while more before turning around and leaving. As for Zhao Danshan, he turned around and looked at Wu Emperor City. He had already made his intentions very clear in his conversation with Feng Xian. He wanted to be a martial emperor. Everyone looked at him in silence, including Xiao Lin, who had a terrified expression on his face. Zhao Danshan smiled. He did not need to say anything. He stretched out his right thumb and raised it high. Under everyone's gaze, he put the golden ring on his thumb. Then, just as he raised his finger, "Greetings, Martial Emperor." The people in Wu Emperor City all knelt down one after another. After a while, almost everyone in Wu Emperor City knelt down. Zhao Wuji's era had passed. Next, it was Zhao Danshan's era. If this bastard becomes a martial emperor, the Wuxia Sage dynasty will be even more unseemly in the future. After saying that, Long Chen jumped down the city wall from the side of the Martial Emperor City. Together with Mo Xiaolang, they left everyone in the Martial Emperor City behind. While everyone was still shouting and kneeling, Long Chen chased after Feng Xian. Because Feng Xian had suffered internal injuries, she did not use her full speed. At her current speed, Long Chen and Xiao Lang could still keep up. Long Chen did not transform into the dragon soul. If Feng Xian had not been injured, he really did not know if he could catch up. Long Chen had seen Feng Xian's fight, and he was in awe of this woman. The 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm was indeed quite powerful. Xiao Lang, be careful later. We'll act according to the circumstances. When I ask you to enter the Great Void Realm, you mustn't hesitate at all. Big brother, I understand. Saving Qi is more important. Mo Xiaolang nodded. The two of them were a little nervous, but for Huang Fuqi's sake, they chased after him without hesitation. The only good news was that Feng Xian was injured, and looking at the situation, it seemed that the injury was not light. If it wasn't for Zhao Danshan, the person who died would be Feng Xian. A martial emperor's martial emperor seal was quite terrifying. Long Chen and Jian Xiaotian held their breaths as they slowly followed from afar, not daring to make the slightest movement. After all, the other party was an expert that they could not face head-on. What came next would not be easy. Soon, Feng Xian estimated that they were almost at the place where Huang Fuqi was hiding. It was a valley with birds singing and flowers fragrant. However, there were many demonic beasts. The valley was quite big, but the strength of the demonic beasts was not strong. There were no king-level demonic beasts that could transform into human form. Under the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the god Wuxia sage's level of demonic beasts would not be weak no matter how weak they were. The demonic beasts in the valley ranged from the earth rank to the heaven rank, and the range was also very wide. Feng Xian's figure quickly swept through the valley. Long Chen and Xiao Lang followed closely behind. Because of Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic pupil, as long as the distance was within a mile, he could follow the other party. Needless to say, Xiao Lang's nose could smell Feng Xian's scent. So it's inside this valley. It would have been great if we had known about this valley from the start. However, if we were to look for it ourselves, I don't know if we could even find it in 10 days, Long Chen said with a slightly regretful tone. Big brother, what should we do? Xiao Lang basically relied on Long Chen for everything. Long Chen's brain was more flexible than his. Long Chen thought for a moment and said solemnly, there are 2 of us. When the time comes, can we get one of us to distract him and the other to save Chi-Chi? Then let me distract him. You have the great virtual realm, so you can quickly get Chi-Chi to a safe place. Moreover, if you don't transform, my speed is also slightly faster than yours, Mo Xiaolang said decisively. No, it will be very dangerous for you. Long Chen rejected without thinking. You don't believe me. Mo Xiaolang looked at Long Chen solemnly for the first time. His eyes were filled with determination. Xiao Lang was usually very obedient, but when he was really stubborn, even Long Chen couldn't handle him. Seeing Mo Xiaolang's serious expression, Long Chen clenched his teeth and thought for a moment. He said, okay, later you will try to distract him. If it doesn't work, then we brothers will fight to the death. Okay. Mo Xiaolang's tensed face finally broke into a smile. He had been waiting for Long Chen to say this. He had always wanted to do something for Long Chen, but it seemed that along the way, the opportunities for him to do something were getting fewer and fewer. Recently, he had finally reached the 3rd rank of the King Realm, so he had to share some of the burden with Long Chen. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang wanted to save Huangfu Qi more than anything else. Big brother, she stopped. Mo Xiaolang's bright eyes looked at Long Chen as he suddenly said. Long Chen had already seen Huangfu Qi's existence with his soul-devouring demon eyes. Huangfu Qi's soul was in a dazed state, and she must have fainted. Feng Xian wanted her to stay here obediently, so of course she would let her faint. She must be preparing to transfer Chi-Chi's heavenly wind veins to her body in this valley, Mo Xiaolang guessed. This valley is deserted, so it is very possible. If we return to the Huangfu family, there might be people who will disturb us. Long Chen thought for a moment and nodded. If they wanted to return to the Huangfu family, Feng Xian should have left immediately after taking Huangfu Qi. However, she did not leave and stayed where she was, so Mo Xiaolang guessed that she would take the heavenly wind veins here. Big brother, I will attack her later. She has just arrived at the Wuxia sage court, so she naturally does not know us. Seeing that I am a demonic beast, she will definitely chase after us. As long as I run fast, there should be no problem, Xiao Lang said. There were too many variables when it came to luring the enemy, so Long Chen could not be sure. However, Xiao Lang insisted on giving the dangerous task to him, so Long Chen could not do anything about it. There were too many variables when it came to luring the enemy, so Long Chen could not be sure. However, since Xiao Lang insisted on leaving the dangerous task to him, there was nothing Long Chen could do. Long Chen knew that Xiao Lang could be stubborn at times. For example, when he was escaping with Lingxi and Xiao Lang, the Wu tribe came, but Xiao Lang did not listen and burned his life to fight against Long Chen. Although this stubbornness was not good, at that moment, Long Chen firmly believed that Mo Xiaolang would be his brother forever. Mo Xiaolang was not stupid. He knew what Long Chen was referring to. Seeing Long Chen's serious expression, he bit his lips and nodded. Big brother, I know. Everything was arranged. It was only a mile away, so they arrived in the blink of an eye. Long Chen and Xiao Lang hid behind a huge ancient tree. The wide leaves of the ancient tree were enough to completely cover Xiao Lang and Long Chen. After the wolf cub transformed into human form, there was almost no demonic aura on its body. Otherwise, with such a powerful demonic beast here, Feng Xian would have already discovered it. Through the gap between the leaves, Long Chen looked at where Feng Xian was. On the lush mountain wall in front of him, there was a semicircular cave. From here, he could see the situation in the wide cave. The cave wall was quite smooth. At first glance, it was obvious that Feng Xian had made it himself. Only a warrior in the earth martial arts realm could create such a splendid cave in a mountain wall, and he could control his energy to a fine degree. At this time, Feng Xian was standing in the cave, looking in front of her with some excitement. In front of her was a wooden barrel with a diameter of about 2 meters and a height of more than 1 meter. The wood material of this wooden barrel was probably extremely precious and tough. It was dark purple in color. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary thing. If it was an ordinary thing, it should not be able to withstand the medicine in the wooden barrel. In the wooden barrel, there was half a light blue medicine. This medicine was quite viscous. It should be a medicinal liquid mixed with many kinds of medicine. It looked quite disgusting, but it gave off a refreshing fragrance. With a slight smell, one would feel refreshed. At this time, Huang Fuqi was lying in this light blue medicine. The viscous medicine covered her small body. Only her face, with its eyes closed, was still outside. Huang Fuqi's face had also turned light blue. There was basically no color left. She was about to be assimilated by the medicine. Seeing this scene, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's eyes were bloodshot. Mo Xiaolang was even panting heavily. It could be seen how angry he was. Long Chen was worried that he would make a noise, so he grabbed his arm tightly and reminded him. In this way, Mo Xiaolang calmed down. However, the anger in their hearts did not diminish at all. It's just a small branch, but there is a little genius with 3 skywind veins. If you reach the earth martial arts realm, the effect of the skywind veins will be fully displayed. You can even reach the 6th level of the earth martial arts realm. I, Feng Xian, only have 2 skywind veins. Even this little girl has more than me. Feng Xian walked around Huang Fuqi and looked at her with great interest. She continued to mutter to herself with a smile. It seems that this time coming to the Wushu sage court was a really wise move. Not only can I easily get the ancient tomb token, but I can also get 3 skywind veins. Using this method of melting and transplanting, although there are some side effects and I can't compare to those who really have 5 skywind veins, I can still become stronger. I can even reach the 6th or 7th level of the earth martial arts realm. Looking at Huang Fuqi's small body, Feng Xian's face showed a satisfied expression. Chapter 648. Long Chen, you guys stop. After moving for more than 50 kilometers and confirming that Feng Xian could no longer catch up, Kitten suddenly said. At this time, Long Chen was nervously recovering his body, while Wolf Cub was desperately running. 1 man and 1 wolf had entered a barren mountainous area. Hearing Kitten's words, Long Chen and Wolf Cub were startled. They stopped and Long Chen said, "Fat cat, do you have any nonsense to say?" Kitten was a little displeased by Long Chen's blunt words. He smiled and said, "I do have nonsense to say. Get that little girl out, that bad woman can't catch up. Why don't you check on your little darling's body?" Long Chen didn't frown. He had a bad feeling in his heart. If Kitten said that, something must have happened. It should be enough to escape here. Long Chen hurriedly came down from Wolf Cub's back. As soon as he landed, he took out the purple wooden barrel that Huang Fuqi was in from the Taishu realm and carefully placed it on the ground. He felt that Huang Fuqi's heart was still beating. This meant that she was still alive. Long Chen had felt that she was still alive, so he didn't think too much about it. In the green liquid, Huang Fuqi was motionless, and her face looked quite pale. Wolf cub transformed from a sun-devouring demonic wolf to a human and stood at the edge of the barrel. He looked at Huangfu Qi nervously, then scolded Kitten's shadow, "Fat cat, are you bored? She should be fine." "Ouch, little black dog, you still dare to be rude to me? If it weren't for this kid, I would have killed you with a puff of my breath." Fat cat looked at Mo Xiaolang contemptuously with its big belly protruding out. "All right, stop arguing. Hurry up and tell me what happened to Chi-Chi." Long Chen's voice was cold. Among the three of them, his words carried the most weight. Even though the kitten's mouth was a little dirty, it was still led by Long Chen. Everyone became serious at this moment, so it said directly, "I'll be straightforward. Not only is she in trouble, it's not a small matter. Looking at her current state, she can be considered dead." "What?" Long Chen and the wolf cub both cried out in shock. They glared at the kitten with ferocious expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Why are you looking at me so fiercely? I didn't kill her. It's the woman who fought with you," Kitten said gloomily. Long Chen calmed down and said, "Fat cat, don't talk nonsense. Tell me in detail what happened. Can she be saved?" "Yes, there is a possibility." Kitten said this first. If it didn't say this, Long Chen and Wolf Cub would probably die of anxiety. After hearing that there was a possibility, Long Chen and Wolf Cub breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only a possibility, at least there was hope. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Long Chen would not give up. "Then tell me in detail what exactly is going on," Long Chen said. "It's like this. The liquid that she's soaking in is called the Green Sorcerer's Liquid. It's a medicinal liquid made from a mixture of 38 types of elixirs. It has a special effect, which is that it can cause a person's brain to die, but the organs and other parts of the body will still be alive. This little girl has been soaking in the Green Sorcerer's Liquid for a very long time, so her consciousness is already gone. The only thing left is a body that can still function. That woman wants to extract the heavenly wind vein from her body. Green Sorcerer Liquid." Long Chen gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Feng Xian to be even more vicious than him. He clenched his fists tightly and his chest was already filled with anger. "I won't rest until I kill this bastard." Long Chen roared crazily in his heart. "No, I have to get Chi-Chi out of this Green Sorcerer Liquid. What the hell is this?" The originally calm little wolf's eyes were filled with anger after hearing this news. It was this Green Sorcerer Liquid that caused Huangfu Qi to be like this, so it was preparing to get Huangfu Qi out of the Green Sorcerer Liquid. "Smelly dog, you better stop your hand," the kitten said lazily. Little wolf stopped its movements. This time, little cat directly scolded it, but it didn't get angry. Instead, it asked, "Why?" "Her body is currently absorbing nutrients from the Green Sorcerer Liquid. If you get her out, she'll be completely dead. Even if we save her, there's no way to save her," little cat said seriously. It could be seen that Long Chen and little wolf cared a lot about this little girl. "Fat cat, just tell us how to save her. We're listening." At this moment, Long Chen, who was staring straight at Huangfu Qi's little green face, said coldly. There was a chill in his voice that made little cat's hair stand on end. Little cat hurriedly said, "There's only one solution. I heard that there's a place in the Shenwu sacred dynasty called the Eternal Divine Ocean. Above the Eternal Divine Ocean, there's a grade 4 king-tier demonic beast called the Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix is a descendant of the Divine Phoenix, which is on the same level as the Golden Crow and I in ancient times. It has a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline, and the blood of the Divine Phoenix has a powerful regenerative ability. The Divine Phoenix has a certain degree of immortality. As long as we kill the Divine Phoenix and let this little girl soak in its blood for 3 days and 3 nights, her dead consciousness will be able to condense again. It'll also be extremely beneficial to her. The Divine Phoenix. Therefore, the only way is to kill this grade 4 king-tier Divine Phoenix." Long Chen raised his head. When he had first arrived at the Shenwu sacred dynasty, he had already heard of the divine phoenix's reputation. It was a grade 4 king-tier demonic beast, which was said to be on the same level as a martial emperor. Among the demonic beasts of the Shinwu sacred dynasty, the divine phoenix had a supreme status, and the eternal divine ocean was its nest. The eternal divine ocean was not a sea, but a huge sea of fog that existed in the sky above a certain region of the Shinwu sacred dynasty. In this endless sea of fog, there was a floating sky island. This sky island was the gathering place of countless bird-type demonic beasts, and it was also the habitat of the divine phoenix. The endless sea of fog next to it was the place where the bird-type demonic beasts fought, lived, and soared. The eternal divine ocean was a place even more dangerous than the dreamy cloud swamp. Although its name sounded nice, it was an extremely ominous place. It was said to be immortal, but basically, anyone who entered it would die. Of course, martial emperors were excluded. There were many king-level demonic beasts in the eternal divine ocean. The layout of the demonic beasts was almost comparable to the martial alliance of the Shinwu sacred dynasty. There was a grade 4 king-level divine phoenix, and even grade 3 king-level demonic beasts. There were also many grade 2 king-level demonic beasts, and grade 1 king-level demonic beasts were almost the same as the martial kings of the martial alliance. Fortunately, the demonic beasts of the eternal divine sea only lived in the misty sea and basically did not appear in other places. Otherwise, with their natural advantage of flying, even if the martial alliance sent out all of their forces, they might not be able to fight against the demonic beasts of the eternal divine sea. It was a level 4 king-level monster with a trace of the ancient phoenix's bloodline. Such a monster should be no weaker than the injured Feng Xian. The only way for Long Chen to revive Huangfu Qi was to go to the eternal divine sea and complete this almost impossible task. I'm afraid that grade 4 king-level demonic beast is very difficult to deal with. If the two of you go, not only will you not be able to save the little girl, but you will also lose your life. Therefore, I suggest that you don't go. This little girl is not lucky. If she dies, then so be it. Ah, what are you doing? While Little Cat was nagging, Long Chen took Huangfu Qi into the great virtual realm without saying anything. Then, Little Wolf transformed back into the sun-devouring demonic wolf. With his strong recovery ability, the external wounds on his body were gradually recovering. In the battle just now, Little Wolf had only used the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire, so he was a little exhausted. However, it was easy for him to travel and did not consume much energy. Long Chen was on the back of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, recovering his spiritual ether. He tried his best to fully recover by the time he reached his destination. "Hey, what's your decision?" Little Cat asked gloomily. He had just talked about the eternal divine ocean and did not know what Long Chen and Little Cat had decided, but the two of them were already like this. Nonsense, to the eternal divine ocean. You can't beat the sky phoenix divine bird. You're just courting death. Little Cat was gloomy again. How would we know without fighting it? Long Chen said. Little Cat had no choice but to enter the great virtual realm. Wait until you see the power of the sky phoenix divine bird. You won't think like this before you die, Little Cat said. No one paid attention to him. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was on its way. A blurry black shadow was moving quickly in the mountains. Ordinary people would not be able to see what was passing by them. As for Long Chen, he was recovering his quintessential essence. The battle between Martial Emperor and the others, as well as the fact that he had exhausted his strength twice in a row, had actually brought Long Chen many benefits. While he was recovering his strength, Long Chen kept replaying the battle between Martial Emperor and the others in his mind. The punches and kicks kept replaying in Long Chen's mind. During the process of cultivation, Long Chen subconsciously followed those movements. The 3 great martial realms all had the word martial in them. To a certain extent, martial was equal to battle. The more battles one fought, the stronger the feeling of martial arts became. Through the thrilling battle he had just experienced, as well as watching the battle between Martial Emperor Feng Xian and the others, Long Chen had gained a lot of insights into martial arts. And now, He was taking advantage of the time he had to rush to the eternal divine sea to gradually digest these insights. Along the way, riding on Little Wolf's back was his only chance to cultivate. Long Chen had been running around several times since he left the battle clan. This might be the last time. As long as he could succeed this time and bring Huangfu Qi back to life, Long Chen could focus on waiting for the ancient tomb token. Chapter 649. The martial emperor was dead and replaced by Zhao Danchen. At the same time, there was Feng Xian, who was even more difficult to deal with. Although Long Chen had Long Shan's help, it was still impossible for him to obtain the ancient tomb token. To him, the ancient tomb token was more important than his life. Because this represented whether or not he was qualified to see Lingxi. If he didn't obtain the ancient tomb token this time, it meant that he would have to wait for a few more years. How could Lingxi wait for that long? How was she doing in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? What kind of power was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? These were all unknown. Therefore, Long Chen could only fight. Fight to the death. Cultivation, non-stop cultivation. The cultivation of the martial realm was not as simple as devouring. Long Chen's previous advancement was too smooth. The cultivation of the martial realm made him understand the difficulty of cultivation. Even he felt that his heaven-defying speed was slow, not to mention other people who had to stay in the same realm for a few years or even couldn't improve for the rest of their lives. The first heaven aperture was in the sea of consciousness. His comprehension ability was countless times that of others. Long Chen finally broke through the last barrier of the third level of the earth martial arts realm by watching everyone's every move, Long Yu's previous guidance, and the thrilling competition with Feng Xian in the process of hurrying on the road. Long Chen finally broke through the last barrier of the third level of the earth martial arts realm. Feeling Long Chen's movement on his back, Wolf Cub quickly stopped. At this moment, Long Chen jumped down from his back and landed on the ground. His eyes were tightly closed and his fists were tightly clenched. The fist manual of the third level of the earth martial realm naturally danced in his hands. For a moment, Long Chen felt that his whole body was connected with the earth. His pulse became the pulse of the earth. The rhythm and frequency of the two were almost the same. He punched out, retracted, and punched out, as if he was connected with the endless ground. Ha! With a final roar, Long Chen's entire body was covered in yellow sand. The yellow sand danced rhythmically around him as he executed his fist technique. Phew! The yellow sand suddenly turned into a tornado, sweeping around Long Chen. Then, the spiritual qi in the earth veins crazily rushed in Long Chen's direction. There was not much spiritual qi in the earth veins, but under Long Chen's extraction, countless spiritual qi gathered in this place. The ground within a radius of 1 mile had been completely covered by the spiritual qi in the earth veins. Countless spiritual qi surrounded Long Chen and then, like a storm, rushed into his body. Then, all of it was absorbed by him and turned into his own dragon soul qi. Because of the rich spiritual qi in the earth veins, the surrounding ground all emitted a crystal clear brilliance. At this moment, the ordinary ground had become the most beautiful jade. Wolf Cub stared blankly at this scene. In the center of Long Chen's sea of consciousness was his most mysterious dragon jade. Below the dragon jade was the inherited blood of the ancient bloodline spiritual dragon, and above the dragon jade was Long Chen's dragon-shaped martial soul. At this moment, after Long Chen's comprehension of the word martial, his dragon-shaped martial soul had become a lot more solid. It had already reached the third level of the earth martial realm. A dragon-shaped martial soul definitely didn't exist in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Even if there were other dragon warriors in the dragon sacrificial continent, they couldn't be as powerful as Long Chen, who had the ancestral dragon's blood in his body. After all, in ancient times, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was the world of the ancient divine dragons. Billions of divine dragons, even if they were extinct, there would always be some who left their bloodline behind. Just like Long Yu's ancestor, who obtained the inherited blood of the lowest level red dragon. There was also the dragon warrior, Wang Chen, who was destined to be the strongest enemy in Long Chen's life. Although Long Chen hadn't seen his face, he already felt pressure from the dragon warrior. Dragon warriors, even in the emperor domain, were quite rare. Wang Chen's inherited blood was definitely not the ancestral dragons. There was only one ancestral dragon, Long Chen. The transformation and solidification of the dragon-shaped martial spirit allowed Long Chen to control more genuine essence and have a greater ability to transform it. The endless earth vein spiritual qi entered his body and merged with the dragon's soul genuine essence in the martial vein. Under the powerful transformation ability of the dragon's soul genuine essence, 100 portions of earth vein spiritual qi were transformed into 1 portion of dragon's soul genuine essence. Endless earth vein spiritual qi frantically entered Long Chen's body. The dragon's soul genuine essence that Long Chen possessed skyrocketed again and again, finally reaching the level of 10 times its original level. At this moment, Long Chen truly possessed the genuine essence of the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. After displaying the dragon's soul transformation, he was comparable to an expert in the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm. When he decided to go to the eternal divine sea, Long Chen did not expect that he would have a breakthrough before that. He went with the attitude of facing death with equanimity. Along the way, he had reached the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm, which undoubtedly provided a huge guarantee for his operation this time. It also gave him the qualification to challenge the divine phoenix. Everything returned to peace. Long Chen opened his eyes. 2 blood-red rays of light suddenly flashed from his eyes. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was emitting a boundless power. Even the wolf cub, who was at the same level as him, was somewhat frightened. Long Chen's current strength was not only reflected in his quintessential essence, but also in the invisible oppressive force that came from his martial spirit. The martial soul was the foundation of the earth martial arts realm. The improvement of the martial soul was the real improvement. Big brother, you really succeeded. The wolf cub's face showed a look of surprise. Originally, there was no way forward, but unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Now, Long Chen was qualified to fight against Zhao Danchen's ancient demon corpse and even Feng Xian. His strength had truly advanced to the most decisive level of the Shenwu dynasty. If Long Shan still had the fighting strength of the earth martial realm's 4th level, he probably would not be a match for Long Chen now. Long Chen smiled and nodded. The path to the eternal divine sea was already quite clear. Let's go, wolf cub. This time, we brothers will advance together. At the 3rd level of the earth martial realm, even if Long Chen did not transform into the dragon soul, his speed was similar to that of the wolf cub. The wolf cub nodded excitedly. Our goal, the eternal divine sea. The man and the wolf finally felt a little relieved. However, it was only a little easier. The divine phoenix had dominated the eternal divine sea for so many years, so it was actually easy to deal with. Even Zhao Wuji did not dare to go to the Sky Island easily. Once he went there, if he was discovered by the divine phoenix, he would definitely end up fighting. Fighting was a fight to the death, and it was very likely that there would be casualties. In the past, Zhao Wuji would certainly not go to the eternal divine sea if it was not necessary. After spending 4 days and 4 nights, Long Chen and Wolf Cub finally reached their destination. This was an ordinary grassland. In front of them was an endless grassland. The knee-high grass covered Long Chen's field of vision. If even the grass could grow so high, it meant that no one had come here for a long time. Even wild beasts like horses probably did not dare to come here. However, the wild grass here did not have any luster, and it even looked a little sickly. This was because the sky above them was a huge sea of fog. Long Chen raised his head and there was nothing in the sky in front of him except for the thick white fog. This white fog seemed to cover a wider area than the grassland. In this sea of fog, the sounds of birds chirping could be heard, some near and some far away. Those that could live in this sea of fog were basically demonic beasts. This sea of fog was the world of bird-type demonic beasts. Little wolf, I will sneak into this sea of fog. You enter the Taishu realm first. Once I find the divine phoenix, we will work together to kill it. If Mo Xiaolang was in human form, he would not have much combat power. Moreover, a demonic beast's body shape would be easily discovered, so he could only nod. However, he believed that Long Chen could definitely do it. Soon, Little Wolf entered the Taishu realm. Long Chen took a deep breath and mobilized his qi. With the ability of the first heavenly aperture, he began to fly into the sky and plunged into the sea of fog in the sky. Moving in this sea of fog, the surrounding was a vast expanse of whiteness. This feeling was actually not much different from the feeling of being in the sea. The only difference was that moving here was slightly easier than moving in the sea. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, behind him, left and right. At his current realm, Long Chen's control of qi and qi was no less than that of Long Chen and the others. He carefully controlled his own qi so that he would not be discovered by other demonic beasts. Coupled with the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, there were many bird-type demonic beasts on the way to Sky Island, but none of them had discovered him. Of course, Long Chen was not afraid of these demonic beasts. However, it would inevitably be troublesome if he was besieged by these demonic beasts before reaching Sky Island. Moreover, the divine phoenix was a bird-type demonic beast and was good at fighting in the sky. Long Chen was not familiar with flying. If they did not fight on the ground, Long Chen and Little Wolf's combat power would inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, since he couldn't lure the divine phoenix to the ground, Long Chen could only go to Sky Island. At least Sky Island had land and a place where he could borrow strength. When the time came, it should be much more convenient for him to fight. Moreover, it was the divine phoenix's large nest. Even if the divine phoenix was defeated, it wouldn't immediately flee. Before reaching the eternal divine sea, Long Chen had already found the people of Scarlet Soul in a nearby city and asked about the location of Sky Island. The eternal divine sea was quite mysterious in the eyes of the world, but Scarlet Soul still had some information. Following the map given by Scarlet Soul, Long Chen headed in the direction of Sky Island. In front of him, the aura of demonic beasts was getting stronger and stronger. The number of demonic beasts was at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Chapter 650. Feng Xian, oh, Feng Xian, you can't wait any longer. Let's start, Feng Xian said to herself. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's eyes darkened. They could tell that Feng Xian was about to start. Without the two of them, Huangfu Qi's body would melt. In the end, there would only be 3 heavenly wind veins left in the wooden barrel. At that time, Feng Xian would be able to transplant the 3 heavenly wind veins into her body. His methods were cruel and vicious, which could be seen clearly. This woman must die. Long Chen told himself in his heart. At this time, Mo Xiaolang touched his arm and signaled with his eyes. Long Chen nodded. It was time to start. Mo Xiaolang's body moved lightly among the trees. After moving to another place, he began to move. At this time, Long Chen also quietly moved to a place close to the cave. At this time, Mo Xiaolang made his move. Only by transforming into the body of a sun-devouring demonic wolf could he regain his powerful combat power. The sun-devouring demonic wolf, which had reached the 3rd rank of the king level, was much bigger than before. It was only slightly smaller than the Blackwater mystical snake. Roar! A black flame swept out and instantly burned all the surrounding trees. A black sun-devouring demonic wolf came out of the flame and instantly pounced in front of Feng Xian. When Mo Xiaolang began to move, Feng Xian didn't look in his direction. However, at this time, Feng Xian revealed a cold smile. Long Chen felt that he must have seen wrongly. It was a tense moment, so he didn't pay much attention to it. When Xiao Lang transformed into a sun-devouring demonic wolf, Feng Xian suddenly turned around as expected. When she saw Xiao Lang's appearance, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly reacted. You're finally making your move. This monster is not bad. Just then, Feng Xian said with a smile. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were both shocked. Then, they suddenly realized that Feng Xian had probably discovered them long ago. Until now, she had not made a move. She was just toying with Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Oh no. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf panicked a little when he saw that Feng Xian wasn't surprised by his appearance. However, he immediately reacted and a ferocious look appeared on his face. A sliver of the 9 serene demonic ancestral flame in his mouth instantly surged in Feng Xian's direction. Oh, what kind of flame is this? Feng Xian moved away slightly, blocking the wooden barrel that Huangfu Qi was in front of him. Seeing this scene, the sun-devouring demon wolf quickly withdrew the 9 nether demon ancestral flame. If it hit Huangfu Qi, today's plan would be ruined. The original plan probably hadn't expected Feng Xian to know of their existence, which was why they were so passive. As for how Feng Xian knew of their existence, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had no idea. Not only did the attack of the 9 nether demon ancestral flame not allow Feng Xian to chase after Xiaolang, but it also allowed Feng Xian to know the goal of Long Chen and Xiaolang. Didn't this mean that Long Chen and Xiaolang's goal was to save Huangfu Qi? So you are here to save this girl. So you're here to save this girl. You followed me all the way from Martial Emperor City. Did you really think that I wouldn't be able to find you? There's another one, come out too. I know where you are. Feng Xian looked in the direction of Long Chen. Son of a bitch, I'm going all out. Long Chen knew that there was no need for him to hide anymore. He walked out from behind the tree and looked at Feng Xian with sparkling eyes. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Feng Xian had a look of satisfaction on her face. She sized up Long Chen and said, to be able to reach this realm at such a young age and have a 3rd-grade king-level demonic beast as a companion, you must be quite famous in the court of God Wushu Sage. Long Chen didn't answer her. He was thinking of a countermeasure. The sun-devouring demon wolf was standing not far from Long Chen, its eyes burning with black flames as it stared at Feng Xian. Huangfu Qi was beside her. He looked in the direction of Long Chen, wanting to ask Long Chen what he was going to do. Long Chen didn't know what to do and could only adapt to the situation. Seeing that Long Chen was not speaking, and his cold, murderous gaze made Feng Xian feel quite uncomfortable. She smiled coquettishly, her breasts bouncing up and down as she said to Long Chen, looks like you're quite stubborn. How is it? From the look in your eyes, I can tell that you want to kill me, and then this little girl. However, based on your strength, you're still far from being able to do so. Furthermore. She paused and looked at Long Chen and the wolf cub with a flirtatious gaze. What's so good about this little girl? Her body hasn't even matured yet, how can she be more charming than me? You two haven't tasted the taste of a woman yet, right? This demonic beast can even transform into a human, so its combat power must be quite high. This Feng Xian was really a flirtatious hussy. Her greedy eyes swept over Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen felt nauseous and said, us brothers aren't interested in old women, especially the kind that anyone can sleep with, so you're going to be disappointed. Long Chen's words made Feng Xian tremble with anger. In recent years, what she hated the most was being called an old woman. Not only did Long Chen say it, but he also had a disdainful look on his face, which made Feng Xian's heart burn with anger. Fine, fine, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then you can die. 3,000 phantoms. After saying that, Feng Xian displayed the move that she had used to deal with the Martial Emperor seal. She wanted to defeat Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in one move. Once they were done, she could easily transfer Huangfu Qi's heavenly wind vein to her body. 3,000 wind-shaped phantoms appeared densely around Feng Xian. These phantoms were humanoid and had arms and thighs. Each of the phantoms was quite powerful. Especially at the end, they could use self-destruct skills to cause even greater lethality. Under Feng Xian's control, the 3,000 phantoms surrounded Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang without saying a word. It seemed like there was no space in the world for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to escape. The 3,000 phantoms made Long Chen frown. However, he quickly thought of a way. This method was rather thrilling. However, if they continued to fight with her 3,000 phantoms, they would probably be finished before they could encounter Feng Xian. I'll let you have a taste of the attacks of these 3,000 phantoms. Don't worry, I will only capture you. I won't let you die so quickly. You two are such good young men, and you look good too. How can I mistreat you? Feng Xian said with a smile as she swayed her hips. The 3,000 phantoms instantly pounced in front of Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Xiao Lang, cover my escape. Long Chen immediately rushed to Xiao Lang's side and said to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Cover his escape. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen was a very loyal person. He would never leave Mo Xiaolang and Huangfu Qi and escape alone. He must have his reasons for asking Xiao Lang to cover his escape. At this time, the 3,000 phantoms were already in front of them. The hundreds of phantoms in front of them had already surrounded Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf. They were attacked from all directions. Unless one reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he would not be able to escape from this place. Dragon's Soul Transformation. At this moment, Long Chen used the Dragon's Soul Transformation to increase the fighting capacity of his genuine essence by 10 times, which was equivalent to the genuine essence of a warrior at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Blood-red dragon scales and armor condensed on his body. The sharp bone spurs looked quite cold, like the edge of a blade. After transforming into the Dragon's Soul Transformation, Long Chen first rushed to the front of at least 4 phantoms. He used the soul-crushing dragon claw 4 times in a row to completely shatter these phantoms. However, new phantoms quickly appeared beside Feng Xian. Countless wild winds swept in the direction of Long Chen. At this time, the sun-devouring demonic wolf roared and spat out a large mass of black flames. This black flame was the devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities. The 3,000 phantoms could not withstand the attack of the devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities and were directly burned to ashes. The sun-devouring demonic wolf opened up a path in front of Long Chen. All the phantoms along the way were killed by Xiao Lang. At this moment, Long Chen instantly rushed into the passage and rushed out of the encirclement of the 3,000 phantoms with a speed 10 times faster than before. Bitch, one day I'll take your life. Today, I'll let you go. After rushing out of the 3,000 phantoms, Long Chen's angry voice reverberated. After hearing this, Feng Xian looked at Long Chen's rapidly escaping figure and shook her head. He actually abandoned this little girl and his demonic beast and ran away alone. Now this guy is not a good person. He seems to be back for revenge. Can you escape from me, Feng Xian's palm? After Xiao Lang spat out the devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities, he was surrounded by countless phantoms. The only thing he could use was the devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities. Therefore, only by using the devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities would he not be killed by the 3,000 phantoms. However, in just a short period of time, he was already in danger. However, Xiao Lang told himself that he must hold on until Long Chen's new plan succeeded. Long Chen definitely did not escape alone. He had a plan. Feng Xian's 3,000 phantoms could definitely take care of Mo Xiaolang. From the rhythm of the wind, she could hear that there was no one within a few miles. Therefore, she decided to temporarily let go of Huangfu Qi and chase in the direction that Long Chen had gone. With her speed, she would be able to catch Long Chen in a dozen breaths. Chapter 651. The 3,000 phantoms were something that could even resist the Martial Emperor's ring and the Martial Emperor's seal. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was only a 3rd-grade martial king. Under the attack of the 3,000 phantoms, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was in imminent danger. No, I have to hold on. The 3,000 phantoms were very small, and Xiao Lang's body was rather large. Hence, when the 3,000 phantoms surrounded the sun-devouring demonic wolf and attacked, Xiao Lang could only use his flames to burn a portion of the phantoms. Overall, he was at a disadvantage, especially when the phantoms exploded near Xiao Lang. If the phantoms had exploded near Xiao Lang's flesh might have been blasted open. The power of the 3,000 phantoms was really terrifying. After a short period of time, Xiao Lang's body was already covered in many wounds. Fresh blood gradually dyed his black fur red. However, Xiao Lang didn't even frown during this process. I have to hold on until he succeeds. This was the belief that Xiao Lang persisted in. Not far below him, Huang Fuqi's small body was lying quietly in the purple wooden barrel. She was sleeping very peacefully. She couldn't see or hear anything that happened in the outside world. This was also the belief that kept Xiao Lang going. As for Long Chen, he used his fastest speed to escape through the forest. Very soon, he had covered a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Suddenly, Feng Xian's charming laughter came from behind him. Looking at your eyes, I thought you were a real man. I didn't expect you to be a coward who abandoned your friends and ran away alone. I, Feng Xian, despise people like you the most. As expected, she caught up and left Huang Fuqi there. This was Long Chen's plan. He knew that Feng Xian would definitely catch up. Her strength far surpassed Long Chen's, so it would only take her a while to catch up to Long Chen. Long Chen immediately stopped and turned to look at Feng Xian. When he had been fleeing, he had been in a sorry state, which was normal. However, when Long Chen turned back, Feng Xian suddenly saw a mocking smile on his face. You still dare to smile at death's door. Feng Xian also stopped and stood in front of Long Chen. She sized up Long Chen and said with some surprise, I didn't expect you to be a beast warrior. Furthermore, the beast warrior's power seems very strong. It increased your quintessence significantly. There are still many things you don't know. Long Chen sneered. The sun-devouring demon wolf was still being attacked by the 3,000 phantoms. Long Chen knew that time was of the essence. Without saying a word, he used a sacred art that he had thought of but hadn't used in a long time. Blood escape. A ray of blood light flashed beside Feng Xian without any warning and disappeared in an instant. This blood escape burned all of Long Chen's spiritual essence, allowing Long Chen's speed to increase by dozens or even hundreds of times in a short period of time. No matter how fast the blood escape was, it could only allow Long Chen to travel 10 miles. He was only 2 miles away from where Huang Fuqi was. Thus, Long Chen's spiritual essence was definitely enough. This was his plan. When Feng Xian used the 3,000 phantoms, Long Chen thought of this plan. The 3,000 phantoms could definitely restrain Xiao Lang. If Long Chen escaped at this time, Feng Xian would definitely put down Huang Fuqi and chase after him. She was confident that she could bring Long Chen back in a dozen breaths. She never thought that Long Chen would have such a heaven-defying method like the blood escape. For Long Chen to be able to come up with such a plan in such a short period of time, it could be seen that his intelligence was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Not panicking in the face of danger, this had always been his best mental state. Then, he successfully lured Feng Xian here. At this time, he began to use the blood escape and instantly returned to Huang Fuqi. This plan was carried out under desperation. After all, Long Chen did not expect that Feng Xian had already discovered the two of them. What kind of escape is this? This ray of bloody light made Feng Xian's face become extremely lifeless. She knew that she had been tricked this time. Someone like Long Chen, with that look in his eyes, didn't seem like someone who would run for his life alone. After knowing that she had been tricked, Feng Xian's first reaction was monstrous anger, and then she chased after him. She was from the Feng clan and had a strong talent in speed. Moreover, she knew that Long Chen was escaping to that place, so she instantly turned around and ran in the direction of Long Chen. However, no matter how fast she was, she could not catch up with Long Chen's blood escape. When she saw Long Chen from afar, Long Chen had already stopped beside Huang Fuqi. 3,000 phantoms. Feng Xian quickly withdrew the 3,000 phantoms around Xiao Lang, and then all rushed in the direction of Long Chen, ready to lock Long Chen in this place. Trying to take someone away in front of me? It's not that easy. How can you escape with such a big wooden barrel? Feng Xian did not panic. In front of an expert like her, it was obvious that Long Chen would definitely not be able to take Huang Fuqi away. However, she was stunned once again. This was because Long Chen had directly put the wooden barrel into the Taishu realm. As long as it was in the Taishu realm, unless Long Chen and Kitten agreed, it would be impossible to come out. Even if Long Chen died, Feng Xian would not be able to get it out. How is this possible? Feng Xian was shocked. She did not know that there was such a thing as the Taishu realm. Just as Long Chen put Huang Fuqi away, the 3,000 densely packed phantoms appeared in front of him. However, Xiao Lang's Hades demon ancestral fire also came. All the phantoms attacked Long Chen, and Xiao Lang regained his freedom. The 3,000 phantoms in front of him gathered together and attacked Long Chen. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for Xiao Lang. He wanted to gather all the phantoms together so that he could kill them all at once. The 9 nether demon ancestral flame could definitely kill the 3,000 phantoms. The reason why the wolf cub couldn't deal with them before was because he was surrounded by them. Moreover, the 3,000 phantoms were very scattered. The wolf cub couldn't kill many of them at once. Roar! With all his strength, Xiao Lang spewed out all the Hades demon ancestral fire that he could use. Under the attack of the Hades demon ancestral fire, the 3,000 phantoms in front of Long Chen were swept away in an instant. Not even dregs were left. There were only a few phantoms not far away, attacking Long Chen alone. The cooperation between the two had reached an unimaginable level. He had finally succeeded. There was only one last step left. An ecstatic smile appeared on Long Chen's face. More than half of the 3,000 phantoms were directly destroyed by Xiao Lang. For Feng Xian, this was a heavy loss. If the 3,000 phantoms eventually returned to her body, her spiritual ether would be restored quickly. However, at this time, not only was Huang Fuqi gone, but she had also lost most of her spiritual ether. She even suffered serious internal injuries. This series of blows added together made Feng Xian spit out a mouthful of blood. Let's go. Seeing that Feng Xian was furious, Long Chen used the last bit of time to rush to Xiao Lang's side. In an instant, he sent Xiao Lang back to the Great Void Realm. At this time, the angry Feng Xian was only a little distance away from Long Chen. Go to hell. Feng Xian snarled. Her originally beautiful face looked quite ferocious at this time. If she allowed Long Chen to escape, she would lose everything this time. She would lose everything. It could be said that she had completely lost everything. The battle with the martial emperor would also be in vain. At most, it would benefit Zhao Danchen in the end. Goodbye, bitch. Long Chen turned his head and smiled mockingly at her. Then he burned all his remaining spiritual qi and used the blood escape to move his body 8 miles away in an instant. The distance of 8 miles was not long, but it was not short either. Moreover, Feng Xian was still chasing after him. If he was unlucky, he might still be caught. Big brother, let me do it. In the Great Void Realm, Xiao Lang said. I still have one more move. In the process of speaking, Long Chen used the time reversal on his body. From the time before the blood escape to the distance of 8 miles, less than 10 breaths of time had passed. The time reversal skill of the Great Void Dragon Talisman could restore Long Chen's body to 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, Long Chen still had at least 80% of the spiritual qi in his body. This 80% of the spiritual qi was enough for Long Chen to use the blood escape again. Under the heaven-defying ability of the time reversal, the exhausted spiritual qi in Long Chen's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, recovered 80% in a very short period of time. This was a power outside the rules. The 80% of the spiritual qi seemed to appear out of thin air. After changing directions, Long Chen once again used the blood escape and traveled another 8 miles. At this time, he was really exhausted. He could only let Xiao Lang come out. The skin wounds on Xiao Lang's body were not a hindrance to him and did not affect his speed of travel. Although it was not a straight line from where they were before, it was at least more than 10 miles away. It would be quite difficult for Feng Xian to find them and catch up. On the back of Xiao Lang, Long Chen quickly recovered the spiritual qi in his body. Because there was no essence and blood of demonic beasts to refine blood into qi, Long Chen could only swallow the martial essence in the imperial crystals into his body to recover his strength. The two of them were constantly changing directions as they quickly escaped. After a short period of time, Feng Xian's figure appeared at the place where Long Chen used the blood escape for the first time and then used the time reversal. It's not here. Feng Xian's face became rather ugly. Bastard, I, Feng Xian, will definitely tear you into pieces. How dare you stop me from seizing the heavenly wind vein? Damn it, damn it. If I meet you again, I will definitely make you die a horrible death. Her face became quite ferocious. Then, she suddenly laughed. What's the use of saving that little girl? After being soaked in my green sorcerer liquid, that little girl has long lost her vitality. Her brain has long died, only her body is still alive. You saved a dead person, what's there to be happy about? Haha. Feng Xian's beautiful face was full of terrifying hostility. She clenched her fists and the blue veins on the back of her hands were bulging. It could be seen how angry she was at this moment. Chapter 652. Long Chen, you guys stop. Kitten suddenly said after moving for more than 25 kilometers and confirming that Feng Xian could no longer catch up. At this time, Long Chen was nervously recovering his body while Xiao Lang was desperately running. One man and one wolf had entered a barren mountainous region. Hearing Kitten's words, Long Chen and Xiao Lang were stunned. They stopped and Long Chen said, "Fat cat, do you have anything to say?" Kitten was a little displeased by Long Chen's impolite words. He laughed mischievously and said, "I'm indeed talking nonsense. You guys get that little girl out. That bad woman can't catch up anymore. Why don't you check on your little darling's body?" Long Chen did not frown. He had a bad premonition in his heart. If Kitten said that, something must have happened. It should be enough to escape here. Long Chen hurriedly got off Xiao Lang's back. As soon as he landed, he took out the purple wooden barrel that Huangfu Qi was in from the Great Void Realm and carefully placed it on the ground. He felt that Huangfu Qi's heart was still beating. This meant that she was still alive. Long Chen felt that she was still alive, so he did not think too much about it. In the green liquid, Huangfu Qi was motionless. His face was quite pale. Xiao Lang turned from a sun-devouring demon wolf to a human and stood at the edge of the barrel. He looked nervously at Huangfu Qi and then scolded Kitten, "Fat cat, do you have nothing better to do? She should be fine." "Ouch, little black dog, you still dare to be rude to me? If it weren't for this kid, I would have killed you with a puff of my breath." Fat cat looked at Mo Xiaolang contemptuously with its big belly protruding out. "All right, stop arguing. Tell me what's wrong with Chi Chi." Long Chen's voice was cold. Among the three of them, his words carried the most weight. Even though the kitten's mouth was a little dirty, it was still led by Long Chen. Everyone became serious at this moment, so it said directly, "I'll be straightforward. Not only is she in trouble, it's not a small matter. Looking at her current state, she can be considered dead." "What?" Long Chen and the wolf cub both cried out in shock. They glared at the kitten with ferocious expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Why are you looking at me so fiercely? I didn't kill her, it's the woman you were fighting," Kitten said gloomily. Long Chen calmed down and said, "Fat cat, don't talk nonsense. Tell me in detail what's going on. Can she be saved? Yes, she might be saved. Kitten said this first. If he didn't say this, Long Chen and Xiao Lang would probably be worried to death. After hearing that, Long Chen and Xiao Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only a possibility, at least there was hope. As long as there was a trace of hope, Long Chen wouldn't give up. Then tell me in detail what's going on. Long Chen said. It's like this. The liquid that she's soaking in is called green sorcerer liquid. It's a medicinal liquid made of a total of 38 kinds of elixirs. It has a special effect. It can make a person's brain die, but the organs of the body and so on will still be alive. This little girl has been soaking in this green sorcerer liquid for a long time, so she's actually unconscious. The only thing left is a body that can still function. That woman wants to take the celestial wind vein out of her body. Green sorcerer liquid. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Feng Xian to be even more vicious than him. He clenched his fists tightly and his chest was filled with anger. I won't stop until I kill this guy. In his heart, Long Chen roared crazily. No, I have to take Qi out of this green sorcerer liquid. What the hell is this? The initially calm little wolf's eyes were filled with anger when it heard this news. It was the green sorcerer's liquid that had caused Huangfu Qi to become like this. Hence, it was preparing to get Huangfu Qi out of the green sorcerer's liquid. Stinky dog, you better stop your hand. Kitten said lazily. Xiao Lang stopped what he was doing. This time, Kitten directly scolded him, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, why? Her body is currently absorbing nutrients from the green sorcerer liquid. If you take her out, she'll be completely dead. Even if we save her, there's no way to save her, Kitten said seriously. It could be seen that Long Chen and Xiao Lang cared a lot about this little girl. Fat cat, just tell us how to save her. We're listening. At this moment, Long Chen, who was staring straight at Huangfu Qi's little green face, said coldly. There was a chill in his voice that made Kitten's hair stand on end. Kitten hurriedly said, there's only one solution. I heard that in the divine Wuxia Sage Empire, there's a place called the Eternal Divine Ocean. On the Eternal Divine Ocean, there's a rank 4 king stage demon beast called the Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix is a descendant of the Divine Phoenix, which is on the same level as the Golden Crow and I in ancient times. It has a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline, and the blood of the Divine Phoenix has a powerful regenerative ability. The Divine Phoenix has a certain degree of immortality. As long as the Divine Phoenix is killed and this little girl soaks in its blood for 3 days and 3 nights, her dead consciousness will be able to condense again. It will also be extremely beneficial to her. The Divine Phoenix. Therefore, the only way is to kill this rank 4 king stage Divine Phoenix. Long Chen raised his head. When he had first arrived at the Divine Wuxia Sage Empire, he had already heard of the Divine Phoenix's reputation. It was a rank 4 king stage demon beast, which was said to be on the same level as a martial emperor. Among the demon beasts of the Divine Wuxia Sage Empire, the Divine Phoenix had a supreme status, and the Eternal Divine Ocean was its nest. The Eternal Divine Ocean wasn't a sea, but a huge sea of fog that existed in the sky above a certain area of the Divine Wuxia Sage Empire. In this endless sea of fog, there was a floating sky island. This sky island was a gathering place for countless bird-type demon beasts, and it was also the habitat of the Divine Phoenix. The endless sea of fog next to it was the place where the bird-type demon beasts fought, lived, and soared. The Eternal Divine Ocean was a place that was even more dangerous than the dreamy cloud swamp. Although the name sounded nice, it was an extremely ominous place. It was said to be immortal, but basically, anyone who entered it would die. Of course, martial emperors were an exception. There were many king-stage demon beasts in the Eternal Divine Ocean. The entire layout of the demon beasts was almost comparable to the Wuxia alliance of the Divine Wuxia Sage Empire. There was a rank 4 king stage Divine Phoenix, and there were even rank 3 king stage demonic beasts. There were also many rank 2 king stage demonic beasts, and rank 1 king stage demonic beasts were almost the same as the martial kings of the Wushu alliance. Fortunately, the demonic beasts of the Eternal Divine Sea only lived in the Misty Sea and basically did not appear in other places. Otherwise, with their natural advantage of flying, even if the Martial Alliance sent out all of their forces, they might not be able to fight against the demonic beasts of the Eternal Divine Sea. It was a level 4 king-level monster with a trace of the ancient phoenix's bloodline. Such a monster should not be much weaker than the injured Feng Xian. The only way for Long Chen to revive Huangfu Qi was to go to the Eternal Divine Sea and complete this almost impossible task. That rank 4 king stage demonic beast is probably very difficult to deal with. If the two of you go, not only will you not be able to save this little girl, but you will also lose your life. Therefore, I suggest that you don't go. This little girl is unlucky. If she's gone, then so be it. Ah, what are you doing? While Kitten was nagging, Long Chen kept Huangfu Qi in the Great Void Realm without saying a word. Then, Xiao Lang turned back into the sun-devouring demonic wolf. With his strong recovery ability, the external wounds on his body had gradually healed. In the battle just now, Xiao Lang had only used the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral fire, so he was a little exhausted. However, it was easy to travel and did not consume much energy. Long Chen was recovering his spiritual ether on the back of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. He tried his best to fully recover by the time they reached their destination. "Hey, what's your decision?" Kitten asked gloomily. He had just talked about the Eternal Divine Ocean and did not know what Long Chen and Yi Futian's decision would be, but the two of them were already like this. Nonsense, to the Eternal Divine Ocean. You can't beat the Sky Phoenix. You're just courting death. Kitten was depressed again. How would we know if we didn't fight it? Long Chen said. Helpless, Kitten had no choice but to enter the Great Void Realm. When you see the power of the Sky Phoenix and are about to die, you won't think like this anymore, Kitten said. No one paid attention to him. As the sun-devouring demon wolf hurried on, a blurry black shadow was rapidly moving through the mountains. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see what was passing by them. Long Chen, on the other hand, was recovering his spiritual ether. The battle between Martial Emperor and the others, as well as the fact that he had exhausted his strength twice in a row, had actually brought Long Chen many benefits. While he was recovering his strength, Long Chen kept replaying the battle between Martial Emperor and the others in his mind. The punches and kicks kept replaying in Long Chen's mind. During the process of cultivation, Long Chen subconsciously followed those movements. The 3 martial realms all had the word martial in them. To some extent, martial was equivalent to battle. The more battles one fought, the stronger the feeling of martial arts. Through the thrilling battle just now and watching the battle between Martial Emperor and Feng Xian, Long Chen had gained a lot of insight into martial arts. Now, he was taking advantage of the time he had to rush to the Eternal Divine Ocean to gradually digest these insights. Along the way, on Xiao Lang's back was his only chance to cultivate. Ever since he came out from the War People, Long Chen had been running around several times. This might be the last time. As long as he could succeed this time and bring Huangfu Qi back to life, Long Chen could focus on waiting for the ancient tomb token. Chapter 653. The Martial Emperor was already dead and had been replaced by Zhao Danchen. At the same time, there was Feng Xian, who was even more difficult to deal with. Although Long Chen had Long Shan's help, it was still impossible for him to obtain the Ancient Tomb Medallion. To him, the Ancient Tomb Medallion was more important than his own life. Because it represented whether he was qualified to see Lingxi. If he didn't get the Ancient Tomb token this time, it meant that he would have to wait for a few more years. How could Lingxi wait for that time? How was she doing in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? What kind of power was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? These were all unknown. Therefore, Long Chen could only fight. Fight to the death. Cultivation, non-stop cultivation. The cultivation of the martial realm was not as simple as devouring. Long Chen's previous advancement was too smooth. The cultivation of the martial realm made him understand the difficulty of cultivation. He felt that his heaven-defying speed was slow, not to mention other people who had to stay in the same realm for a few years or even couldn't improve for the rest of their lives. The first heaven aperture was in the sea of consciousness. His comprehension ability was many times that of others. Long Chen finally broke through the last barrier of the third level of the earth martial arts realm by watching everyone's every move, Long Yu's previous guidance, and the thrilling competition with Feng Xian in the process of hurrying on the road. Long Chen finally broke through the last barrier of the third level of the earth martial arts realm. Feeling Long Chen's movement on his back, Xiao Lang immediately stopped. At this moment, Long Chen jumped from his back and landed on the ground. He closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. The fist manual of the third level of the earth martial realm naturally danced in his hands. For a moment, Long Chen felt that his whole body was connected to the earth. His pulse became the pulse of the earth. The rhythm and frequency of the two were exactly the same. He punched out, retracted, and punched out, as if he was connected to the endless ground. Ha! With the last shout, Long Chen's whole body was filled with yellow sand. The yellow sand danced around him rhythmically in his fist technique. The yellow sand suddenly became a tornado, sweeping around Long Chen. Then, the spiritual energy in the veins of the earth rushed towards Long Chen's direction. There was not much spiritual energy in the veins of the earth, but under Long Chen's extraction, countless spiritual energy gathered towards this place. The ground within a mile was completely covered with spiritual energy. Countless spiritual energy surrounded Long Chen and rushed into his body like a storm. Then, he absorbed all of it and turned it into his own dragon soul qi. Because of the dense earth vein spiritual qi, the surrounding ground emitted a sparkling and translucent light. The ordinary ground had become the most beautiful jade at this moment. Xiao Lang stared blankly at this scene. In the center of Long Chen's sea of consciousness was the most mysterious dragon jade in his body. Below the dragon jade was the inherited blood of the ancient bloodline spiritual dragon, and above the dragon jade was the dragon-shaped martial soul that Long Chen had condensed. At this moment, after Long Chen's comprehension of the word martial, his dragon-shaped martial soul had become a lot more solid and had reached the third level of the earth martial arts realm. A dragon-shaped martial soul definitely didn't exist in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Even if there were other dragon warriors in the dragon sacrificial continent, they couldn't be as powerful as a warrior like Long Chen who possessed the ancestral dragon's blood. After all, in ancient times, the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent was the world of primordial divine dragons. There were billions of divine dragons, and even if they went extinct, there would always be some who left their bloodline behind. Just like how Long Yu's ancestor had obtained the inheritance blood essence of the lowest grade red dragon. There was also the dragon warrior, Wang Chen, who was destined to be the strongest enemy in Long Chen's life. Although Long Chen hadn't seen him, he already felt pressure from the dragon warrior, Wang Chen. Dragon warriors, even in the emperor domain, were quite rare. Wang Chen's inherited blood was definitely not the ancestral dragon's. There could only be one ancestral dragon, Long Chen. The transformation and solidification of the dragon-shaped martial soul allowed Long Chen to control more genuine essence and have a greater transformation ability. The endless earth vein spiritual qi entered his body and merged with the dragon soul genuine essence in the martial vein. Under the powerful transformation ability of the dragon soul genuine essence, 100 portions of earth vein spiritual qi were transformed into 1 portion of dragon soul genuine essence. The endless earth vein spiritual qi frantically entered Long Chen's body, and the dragon soul genuine essence that Long Chen possessed skyrocketed again and again, finally reaching the level of 10 times the original. At this moment, Long Chen truly possessed the genuine essence of the third level of the earth martial arts realm. After displaying the dragon soul transformation, he was comparable to an expert in the fourth level of the earth martial arts realm. When he decided to go to the eternal divine sea, Long Chen did not expect that he would make a breakthrough before that. He went there with the attitude of facing death with equanimity. On the way, he reached the third level of the Earth martial arts realm, which undoubtedly provided a great guarantee for his action this time, and also gave him the qualification to challenge the Divine Phoenix. Everything returned to peace. Long Chen opened his eyes, and two blood-red lights suddenly flashed from his eyes. At this time, Long Chen was exuding a vast power. Even Xiao Lang, who was at the same level as him, was a little frightened. Long Chen's strength at this time was not only reflected in his genuine essence, but also reflected in the invisible pressure after his martial soul improved. The martial soul was the foundation of the Earth martial arts realm. The improvement of the martial soul was the real improvement. Big brother, you really succeeded. A look of surprise appeared on Xiao Lang's face. There was originally no way forward, but unexpectedly there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Now, Long Chen was qualified to fight against Zhao Danchen's ancient demon's corpse, and even Feng Xian. His strength had truly advanced to the most decisive level of the Wushu Sage dynasty. If Long San still had the combat strength of the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm, he probably would not be a match for Long Chen now. Long Chen smiled and nodded. The road to the Eternal Divine Sea was quite clear. Let's go, Xiao Lang. This time, we brothers will go forward together. At the third level of the Earth martial arts realm, even if Long Chen did not transform into the dragon soul, his speed was similar to that of Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang nodded excitedly. The goal is the Eternal Divine Sea. The man and the wolf finally felt a little relieved. However, it was just a little easier. The Divine Phoenix had dominated the Eternal Divine Sea for so many years, so it was actually easy to deal with. Even Zhao Wuji did not dare to go to the Sky Island easily. Once he went there, as long as he was discovered by the Divine Phoenix, he would definitely end up fighting. A battle was a fight to the death, and it was very likely that there would be casualties. In the past, Zhao Wuji would certainly not go to the Eternal Divine Sea if it was not necessary. After spending 4 days and 4 nights, Long Chen and the wolf finally reached their destination. It was an ordinary grassland. In front of them was an endless grassland. The knee-high grass covered Long Chen's field of vision. Even the grass could grow so high, which meant that no one had come here for a long time. Even wild animals like horses probably did not dare to come here. However, the weeds here did not have any luster, and even looked a little sickly. This was because the sky above them was a huge sea of fog. Long Chen raised his head. In the sky in front of him, there was nothing but thick white fog. The white fog seemed to cover a wider area than the grassland. In this sea of fog, bird cries could be heard from far and near. Those that could live in this sea of fog were basically at the level of demon beasts. This sea of fog was the world of bird-type demon beasts. Xiao Lang, I will sneak into this sea of fog. You enter the Taishu realm first. Once I find the Divine Phoenix, we will work together to kill it. If Mo Xiao Lang was in human form, he would not have much combat power. Moreover, the body of a demon beast would be easily discovered, so he could only nod. However, he believed that Long Chen would definitely be able to do it. Soon, Xiao Lang entered the Taishu realm. Meanwhile, Long Chen took a deep breath and mobilized his essential ether. With the ability of the first heavenly aperture, he began to fly into the sky and plunged into the sea of fog in the sky. As he moved in the sea of fog, he was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. This feeling was actually not much different from the feeling of being in the sea. The only difference was that it was slightly easier to move here than in the sea. All around him was a vast expanse of whiteness. At this realm, Long Chen's control of essential ether and aura was no less than that of Long Chen and the others. He carefully controlled his own aura so that he would not be discovered by other demon beasts. Coupled with the spirit-devouring demon eyes, there were many bird-type demon beasts on the way to Sky Island, but none of them had discovered him. Of course, Long Chen was not afraid of these demon beasts. However, if he was besieged by these demon beasts before reaching Sky Island, it would inevitably be troublesome. Another point was that the divine phoenix was a bird-type demon beast and was adept at fighting in the air. Moreover, Long Chen was not familiar with flying. If they did not fight on the ground, Long Chen and Xiao Lang's combat power would inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, since he couldn't lure the divine phoenix to the ground, Long Chen could only go to Sky Island. At least Sky Island had land and a place where he could borrow strength. When the time came, it should be much more convenient for him to fight. Moreover, it was the divine phoenix's large nest. Even if the divine phoenix was defeated, it wouldn't immediately flee. Before reaching the eternal divine sea, Long Chen had already found someone from Scarlet Soul in a nearby city and inquired about the location of Sky Island. The eternal divine sea was quite mysterious to the world, but Scarlet Soul still had some information. Following the map given by Scarlet Soul, Long Chen headed in the direction of Sky Island. In front of him, the aura of demon beasts was getting stronger and stronger. There were at least tens of thousands of demon beasts, maybe even hundreds of thousands. Chapter 654. After passing through the dense fog, Long Chen headed towards the Sky Island on the map. In the past, most of the bird-type demonic beasts that Long Chen had seen were tamed and used as a means of transportation. This time, however, he saw too many demonic beasts that he had never seen before. These demonic beasts flew and soared in the sky, setting off biting cold gales. Sky sparrows, four-winged fire birds, and so on were everywhere. Perhaps because of the heavenly phoenix divine bird, most of the beasts here were fire-type beasts. This might be a good thing for the wolf cub. At the very least, the heavenly phoenix divine bird's demon core would allow the wolf cub to improve once again. In this sea of fog, there were many fights between demonic beasts, so this place was not as peaceful as Long Chen had imagined. Long Chen carefully avoided these fights. After obtaining the soul-devouring demon pupil, this misty sea of fog was no longer an obstacle for him. All kinds of demonic beasts had turned into souls and appeared clearly in his field of vision. Before the demonic beasts had discovered Long Chen had already avoided them. As long as he landed on dry land, he would be able to display his full combat strength. This sea of fog was quite large. Long Chen flew diagonally upwards for almost half a day in it before he finally saw the Sky Island in the distance. This was the territory of the divine phoenix. Long Chen discovered that the closer he got to this place, the higher the surrounding temperature became. As expected of the divine phoenix, the flames on its body alone could create such a high temperature. The Sky Island was shrouded in heavy fog. At this moment, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a Sky Island that was faintly discernible amidst the rolling clouds and fog. Indistinctly, Long Chen could see the gray land. On it, there were some faintly discernible dilapidated buildings and even ruins. The Sky Island is in ruins. Could it be that this place was originally occupied by the divine phoenix? Long Chen pondered in his heart. He continued to approach the island in the distance. From afar, the surface area of Sky Island wasn't very big. It was about half the size of Martial Emperor City, but it wasn't small either. After all, Martial Emperor City was the largest city Long Chen had ever seen. In the dense fog, the island looked a little gloomy. Some of the buildings were quite dilapidated. Birds and beasts lived on the ruins. Each beast had its own territory. The closer one was to the center of the island, the bigger the buildings were and the stronger the beasts were. The monsters in the outermost layer were roughly at the heaven stage. Without the strength of the heaven stage, it would be very difficult to survive in the Sky Island. After seeing the Sky Island, Long Chen didn't have any other misgivings. He directly unleashed his speed and rushed into the Sky Island. He immediately stepped on the gray land. As he had expected, although the island was in the sky, it was very stable when he stepped on it. However, it could be seen that this place was in a mess. There were traces of birds and beasts everywhere. It was very rare for people to come here. The surrounding buildings were dilapidated and full of mottled marks. They should have existed for many years. Even though he was on the island, the surroundings were still shrouded in mist. The bird-type demonic beasts that lived here, perhaps because they had lived here for a long time, had sharp eyes. Long Chen had just arrived on the Sky Island unscrupulously when countless bird-type demonic beasts noticed him. The scent of a human on his body was completely different from that of a demonic beast. When Long Chen rushed into the crowd of demonic beasts, it was like a demonic beast rushing into a crowd of humans. For a moment, there were countless sharp bird cries coming from the Sky Island, each louder than the last. For a moment, the entire Sky Island seemed to be trembling. Tens of thousands of beasts soared up one after another. For a moment, the sky above Long Chen was covered with bird beasts. The sharp bird cries almost pierced his eardrums. Boom! Countless beasts of the fire attribute, wind attribute, and other attributes rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the flames and gales almost drowned Long Chen. However, Long Chen was not afraid of such beasts. Although there were thousands of these demon beasts, they were all heaven-ranked demon beasts. The attacks of heaven-ranked demon beasts had no effect on him. However, in order to avoid trouble, Long Chen let the wolf cub come out. The wolf cub was a grade 3 king-level demon beast. Just by standing there, it was enough to create a strong deterrent force for these demon beasts. A burst of black flames surged out from Long Chen's chest and instantly became incomparably large. Then, in a very short period of time, the black flames transformed into a huge pitch-black demonic beast that stood in the middle of Sky Island and roared at the sky. Howl. This long howl was followed by a black flame bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it swept over the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. The nearby demon beasts were burned one after another as they screamed and ran away. Many demon beasts even directly died. A third-rank king wasn't a joke. The tens of thousands of heaven-rank demon beasts pouncing towards Long Chen were either killed or injured by the appearance of the sun-devouring demon wolf. They were quite free in the Sky Island. After feeling the terror of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, all the heaven-ranked beasts fled the Sky Island. They were not fools. After realizing the power of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, they knew that there would naturally be someone on the Sky Island to deal with Long Chen and the others. They would not have to be killed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf here. Demonic beasts were much more afraid of other demonic beasts than they were of humans. Especially with Xiao Lang's huge body, the demonic beasts below the king ranked basically did not have the courage to fight against him. The sun-devouring demonic wolf came out and easily forced away all the nearby demonic beasts. After transforming into the sun-devouring demonic wolf, Xiao Lang could still use the psychic beast language to communicate with Long Chen. As soon as he came out, he said to Long Chen, "Big brother, I feel the presence of the sky phoenix divine bird. Follow me." After saying that, the sun-devouring demonic wolf stepped on the pitch-black ruins and headed towards the center of the Sky Island. The closer they got, the higher the temperature became. Wherever the sun-devouring demonic wolf went, the surrounding demonic beasts all fled. They simply did not have the courage to fight against Xiao Lang. "Who are you?" At this time, a hunchbacked young man burning with scarlet flames appeared in front of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This person's eyes were bright red, and his long hair was actually red. At this time, he was looking at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with sparkling eyes. This was obviously a king-ranked demonic beast with relatively high intelligence. Otherwise, it would not have transformed into a human and directly communicated with Long Chen. This is the Emperor's territory. Outsiders and humans, leave. The red-haired young man looked at Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf and said coldly. His face was full of malevolence. "Xiao Lang, kill it." Long Chen did not want to talk nonsense with it and said directly. This red-haired young man had the same aura as Xiao Lang, so he should be a third-grade king-ranked demonic beast. Sure enough, after Long Chen shouted, the red-haired young man became angry. Red flames swept out from his body like a fiery red lotus. Then, it suddenly exploded. A fiery red divine bird was born from the flames and spread its wings. This was a huge divine bird that Long Chen had seen before. It was similar to the four-winged firebird that he had seen outside. Its body was covered with flaming feathers that shone brightly. On its back, unlike the four-winged firebird, this bird-type demonic beast had a total of 3 pairs of wings. This should be a 6-winged firebird. The four-winged firebird was originally a normal form, but this firebird in front of them should have evolved. Ordinary demonic beasts could also evolve slightly like Xiaolang. This 6-winged firebird was a 3rd-grade king-ranked demonic beast. Compared to the 4-winged firebird, it was a full 4 grades higher. The 6-winged firebird spread its wings and rapidly danced in the sky. Its body was about the same size as Xiaolang. It had a total of 3 pairs of wings, which was even longer than Xiaolang's body. The sharp cries of the bird were accompanied by scarlet flames that swept towards Xiaolang and Long Chen. To the sun-devouring demonic wolf, showing off its flames in front of it was simply a provocation. The sun-devouring demonic wolf let out an angry roar and bit at the 6-winged firebird with its sharp fangs. The 6-winged firebird's claws also slashed at the sun-devouring demonic wolf. With a loud bang, the attacks of the 2 demonic beasts collided. The 6-winged firebird clearly could not compare to the sun-devouring demonic wolf in terms of strength. Its claws were directly grabbed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf and it was thrown to the ground. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The vast ruins were crushed by the 6-winged firebird's body. As the flames on its body burned, a large piece of land turned black. However, this kind of damage was not a hindrance to the 6-winged firebird. It only made it angrier. It frantically spread its 3 pairs of wings and suddenly flapped them. In an instant, it was very high up in the sky and completely left the sun-devouring demonic wolf behind. They were both 3rd-grade monarch-tier demonic beasts, so they each had their own pride. However, the 6-winged firebird had been thrown to the ground by the sun-devouring demonic wolf in the first exchange of blows. This was definitely a huge insult to it. Hence, it angrily flapped its 3 pairs of wings. The fiery red flames were like a meteor shower that rained down on the sun-devouring demonic wolf. For a moment, the flames almost drowned Xiaolang. You want to compete with Xiaolang in terms of flames? Long Chen laughed. At this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly opened its mouth, and a huge black vortex appeared in its mouth. The flames that were raining down were directly swallowed into the sun-devouring demonic wolf's stomach. The 6-winged firebird had just regained some consciousness, so it had never seen such a terrifying demonic beast before. It was abnormally angry. When it saw that the flames could not burn the sun-devouring demonic wolf to death, it flapped its wings even more vigorously. More flames rained down on Xiaolang like flaming meteorites. Each flame was at least 3 meters in diameter. Chapter 655. However, these flames were not even enough to fill the sun-devouring demonic wolf's stomach. Just as the 6-winged firebird was running out of tricks and was running around in circles, the vortex in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's mouth disappeared. The 6-winged firebird was overjoyed as it thought that the sun-devouring demonic wolf had run out of tricks. It swooped down towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf and tried to grab its eyes. However, Xiaolang suddenly spat out the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. The 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire instantly engulfed the 6-winged firebird. The 6-winged firebird struggled frantically in the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire and let out miserable cries. It must have been in great pain under the burning of the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. However, this pain quickly passed. When the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire passed, the 6-winged firebird had completely turned into a huge and lifelike black ice sculpture in front of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Long Chen suddenly put the ice sculpture into the Great Void Realm. If he was any slower, the ice sculpture would have fallen to the ground and completely shattered. Such a beautiful thing, I can give it to Xiao Shi in the future. She will definitely like it. Long Chen said with a smile. Then, he looked into the depths of Sky Island. From the moment the six-winged firebird was completely incinerated by the sun-devouring demonic wolf's 9 serenities demon ancestral fire, a huge aura seemed to gradually awaken in the depths of Sky Island. This must be the legendary 4th-grade king-level demonic beast, the Divine Phoenix. Apart from the Divine Phoenix, the strongest beast on Sky Island was the 3rd-grade king-level 6-winged firebird. This 6-winged firebird was comparable to the Blackwater mystical snake. Now that the 6-winged firebird was dead, the other demonic beasts, including 1st-grade and 2nd-grade king-level demonic beasts, flew into the sky and let out countless sharp cries at Long Chen. Every demonic beast had a ferocious expression on their faces. On the entire Sky Island, Long Chen, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, and the important Divine Phoenix were the only ones left. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. After dealing with the 6-winged fire bird, they rushed towards the Sky Phoenix divine bird without another word. Under the sun-devouring demon wolf's massive body, the ruins along the way, which were already damaged beyond recognition, became even more ruined. Everywhere they went, the scene was a mess. Such a high temperature, it's almost the same as the beast fire in the 9 Serenities morning grounds. This divine phoenix is indeed abnormal. Long Chen was secretly shocked. In front of him, there was still a huge building complex. This building complex was full of broken walls and tiles. It was so dilapidated that it was unrecognizable. However, it could still be vaguely seen that this place seemed to be a very, very long time ago. It should be an organization similar to a sect. Long Chen was sure that a long time ago, this Sky Island must have been the base of a large sect. Later on, for some unknown reason, it became such a ruin. After a long time, the Divine Phoenix led a flock of demonic beasts and stationed themselves on this Sky Island. Under the unconscious destruction of the demonic beasts, the mark that the sect left in this world a long time ago had almost completely disappeared. Nothing could resist the power of time. The time rule was the most terrifying rule. The surrounding buildings, walls, and ground had been completely burnt black due to the high temperature. Long Chen and the sun-devouring demon wolf traversed through the black ruins. Soon, they were close to the center of Sky Island. Long Chen raised his head and looked ahead with his soul-devouring demon eyes. Sure enough, at this moment, a huge life form appeared a kilometer away. This life form's soul was quite large, much larger than the current Xiao Lang. However, Long Chen found it strange that this life form seemed to be awakening from a deep slumber. Long Chen arrived at the kilometer away very quickly. A huge black building complex appeared in front of him. This should be the former core of the sect. Those black buildings were taller than Xiao Lang's body. These buildings were like a black ancient castle in front of Long Chen. It's in there. Long Chen brought the wolf cub with him and flew in quickly. The location of the Divine Phoenix was in the middle of a group of tall buildings. After passing through the ruins, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding ruins had changed from black to a fiery red color. There were even flames burning from these walls from time to time. After arriving here, the sun-devouring demon wolf became rather excited. It enjoyed the environment here very much. Flames were the sun-devouring demon wolf's food. Long Chen held his breath as he passed through the last layer of ruins. A huge square appeared in front of him. The square was empty except for a piece of land that had been burnt red. In the center of the square, Long Chen saw what he was looking for. It was a huge egg. Just the height alone was already 10 meters. This egg was fiery red in color, and its color was a lot darker. On the fiery red giant egg, there were mysterious patterns. These mysterious patterns moved around the giant egg, sometimes turning golden, and sometimes turning red. A vast aura burst out from the giant egg. The Divine Phoenix is an egg. Long Chen was shocked. At the moment he stopped moving, the countless mysterious patterns on the huge egg suddenly split open. Numerous cracks appeared on the huge egg, and then countless flames surged out from the cracks and blasted the shell of the huge egg into smithereens. Whoosh, whoosh. The scarlet flames that contained traces of golden flames began to grow from a small ball-like body. This situation was similar to the sun-devouring demon wolf transforming from a human to a beast. The scarlet flames suddenly soared into the sky and expanded abruptly. Soon, its size was more than twice that of the six-winged firebird and much larger than the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. At the same time, a pair of huge flaming wings suddenly emerged from the flames. Countless balls of fire rained down from the sky like torrential rain, creating a series of crashing sounds. A sharp cry rang out from the ball of fire. This bird cry directly covered the countless other bird cries in the sky. Apart from this sound, the entire sky quickly became deathly silent. All the bird-type demon beasts shut their mouths when they saw the divine phoenix appear. They descended to a position lower than the divine phoenix and looked at it with reverence in their eyes. Amidst the flames, the huge sky phoenix divine bird gradually revealed itself. The heavenly phoenix divine bird spread its huge wings, and its appearance was quite similar to the legendary phoenix. Its entire body was covered in scarlet feathers that burned with a fiery red flame. Amidst the scarlet, golden patterns occasionally appeared, outlining the heavenly phoenix divine bird in a rather beautiful manner. The six-winged firebird was also a fire-attributed bird-type demonic beast, but it looked very different from the sky phoenix divine bird. The sky phoenix divine bird was the king of demonic beasts. Its eyes were completely golden and burning with golden flames. It flapped its wings slowly and a strong pressure swept towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf and Long Chen. The divine phoenix's eyes were fixed on Long Chen and the sun-devouring demon wolf. It didn't look angry like the other beasts. The divine phoenix seemed to be relatively calm and even indifferent. From this, it could be seen that the divine phoenix's intelligence was quite high. At least, it was higher than the six-winged firebird and the blackwater mystical snake. Xiao Lang, let me handle it this time. When I need your help, just use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, said Long Chen in a low voice. The sun-devouring demon wolf's strongest talent was leveling up. Xiao Lang only had the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire at most. He was one level lower than the divine phoenix. If he didn't use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, he wouldn't be a match for the divine phoenix. Therefore, Long Chen didn't want him to get hurt. He had just reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. It was the best time to test his strength. As he spoke, Long Chen gradually used the dragon's soul transformation. Blood-red dragon scales quickly covered his body. The hard lines, sharp bone spurs, and claws on his body were the perfect attack form. Before, the divine phoenix was most concerned about the sun-devouring demon wolf. They were both beasts, and the sun-devouring demon wolf also had a terrifying flame aura. After Long Chen used the dragon's soul transformation, the divine phoenix's eyes revealed a trace of horror. It stared at Long Chen, flapped its wings in the air, and took a few steps back. Long Chen's body emitted an aura that made him feel terrified. This kind of fear actually came from the bloodline that he was most proud of. This bloodline was very, very small, so small that it was almost non-existent. But it was this bloodline that allowed him to grow to his current realm. But today, this bloodline actually felt fear. What kind of concept was this? Could it be that this young man had a bloodline that was even more terrifying than its own? The divine phoenix's initial shock gradually turned into doubt. This young man's strength didn't seem to be much weaker than its own. In particular, there was an even more scorching red flame in his genuine essence. It was even more terrifying than the golden flames on its body. Only then did it understand that this young man was an even more difficult expert to deal with. At this time, Long Chen directly passed by the sun-devouring demon wolf and rushed towards the divine phoenix in the sky. Between the man and the bird, one was good at the ground, and the other was good at the sky. If Long Chen didn't pull it down, who knew when the divine phoenix would make a move? Long Chen instantly appeared below the divine phoenix like a streak of blood-red light. Then, the image of the divine dragon flashed on his body. Compared to before, Long Chen's speed alone had skyrocketed more than 10 times. He punched out. With the comprehension of the third level of the earth martial arts realm, coupled with Long Chen's genuine essence, which was comparable to the fourth level of the earth martial arts realm, the power of Long Chen's punch had already surpassed the primary king level battle skills, and even some of the intermediate king level battle skills. Chapter 656. Right now, Long Chen had to use the 5 dragons split the heavens at least to create an attack that was stronger than his simple punch. Pop. After the punch, the air vibrated and surged. Within the 9 apertures, the dragon's soul primordial chi surged, and within the fiery red pill, a blood-red golden crow pattern faintly appeared. A blood-red flame spread from the pill to Long Chen's fist, condensing Long Chen's fist into a fiery red golden crow pattern. In addition to the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline that was hidden in the deepest part of his body, the divine phoenix was also afraid of the terrifying bird-type demonic beast aura on Long Chen's body. According to legend, the immortal phoenix and the immortal golden crow were the peak bloodlines among bird-type demonic beasts. The divine phoenix only had a trace of the phoenix bloodline, so it was quite afraid of the golden crow power on Long Chen's body. However, having been a ruler for so many years and possessing the bloodline of the phoenix, the divine phoenix bird had its own pride. Even if it knew that Long Chen had once been a rather difficult expert to deal with, it would not flee from this place. It would not even hide from him. Long Chen's mighty fist was like a mountain crashing down, provoking the anger in the divine phoenix's heart. It couldn't be provoked, but Long Chen had not only provoked it, but he had also killed the strongest of its subordinates. Condensing into an egg and cultivating within it was a unique way for the divine phoenix to improve. When Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf appeared, the divine phoenix had sensed the sun-devouring demonic wolf's strength. As for Long Chen, it had completely ignored him. That was why it had sent the 6-winged fire bird to block Long Chen and the others, and then it had immediately broken the egg to be reborn. Who would have thought that the 6-winged fire bird would be killed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf in such a short time? Since when was there such a terrifying young expert like Long Chen in the godly Wuxia sage dynasty? Could he be from another holy dynasty? Long Chen's pressure was already right in front of it, but the sky phoenix divine bird didn't care. When Long Chen's huge fist blasted towards it, it let out a sharp cry and pounced towards Long Chen. Its huge body blotted out the sky, and its claws, which were even larger than Long Chen's body, grabbed towards Long Chen's fist. In the first confrontation, the divine phoenix's body emitted an earth-shattering power. It had to be said that in terms of strength, monster beasts far surpassed humans. If Long Chen cultivated a king-level battle skill or even a king-level high-level body tempering skill, it would be fine, but if he didn't cultivate it, it would be very difficult for him to compete with the strength and body of a monster beast just by relying on Jin Yuan. Fortunately, the human race could create and cultivate battle skills. Phew. Long Chen was sent flying backwards, and his chi and blood tumbled. However, he quickly stabilized his body and chuckled. Your strength is not bad. With his tiny body, he could actually collide with a terrifying existence like the sky phoenix divine bird. This showed how powerful he was now. In the first confrontation, the sky phoenix divine bird discovered that fighting with a tiny creature like Long Chen, although a large body had greater strength, it would sacrifice a part of its flexibility. Therefore, at this time, its whole body ignited with flames again, and then as the flames shrank, its body also shrank rapidly. Basically, at the king level, monster beasts had the ability to shrink their body, not to mention a monster beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf, which already had this ability when it was only at the earth rank. However, the pocket-sized shrinking of Xiao Lang didn't have any combat power, which was different from the sky phoenix divine bird's current shrinking. King-level demonic beasts could shrink their battle forms to a certain limit. They had the ability to change their bodies at will, and there was a certain standard for this limit. For example, the wolf cub could at most control its body to the size of a horse's butt. As for the sky phoenix divine bird, it could at least expand its wings to a total of 6 meters when it spread its wings. The sky phoenix divine bird's demonic power and other aspects didn't change much from a huge monster that could blot out the sky and cover the sun to a small monster with a wingspan of 6 meters. The only difference was that the bigger the body, the more physical strength the monster could exert, and the limit was its flexibility. If the body became smaller, its flexibility would greatly increase, and only its physical strength would decrease slightly. Of course, for demonic beasts, their favorite form was naturally their original form, because this was the form that made them the most comfortable. So far, the larger the demonic beasts that Long Chen had encountered, the stronger they were. Basically, among all the demonic beasts that he had seen so far, size was the symbol of strength. Therefore, unless it had no other choice, the sky phoenix divine bird wouldn't use this form to fight against Long Chen, because it felt that Long Chen's body was too flexible in the air. So the willow catkin wind step is used in the air. Honestly speaking, this was Long Chen's first time fighting in the sky. This was just an attempt, and if it didn't work, he could return to the ground at any time. Under the use of the willow catkin wind step, Long Chen was like a tiny willow catkin in the air. When the sky phoenix divine bird's enormous power hit his body, it actually sent him flying. Its attack did not manage to hit Long Chen in the slightest. At this moment, after shrinking, the sky phoenix divine bird's speed and flexibility soared once again. It spread its wings and flew in front of Long Chen, staring coldly at Long Chen. It had already regarded Long Chen as a relatively difficult expert to deal with. The sky phoenix divine bird's body was burning with scarlet flames, and traces of golden flame patterns circulated on its body. Whoosh! This time, the sky phoenix divine bird didn't say anything and immediately pounced towards Long Chen. It turned into a fiery red shadow and instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Its speed was actually more than twice as fast. Moreover, after changing its body shape, its agility had increased significantly. In terms of agility, Long Chen was no longer at an advantage. The sky phoenix divine bird's wings were like two blades that instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't seem to see wings, but two sharp flaming blades. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The pair of wings was like a flaming blade that danced in the wind and turned into a tidal wave of blade shadows that pounced towards Long Chen. Flames swept out, and the blades carried scorching flames as they pounced towards Long Chen. This level of speed was simply too fast. This move wasn't the slightest bit weaker than human battle techniques. Wind God Kick Technique, Storm Form. Long Chen could only use the second form of the Wind God Kick Technique to deal with the flaming blade shadows created by the sky phoenix divine bird's wings. Just like the sky phoenix divine bird, Long Chen's legs were burning with blood-red golden crow fire. There was still a difference between blood-red and scarlet. The sky phoenix divine bird's flames were slightly more yellow, but Long Chen's golden crow fire was simply like the color of blood. It was rich and bloody, but it also had an overbearing temperature. The collision of wings and legs, the collision of two kinds of flames, and the confrontation between Long Chen and the sky phoenix divine bird bathed the entire sky in flames. The shadow of a man and a bird quickly swept through the sky and moved rapidly above Sky Island. For a period of time, the sky phoenix divine bird was forcing Long Chen to retreat, and for a period of time, Long Chen relied on his fierce leg technique to push the sky phoenix divine bird back like a sharp knife. Soul-dispersing dragon claw, 5 dragons breaking the sky. For the last move, Long Chen withdrew his leg attack and instantly turned it into a claw. The 5 claw shadows condensed into 5 divine dragons, instantly strangling the sky phoenix divine bird. This battle was quite fierce. It could be said that the sky phoenix divine bird had its own strengths, and so did Long Chen. The strength of the bird and the man was quite balanced, and for a moment, there was no clear winner. However, Long Chen was secretly afraid. The attack of the sky phoenix divine bird was simply not for show. If he hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm before coming here, even if he and Xiao Lang joined forces, they would certainly not be a match for the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. Just the previous terrifying blade shadow attack was enough to cut Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf into pieces. How could Long Chen rely on Wind God's leg technique and the fire of the Golden Crow to directly force it back? As soon as the 5 dragons out of the sky appeared, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was suddenly in a passive position. However, from its eyes, it could be seen that it did not panic. Long Chen had claws, so did the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. At this moment, the attack of its wings had just passed. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird spread its wings, and a pair of sharp golden claws suddenly stretched forward. There was incomparable strength in its claws, and they were quite hard, even harder than Long Chen's dragon claws. Kacha, kacha. As the claws and claws collided, there was a strong sound of friction. The power of the 5 dragons out of the sky directly smashed the flesh on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's claws into pieces. The claws and strength of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird also caused serious damage to Long Chen's claws, and they were almost broken. It could be seen how hard the claws of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird were. There was a burning pain in his hand. Long Chen quickly retreated. At the same time, there was a lingering fear in his heart. If he had been careless just now, he might have been killed by the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. The man and the bird were both injured from the head-on clash. However, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was obviously even more furious. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts. For the time being, no matter how high their intelligence was, it could not be that high. At this moment, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was completely enraged by Long Chen's attack. The sharp cry of a bird caused the surrounding clouds to tremble, and the field of vision became clear. At this moment, the fiery red flames on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's body were quickly retreating. The golden flames burned fiercely and quickly occupied its body. An explosive power condensed on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's body. It's going to kill. Long Chen was shocked. Chapter 657. Sure enough, as Long Chen had expected, the Divine Phoenix couldn't wait to go all out because it had been injured by Long Chen. At that moment, the Divine Phoenix was already bathed in flames and began to spin at a high speed. At a certain point, it suddenly stopped, but the golden flames on its body were still spinning rapidly, burning fiercely and becoming bigger and bigger. A rather terrifying power was transmitted from the golden flames. Long Chen felt as if the Divine Phoenix had used all its demonic power in this attack. A destructive power made Long Chen feel a huge pressure. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying golden flames left the Divine Phoenix's body and rushed towards Long Chen. In the process of rushing, the golden flames actually evolved rapidly and quickly turned into a golden bird. Although this bird wasn't big, it looked several levels more noble than the Divine Phoenix. This is what the legendary phoenix looks like, Long Chen muttered to himself. The phoenix was the king of all birds. Although Long Chen had only caught a glimpse of it, he was still deeply shocked by its appearance. However, shock was shock. Long Chen knew that he was still in a life-and-death situation under this terrifying attack, so he didn't have the time to care about the phoenix's appearance. Xiao Lang. This time, Long Chen knew that he had already suppressed the Divine Phoenix and was completely confident that he could defeat it. Therefore, he wasn't willing to risk his life against the Divine Phoenix. If Long Chen were to face this golden flaming phoenix head-on, he would naturally be able to block it. However, he would at least suffer some injuries. After all, the Divine Phoenix's killing move should have aroused the power of the Phoenix bloodline in its body and completely stimulated it to form such a killing move. It wasn't easy to deal with. The 9th underworld demonic ancestral flame was even more heaven-defying. In terms of attack, the 9th underworld demonic ancestral flame of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had never failed before. At that moment, Xiao Lang was already prepared. After the Divine Phoenix used its final killing move, he began to worry about Long Chen. After all, the golden flames couldn't be avoided. If Long Chen was hit directly, it was very likely that all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, even if Long Chen hadn't called for it, the wolf cub would have attacked at this time. It had been paying attention to the situation of the battle, and its position was also between Long Chen and the Sky Phoenix divine bird. When Long Chen called out, the wolf cub exerted all of its strength and spat out all of the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flames that it could control. Once the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame was unleashed, the temperature between heaven and earth instantly dropped to an extremely low level. The black flames erupted like a torrent and swept towards the golden phoenix in the sky. The golden phoenix was very fast, but the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame was already prepared. The black torrent instantly drowned the golden phoenix. The two types of flames, one extremely hot and the other extremely cold, met in front of Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly used the 9-spiral fire shield to deflect the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame and the golden flames that were pouncing towards him. Of course, these were only the aftermath. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Long Chen to deal with them. As an ancestral flame, the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame was a supreme existence among flames. If it had been the main body of the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame, even the flames of the golden crow and the phoenix wouldn't have been a match for it. Although the golden phoenix was powerful, it couldn't withstand the many ninth underworld demonic ancestral flames that Xiao Lang controlled. In a short period of time, the golden flames were completely assimilated and absorbed by the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame before being swallowed by Xiao Lang. Back then, when Xiao Lang had swallowed the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame, he had only swallowed a tiny portion of the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame. The fact that the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame could transform into so many ninth underworld demonic ancestral flames indicated that the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame might seem huge, but it was actually just a tiny portion. Regardless, the divine phoenix was dumbfounded when it realized that its strongest attack had actually been absorbed by the strange black demon wolf below. It was clearly a demon beast, yet it had a dumbfounded expression on its face. Countless bird-type demon beasts were also silent. When the golden phoenix had appeared just now, every bird-type demon beast had trembled and didn't dare to move. However, the thing that had terrified them so much was now gone. What was going on? No one knew. The Sky Phoenix divine bird glanced at the sun-devouring demonic wolf on the ground with fear in its eyes. This was the first time it had felt fear since it was young. Long Chen could see this trace of fear. He had risked his life for so long, and he didn't want to let the divine phoenix escape at this time. Hence, when the golden phoenix had just disappeared, Long Chen seized the opportunity and pounced at the divine phoenix as fast as he could. Devouring Blood Realm. At the last moment, Long Chen finally used his most powerful move. The blood-red mist instantly replaced the white sea of mist and enveloped the divine phoenix, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, and the others in this blood-red mist. Because of the increase in his quintessential essence, the power of Long Chen's devouring blood realm had also increased. At this time, even the divine phoenix would be suppressed by this terrifying devouring blood realm. The appearance of this mysterious thing, the devouring blood realm, made the divine phoenix even more afraid. When two enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous one would win. Now that the divine phoenix had lost its noble pride and courage, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Relying on the suppression of the devouring blood realm, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of the divine phoenix. Soul-dispersing dragon claw, absolute kill of the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Chen used the soul-dispersing dragon claw and exploded with his strongest move. A total of 9 divine dragons instantly wrapped around the defenseless divine phoenix's body. That huge force tightly restrained it, causing countless pieces of flesh to appear on its body. In an instant, feathers and flesh flew everywhere. Wind God Kick Technique, Divine Wind Form. The last kick landed directly on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's head. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird had already been badly mutilated by Long Chen's attack, so it let out a painful shriek when Long Chen's last kick landed on it. The wind god kick directly sent the divine phoenix crashing onto Sky Island, causing it to crash down. When it crashed onto the ground, Long Chen could attack a few more times, and the divine phoenix would probably be done for. After all, the divine phoenix had been directly hit by Long Chen's soul-dispersing dragon claw on wind god kick, so it wasn't far from death. Seeing the divine phoenix crashing down, the sun-devouring demonic wolf below didn't say anything and pounced in the direction it had fallen. Long Chen had used a little more force, and the divine phoenix was like a cannonball that was flung towards the depths of Sky Island. Boom! The place where it fell was behind the square. Long Chen had already caught up with it. Suddenly, he saw what seemed to be a pitch-black stone tablet about 4 to 5 meters tall in the direction where the divine phoenix had fallen. Long Chen didn't pay much attention to this stone tablet at first. He felt that the stone tablet should have broken when the divine phoenix's body weakened. After all, the ruins here were almost all decayed. However, what shocked Long Chen was that not only did the divine phoenix not knock down the stone tablet, but it was also sent flying by the light film on the stone tablet. Long Chen wasn't mistaken. When the Sky Phoenix divine bird touched the mysterious stone tablet, the stone tablet suddenly flashed with a layer of gray veined patterns, directly sending the Sky Phoenix divine bird flying. The Sky Phoenix divine bird rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. However, at this time, it was already badly mutilated and was on the verge of death. The sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over at this time and opened its bloody mouth, biting the divine phoenix's head. Its mouth was burning with the 9th nether demon ancestral fire, and the divine phoenix's head was directly split open without the need for it to bite. The sun-devouring demonic wolf skillfully picked out a fist-sized golden demon core from its head and swallowed it. Without the demon core, the divine phoenix definitely couldn't survive. After it was defeated by Long Chen, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over and used the 9th nether demon ancestral fire to end its life. After the sun-devouring demonic wolf swallowed the divine phoenix's demon core, its strength would inevitably increase. Since Long Chen had already killed the divine phoenix, he could use the divine phoenix's blood to save Huangfu Qi. Hence, Long Chen hurriedly put the divine phoenix's corpse into the great void realm to prevent its blood from going to waste. Big brother, I will properly refine the power of this demon core. I hope that I can help you in the final fight for the ancient tomb token. I will leave Chi-Chi's matter to you. Mo Xiaolang turned into a human in front of Long Chen and said anxiously. After swallowing the demon core, he had to quickly refine the medicinal power. Long Chen nodded and put Mo Xiaolang into his Qinkuan bag without another word. The scene of the great battle finally quieted down. The bird-type demonic beasts fled in fear after seeing the divine phoenix's death. They didn't dare to land on Sky Island at all and only dared to clamor endlessly in the sky. Among them were many first and second-grade monarch-tier demonic beasts. Long Chen's strength deeply shocked them. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with these demonic beasts. He looked around and first glanced at the seemingly ordinary stone tablet in the distance. However, it was actually quite extraordinary. Just now, the divine phoenix had been shaken back by this stone tablet. It was obvious that there must be some secrets on this stone tablet. However, the most important thing was to save Huangfu Qi. Long Chen had plenty of time to study this stone tablet. This must be the remains of a sect. Looking at this building, it should be at least 10,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old. It should be a relic from the medieval era. Inside this stone tablet, there is a martial arts technique of that sect left behind. You can go and take a look. You might be able to gain something from it. Little Cat came out of the great void realm, stroked its big belly and said proudly. It was proud of its own knowledge. Chapter 658. Let's save Chi first. Long Chen turned his head and did not look at the stone tablet. Instead, he took Huangfu Qi, who was soaking in the green sorcerer liquid, out of the great void realm. The range of the Great Void Realm had expanded as Long Chen's strength increased. Now, its diameter alone was already 10 miles wide. It was enough for Long Chen to put everything down. Seeing the girl's green face, Long Chen's eyes revealed a distressed expression. What should I do? Long Chen asked. Use the blood of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird to replace the green sorcerer liquid. However, the temperature of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's blood is extremely high. If you put this girl in like this, I'm afraid she will be burned to death, Kitten said calmly. Then what should I do? Long Chen furrowed his brows. He blamed the kitten a little, because it hadn't made this clear before. That will depend on me. Put this girl in the Great Void Realm and leave her to me. After some time, I will return you a lively little girl. However, how are you going to thank me? Kitten chuckled and looked at Long Chen proudly. Fat cat, the three of us have been together for so long. I won't beat around the bush. Fat cat, the three of us have been together for so long, I won't beat around the bush. You've helped me a lot these days, and even saved my life. I, Long Chen, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. The better you treat me, the better I will treat you. In the future, if I have any benefits, I will definitely not mistreat you. We can be considered brothers, aren't we? But maybe you think that you're a reincarnated beast, and I, Long Chen, am not worthy to be your brother. Long Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at little cat solemnly. Kitten made a disgusted expression and said in disdain, All right, don't try to be emotional with me. I am not a young lady. I won't fall for your tricks. Go and study the stone tablet. Leave this girl to me. Long Chen chuckled. He knew that Kitten would be like this. After spending so much time with it, Long Chen had already figured out its personality. Although it was a little cocky and annoying, it was very reliable at critical moments. After speaking, Long Chen let Kitten enter the Great Void Realm. At the same time, he also brought Huangfu Qi in. The bloodline of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was in the Great Void Realm, so Kitten was also half the owner of the Great Void Realm. Naturally, it could control the things inside with ease. That's right, Fat Cat, do you want to regain your strength one day? Long Chen suddenly asked after thinking for a while. In the Great Void Realm, after hearing this question, Kitten revealed a perplexed expression. Immediately after, he smiled bitterly and said, It's impossible. Don't think too much about it for now. It feels good enough that I have someone to talk to. This fellow seemed to be a person with a story. This was Long Chen's personality. As long as it was a brother, he would definitely help to the end. Although Kitten did not say anything, Long Chen still remembered what he said today in his heart. There was nothing impossible, only insufficient strength. After Kitten began to get busy with Huangfu Qi's matter, Long Chen saw that it was doing well. In addition, it had already guaranteed that it would work, so Long Chen was no longer worried. Huangfu Qi's matter had finally come to an end. Long Chen could finally bring her back to give Huangfu Fengchen an explanation. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Xiao Lang, after devouring the Divine Phoenix's demon core, he had already transformed into his original form in another corner of the Great Void Realm. His entire body was burning with black flames, and occasionally there were golden flames mixed in. These were the flames of the Divine Phoenix's bloodline. In order to help Long Chen obtain the ancient tomb token, Xiao Lang worked very hard and did not waste a single moment. After obtaining the Divine Phoenix's demon core, he immediately refined it. He also knew how important the ancient tomb token was to Long Chen. Now that everything was at ease, the only thing left was the strange stone tablet. Long Chen then turned around and looked at the seemingly ordinary stone tablet. This stone tablet might not have originally been this color. The surface was full of potholes, full of traces of history, as if it had been scorched by flames. If the Divine Phoenix hadn't crashed into it, Long Chen wouldn't have realized that there was something strange about this stone tablet. Fat Cat said that there was a martial art left behind in this stone tablet, and this martial art belonged to a sect that had been established on this sky island a long time ago. Long Chen walked towards the stone tablet after thinking about this. It was only about 30 meters away, so Long Chen quickly walked in front of the stone tablet. He was only 5 meters away from the stone tablet. Even though he was standing in front of the stone tablet, Long Chen did not feel that there was anything strange about this stone tablet. What kind of secret is it hiding? Long Chen could not feel the power of this stone tablet, so he continued to approach it until he stood close to the stone tablet. He still could not feel anything special about this stone tablet. He became bolder and gently extended his finger to touch the stone tablet. Due to the death of the divine phoenix, the surrounding temperature had plummeted. The temperature high up in the sky was much lower than on the ground. The stone tablet was cold to the touch, and he could not feel anything strange about it. Something happened to the divine phoenix when it crashed into this place. Why is it fine when my hand touches this place? Long Chen was a little puzzled. He became bolder after everything was fine this time. He directly covered the stone tablet with his palm and gently stroked it, feeling the lines on the stone tablet. Unfortunately, Long Chen walked around for an hour and had already thoroughly understood the lines on the stone tablet, but he still could not feel what secret this stone tablet had. Then, Long Chen began to exert force. Bang, bang, bang. He gently hammered the stone tablet a few times, producing a dull sound. It was basically no different from an ordinary stone tablet. Damn, do I have to use the force of the divine phoenix to attack it? If that's the case, won't I be sent flying with it on my back? Long Chen cursed gloomily. He had thought that as long as he got close, he would basically be able to learn the so-called martial arts. How can it be so easy for you to learn the martial arts of the world as long as it is of a high grade, especially the martial arts hidden in this stone tablet by the experts of these sections? Don't worry now. When the sky turns dark and the moon comes out, you can focus on this stone tablet for more than an hour. Perhaps you will learn something. Remember, you don't have to stare at it. Instead, you have to feel the existence of this stone tablet and feel everything about it. While busy, Kitten took the time to say this to Long Chen. Is it actually that difficult? Long Chen was a little speechless. Even if he had obtained combat skills in the past, it had always been too easy for him. Therefore, he had not felt that they were precious. Even the soul-dispersing dragon claw and wind god's kick had been obtained casually. Of course, although the martial arts in the stone tablet were difficult, they were definitely more powerful than the soul-dispersing dragon claw and wind god's kick. Long Chen had seen the power of the martial emperor seal before. The martial arts in the stone tablet must be at least at the level of a martial emperor seal. As for the 5 emperor seals left behind by the 5 emperors, they must be even more terrifying. This was because they were royal-level combat skills, and it was unknown which level they were at. The 5 emperors were legendary experts of the divine martial realm that had once appeared in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Although the combat skills left behind by them were only at the royal level, how could they be simple? The treasures of the 5 emperors in the archaic cemetery were most likely the true essence of the 5 emperors. Of course, to Long Chen, just the 5 emperor seals alone should be able to unleash a terrifying battle strength. Long Chen did not dare to think too much about the 5 emperor seals at the moment. This was because the Scarlet Emperor seal and the Gold Emperor seal had already fallen into the hands of Zhao Danchen. Only by gathering all 5 emperor seals could Long Chen begin the path of cultivating the 5 emperor seals. At the moment, the most important thing was this mysterious combat skill in front of him. What Long Chen lacked was a powerful offensive combat skill. Patience was a very important indicator for one to become a top expert. Long Chen did not lack patience. Since Kitten had asked him to wait, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, he retreated 10 meters away from the stone tablet. According to Kitten's words, he carefully sensed every inch of the stone tablet, hoping to comprehend the secret of the stone tablet. I'll have to wait for the moonlight at night. Long Chen was not in a hurry. Having just reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial realm, there were still areas that he needed to cultivate. Many of his abilities still needed to be properly consolidated in order to unleash a more powerful battle strength. It had to be said that the current him was already standing at the peak of the entire Wushu sage empire. His only two opponents were Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian. Night fell very quickly. Above the sky, the moonlight penetrated through the heavy fog. When it fell on the sky island, it had become quite misty and even non-existent. What can such a blurry moonlight do? Long Chen was puzzled. In order to save Huang Fuqi, Kitten should now be at the most critical stage. Long Chen wanted to comprehend it by himself and did not want to disturb it. Therefore, he was not in a hurry and carefully comprehended the stone tablet according to Kitten's instructions. Long Chen was quite familiar with every bit of the lines on the stone tablet. Even so, he still did not know how to crack the secret of the stone tablet. Without Kitten, it was impossible for ordinary people to crack the secret of the stone tablet. After all, not everyone could persist here for so long without knowing the result. Comprehension is not the same as observation. The appearance of the stone tablet has been engraved in my mind, but what can I do? Long Chen continued to ponder over it. The faint moonlight shone down and cast Long Chen's shadow on the stone tablet. This was a very normal phenomenon. When Long Chen moved, the shadow on the stone tablet also moved. After the moonlight came, Long Chen had been observing the stone tablet for more than 2 hours, but there was still no result. Am I more stupid than others? Long Chen thought helplessly. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to look at the stone tablet. He did not want to force himself too close. He hoped that a little unconsciously could let him discover the secret of the stone tablet. Bored, Long Chen began to practice the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Chapter 659. As time went by, Long Chen gradually immersed himself in the punching skill of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual. He actually forgot about the steel. The punching skill of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was even more mysterious. Long Chen naturally couldn't comprehend it in a short time. After practicing for a while, he felt that there were many difficulties that needed to be overcome, so he didn't think too much and directly stopped the punching skill in his hands. In this way, half an hour had passed. On the way Long Chen stopped, he had already opened his eyes. At the first moment, he looked at the steel. At this moment, he found that the steel seemed to be a little strange. Long Chen had already stopped, but his shadow on the steel still hadn't stopped. It was still practicing. What it was practicing was completely different from what Long Chen was doing. This didn't seem to be a punching skill, but a kind of madra. The moonlight gently poured down from the top of Long Chen's head onto the steel. The steel gradually had a kind of dark yellow light, and then it turned into a bright yellow. The shadow on the steel was still practicing a kind of strange madra. This is... Long Chen was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He should have already found the secret of the steel while he was in a daze. Therefore, he immediately stabilized his mind and carefully looked at the shadow on the steel. Just by looking at it, he was already completely attracted. His whole mind was completely immersed in the movements of the shadow on the steel. His brain subconsciously tried to remember these madra. Following the movements of the shadow, his whole body also became absent-minded. This kind of absent-mindedness, it was as if his whole body had been sucked into the steel. As time went by, a faint yellow light also appeared on Long Chen's body. The shadow on the steel was constantly practicing a set of madra. After this set of madra ended, it immediately started again. From the beginning, Long Chen had watched it from beginning to end more than 10 times. He had already deeply remembered those movements. However, these simple movements didn't mean that Long Chen had already learned this kind of fighting skill. Right now, he only had the form, but the spirit of the fighting skill was still lacking. Long Chen's whole body was already immersed in the madra of the steel. In a trance, Long Chen felt that his body had moved to another place. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was standing in a barren land. All around him was a dead silence. There was not even a blade of grass in the 9th secluded soul land. It was a dead silence. However, compared to the dead silence in front of Long Chen, it was a lot worse. There was fine gray sand and dark clouds that almost reached his head. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, and a deathly aura filled the air. Long Chen could smell the rotting corpses of many animals and plants. This putrid stench of decay permeated the entire world, and the aura of death filled the entire place. Where is this? This question had just appeared in Long Chen's mind. He remembered that he seemed to be cultivating the madra on the steel. How did he suddenly come to this place? Thinking of this, Long Chen was a little shocked. This barren land, the gray chi of death in the surroundings, permeated his body. He actually felt a numbing pain on his skin. Looking down, he saw that his skin was actually rotting. It first lost its luster, then turned gray, and then rapidly rotted. This kind of pain simply made Long Chen have an impulse to die. What is this place? Why is it so terrifying? Long Chen was shocked. He immediately used his fastest speed, wanting to escape from this place. His speed was indeed very fast. The pain on his body wasn't enough to stop him, because he knew that if he stopped, he might die in this terrifying barren land. Finally, Long Chen saw an oasis in front of the gray land. This oasis wasn't big, but it was filled with lush grass. There were also cattle, sheep, and other creatures shuttling back and forth. There were also small bridges, flowing water, and houses. This place is filled with death chi, but there's actually such an oasis. Long Chen had a strange feeling in his heart. This place was really too strange. Long Chen even felt like he was living in a dream. He didn't know how he suddenly appeared here. Long Chen was anxious to know where he was, so he quickly walked towards the oasis. Just as he was about to approach, there was suddenly a roar in the sky. The thick black clouds were shaken. In front of Long Chen's eyes, a huge gray palm covered the sky and the sun. It was surrounded by endless gray death chi. With a loud bang, it smashed on the oasis and quickly retracted. After the clouds calmed down again, Long Chen was stunned. The oasis in front of him had turned into a barren land. It was exactly the same as other places. The oasis from before, under the corrosion of the gray death chi, didn't leave the slightest trace. The gray death chi was still circling here, and it still hadn't left. In Long Chen's mind, he was still recalling the huge gray palm from before. His eyes were already lifeless. In the beginning, he was shocked by the terror of the gray palm. There were dry cracks on the palm and it looked quite ugly. However, Long Chen didn't care about the unsightly appearance of the palm. Instead, he cared about the charm of the palm. Previously, I was practicing the battle skill of sorrow. Then, I suddenly came here, and that hand seal just now. There was definitely a connection between the two. Long Chen quickly understood the crux of the matter. Everything was related to the gray arm from before. So, that palm full of death chi just now is the battle skill that I want to obtain? Long Chen's mind quickly became clear. He carefully felt the palm just now. Suddenly, a kind of understanding appeared in his heart. So, this is the Divine Desolation Seal. After thinking about this, Long Chen found that he was still standing in front of the stone tablet. At this time, the moonlight had completely faded, and the figure on the stone tablet had disappeared, returning to its original ordinary appearance. The surroundings became quiet, and only the birds and demonic beasts in the sky did not dare to land on Sky Island still screamed. This was not something that Long Chen needed to care about. In his mind, he carefully recalled the essence of the Divine Desolation Seal. This name was only known to Long Chen after he obtained the Divine Desolation Seal. This Divine Desolation Seal was not the same as the Divine Yellow Marshal's Seal that Zhao Danchen had used before. It could even be said that it was worlds apart. The Divine Yellow Marshal Seal was only a medium king level battle skill, while the Divine Desolation Seal was an advanced king level battle skill. Moreover, it was known as the strongest advanced king level battle skill. At the very least, it should be much stronger than the Martial Emperor Seal. Even if it was a battle skill of the same level, such as an advanced king-level battle skill, the gap between them was still quite large. Just take the Wind God's Kick for example. Among the three moves, the Wild Wind form, the Windstorm form, and the Divine Wind form were all intermediate king-level battle skills. However, the difference between the Wild Wind form and the Divine Wind form was not just a little big. Based on the terrifying scene of the Desolate Sound, Long Chen roughly knew how terrifying the Divine Yellow Martial Seal was. The Divine Desolation Seal, also known as the Death Seal, uses the Death Chi to attack people, and can exert 200% of the effect. As he flipped through the form of the Desolate Sound in his memory, Long Chen silently became listless. From that unknown space, Long Chen saw the huge palm above his head drown out the entire oasis. While he was shocked, he also felt the charm of the Divine Desolation Seal and how great his power was. With the help of that palm, Long Chen felt that the speed of his comprehension had increased a lot. Coincidentally, the sun-devouring dire wolf was refining the Yao core at this moment, and Kitten was helping Huangfu Qi. Long Chen was very bored, so he began to study the Divine Yellow Martial Seal's battle skill in front of the stone tablet. The more he studied, the more frightened he became. He thought to himself, this Divine Yellow Martial Seal is actually similar to Xiao Lang's 9 Netherworld demonic ancestral flame. It can corrode the body of others during an attack, and even instill death chi into the enemy's body. Not only is it powerful, but it's also somewhat vicious. If you're hit by this Divine Yellow Martial Seal, there's basically no chance of survival. No wonder it's called the strongest battle skill among the kings. Although it was vicious, Long Chen had always been vicious to his enemies. This was not in conflict with him. Thinking of this, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't thought that he would be able to obtain such a good battle skill before obtaining the 5 Emperor Seals. With this battle skill and the help of the sun-devouring dire wolf, Long Chen believed that his chances of obtaining the Ancient Tomb token would increase a lot. The Ancient Tomb token was the key to Long Chen's success. Zhao Danchen, do you think that you're invincible after obtaining the Martial Emperor Seal? You'll definitely want to fight me in the future to avenge yourself, but do you know that I've obtained the Divine Desolation Seal, which is even more powerful than your Martial Emperor Seal? The soul-dispersing Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick were not extremely powerful battle skills, but the power of the Divine Desolation Seal contained poison and death chi. In addition, it was not inferior to the power of a Martial Emperor Seal. In Long Chen's hands, the Divine Desolation Seal would definitely amaze everyone. At that time, Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian would be dumbfounded. Thinking of this, Long Chen became even more enthusiastic about cultivating the Divine Desolation Seal. He stayed on Sky Island and immersed himself in cultivating the Divine Desolation Seal day after day, forgetting to eat and sleep. Kitten had already finished his work and was only waiting for Huangfu Qi to recover in the blood of the Divine Phoenix. As for the sun-devouring dire wolf, it was also in the process of refining the Divine Phoenix's monster core. Because the Divine Phoenix had a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline, its monster core was much more useful to the sun-devouring dire wolf than the monster core of an ordinary level 4 or even level 5 king monster core. Maybe this time, Xiao Lang can directly advance to level 4 king monster, Long Chen thought happily. Chapter 660. A grade 4 king class Yao core could really allow the sun-devouring devil wolf to reach the realm of a grade 4 king class Yao core. After 10 days, even Huangfu Qi had almost recovered, but the wolf cub still hadn't woken up from the refinement. The longer it took, the higher the chance of the sun-devouring devil wolf reaching the 4th grade king class. On this day, Kitten said that Huangfu Qi was about to wake up. Long Chen stopped practicing the Seal of Desolation and took Huangfu Qi out of the Great Void Realm. He placed her on the square in the middle of the ruins. Huangfu Qi was still in the purple wooden barrel, but compared to before, the difference was that Huangfu Qi was now soaking in a bright red blood with a hint of gold. This was the blood of the Divine Phoenix. It was extremely hot. When Long Chen stood next to the blood, he felt like he was standing next to the divine phoenix. It seemed that most of the heat on the divine phoenix came from its blood. Because of Kitten's protection, Huang Fuqi wouldn't be burned by the high temperature. Huang Fuqi, who was immersed in the blood of the divine phoenix bird, had gradually lost the green color on her body and turned into a rosy complexion. At first, only her heart was beating, but now, she gradually began to breathe. It looked like she was about to wake up. In the blood of the divine phoenix, the golden blood all gathered around Huang Fuqi and seeped into her body bit by bit. This girl survived a disaster this time. After being cleansed by the blood of the divine phoenix, it will be very useful for her future growth. She also has the so-called heavenly wind vein in her body. This kind of bloodline is not bad. If she works hard in this life, she can reach the 5th or even the 7th level of the earth martial arts realm. At least in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, there is no one stronger than her. In this way, even if Long Chen had to leave the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. His friends were now protected by Long Shan. In the future, when Long Shan couldn't make it, Huang Fuqi would probably become a top expert. The future divine Wuxia sage dynasty would be Huang Fuqi's world. This would probably make Huang Fu Fengshen quite happy. Even if he lost his strength, he would probably wake up from his dream with a smile. After all, Long Chen knew that he loved Huang Fuqi very much, even more than his own life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have begged Long Chen to save Huang Fuqi, knowing that Long Chen was no match for Feng Xian. Kitten, what do you think of my potential? What level can I reach? Long Chen asked. You. Kitten looked at him contemptuously and said, you have the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 ancient ancestral dragons. In terms of potential, no one in this world can compare to you. But you are too proud of yourself. Do you think it's so easy to absorb the essence blood of the ancient ancestral dragon? It's not easy for you to absorb and refine it, so I can't guess to what level you can improve your strength in the end. In fact, what it said was similar to what Long Chen thought. More opportunities meant more danger. After obtaining the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, Long Chen's strength grew rapidly, and the danger he encountered also increased. Kitten, how many dragon martial artists do you think there are in this time? Long Chen asked. Dragon martial artists, there shouldn't be many. The essence blood of those dragons is almost gone. I don't know where it went. I remember that there were still many dragon martial artists in the Middle Ages. Kitten said. Then, will the essence blood of the other 9 ancestral dragons still exist in this world? Long Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. He wanted to know if there was anyone with the same talent as him. No, absolutely not. I don't know what happened to you. It's really shocking that you could get the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It's impossible for anyone to get the essence blood of the other 9 ancestral dragons. Even if there is, and even if you can find it, you basically can't get it without the strength above the god martial arts realm. Is that so? Long Chen recalled the process of getting the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It seemed that Long Qinglan told him that there was the key to him becoming a dragon martial artist in the Dragon Seal Manual, and then he got the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. At that time, the essence blood was sealed by a restriction, which even Lingxi could break. Long Chen was also very surprised that he could get the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon so easily. This must be the credit of my father. It seems like everything was arranged by him. From his tone, it seems like the status of our Long clan is even greater than Lingxi's clan. Lingxi is a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the Sword Spirit Emperor domain, one of the 3 great imperial domains. How high can the status of the Long clan be? This was the question that Long Chen couldn't figure out. Could it be that there were other places besides the 3 great imperial domains? However, I do know the location of the essence blood of the other ancestral dragon. At this time, Kitten said something that shocked Long Chen. Long Chen was stunned, then he looked at Kitten excitedly and said, Lord Cat, what you said is true. At this time, Long Chen looked at Kitten, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He even called him Lord Cat. Kitten felt very comfortable when he called him Lord Cat. In fact, he had wanted to tell this news to Long Chen for a long time, but he didn't have the chance. Of course it's true. When did this god ever lie to you? Kitten said proudly. Where is it? Long Chen asked anxiously. Don't worry, don't worry. You can't get it now. What's there to worry about? Haste makes waste. Kitten paused, then said slowly, the thing on your chest is called the Void Dragon Talisman, and I'm sealed in this talisman. Let me tell you the truth. Back when I was defeated by the Ancestral Dragon shed a dragon scale and turned it into this talisman, sealing me in this place. This talisman was originally its dragon scale. Based on the connection between us, as long as you get close to that guy, I should be able to sense it. I can roughly feel that its essence blood should still be in this world. It's just that it's probably in a place that's rather hard to reach. Void Dragon Talisman, so it's a dragon scale. Long Chen was a little speechless. No wonder the Void Dragon Talisman could perform a heaven-defying mystique like time reversal. Long Chen obtained a lot of information from Kitten. First of all, the Kitten had been defeated by the Ancestral Dragon. If the Kitten was really an expert on the same level as the Golden Crow, then the Ancestral Dragon's strength could be guessed. The Kitten had always been bragging. It had said that it had experienced a great battle with the Ancestral Dragon. Perhaps it had been instantly killed by the Ancestral Dragon. Otherwise, how could the Ancestral Dragon have sealed it with just a dragon scale? Also, Kitten didn't know the location of the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood, but it should be able to find it with the Void Dragon Talisman. Where is the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood? Long Chen asked excitedly. It's definitely not in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. It should be in the Imperial domain, Kitten said. In other words, the most important thing now is to go to the Imperial domain. Whether it was for Lingxi, Yang Lingqing, or the other Ancestral Dragon's essence blood, Long Chen had to go to the Imperial domain. At the thought of this, Long Chen strengthened his belief and his eyes were burning with passion. By the way, Kitten, what's the name of the Ancestral Dragon? What's the Void Dragon? Long Chen suddenly asked. The Kitten's face revealed a look of awe. It almost muttered to itself, the past and the present are known as the Eon, and the four directions are known as the universe. The Eon has the length of the past and the present. Eon is the general name for time since ancient times. From the magical power of time reversal, I'm sure you have already guessed it. This Ancestral Dragon can control time, reverse life and death, and travel through the past and the present. It is the eternal dragon of time, the cosmic dragon. Void Dragon. Hearing this name, Long Chen was deeply shocked. Previously, he knew that there was a missing word in the middle. He had also guessed it, but he didn't think of using the word universe. In the universe referred to the endless heaven and earth, and Eon referred to the endless time. The Void Dragon was a super expert that roamed between heaven and earth and manipulated time at will. The dragon of blood and slaughter, the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the eternal dragon of time, and the Void Dragon. Long Chen had always thought that the ancient blood spiritual dragon was terrifying enough, but compared to the Void Dragon, it seemed to be a little lacking. Long Chen was silent for a while before asking, Kitten, is there a clear distinction between the strength of the 10 great ancestral dragons? How does the ancient blood spiritual dragon compare to the Void Dragon? Kitten said, there's basically no difference in strength among the 10 great ancestral dragons. Every one of them is in existence at the pinnacle of time, and their strength won't be too far apart. However, when comparing the primordial blood spirit dragon and the Void Eon dragon, the Void Eon dragon should be slightly superior. Regardless of strength, just in terms of rules, the time rule should be above the massacre rule. The primordial blood spirit dragon is an ancestral dragon that has multiplied the massacre rule to the pinnacle, and its name has shaken the dragon sacrificial dragon continent and even affected other worlds. However, in front of an ancestral dragon that controls the time rule like the Void Eon dragon, it should still be slightly inferior. Long Chen still couldn't understand the word rule for the time being. What is the rule? Shocked, Long Chen hurriedly asked. The rule? There are many things to talk about. In general, this world is full of all kinds of power. Each power has its own attribute, and the power of heaven and earth is the most powerful power in this world. Our power is built on the foundation of the power of heaven and earth. For example, if your true ether is not replenished by the power of heaven and earth, your true ether will eventually be exhausted. Without the power of heaven and earth, there will be no power for us. You've said so much. What is the rule? Long Chen asked. Chapter 661. For the current you, it is still too early. Right now, you are in the earth martial arts realm, and the word martial you study is a kind of rule. The rule of martial arts should be the rule of the earth martial arts realm. This is a weak rule. When you comprehend it, you will be able to feel the pulse of power from the earth and understand how to use a very small amount of true qi to display the greatest battle power. When you reach the heaven martial arts realm, your comprehension of the rule this time should be a step deeper, because what you need to comprehend in the heaven martial arts realm is not the earth, but the world. Long Chen was baffled by what he heard. He seemed to feel that the path of cultivation seemed to be more difficult than he had imagined. Previously, with the super magical power of refining blood into qi, Long Chen thought he could reach the sky in a single bound. He didn't expect that the three martial realms would directly give him a heavy blow. On the path of cultivation, it was difficult to reach the sky. To be able to stand at the peak, which one of them wasn't a hero among men? From this, it could be seen that the four basic realms were really the foundation, and the three martial realms were just the beginning. The realms after that should be even more terrifying. Looking at Long Chen's expression, Kitten said, "The path of cultivation itself is extremely difficult for you. I'll be honest with you. If you don't have the ancestral dragon's essence and blood, you can't achieve anything in your life because your origin is really too low. In a place like Biyao town, even if you dig out your body's potential to the extreme, you can only reach the reaching heaven realm at most. But it's different now. It's almost equivalent to a person without a limit, because you are not completely a person anymore. Half of your body has turned into a dragon. Although you can't feel it yourself, let me ask you, is your martial soul in the shape of a dragon?" This secret, Long Chen had never told Kitten. At this moment, Kitten looked a little serious. Long Chen nodded solemnly. Long Chen smiled and said, "This proves what I said. However, your original body is that of a human, and your martial soul has become a dragon, which means that your body will also become a dragon in the future. But your soul, which is also your divine soul, is destined to be a human since birth. Therefore, your cultivation also has to abide by the rules of human beings. Compared with the evil beasts, there is a big gap between the human clan and the evil beasts in terms of body, not to mention the ancient divine dragons. The strength of the evil beasts is basically determined from birth. When they grow up, they will be able to have great strength. Moreover, a freak like Xiao Lang can even devour flames to level up. In theory, they don't need to comprehend or cultivate at all to become strong. However, the human clan is different. The human clan is one of the weakest creatures. If you want to become strong, you have to constantly improve yourself. The comprehension of the martial realm can further improve your ability to use your strength and control over the rules. But the human clan is different. The human clan is one of the weakest creatures. If you want to be strong, you must constantly improve yourself. The comprehension of the martial realm can further improve your ability to use your strength and control over the rules. But there will be more and more. If you want to be strong, you better be mentally prepared." However, Long Chen understood Kitten's intention. In the end, the pressure it exerted was for Long Chen's own good. Long Chen calmed down and carefully sorted out his thoughts. "My body can transform into a dragon, and the martial spirit that can control my body and control my true essence can also transform into a dragon. But my soul is born as a human, so I can't be like Xiao Lang, who can advance at will. Only by constantly comprehending and fighting can I control the rules of heaven and earth. Only then can I finally become the strongest expert. The martial of the three martial realms is the simplest kind of rule. It is the ancestral dragon's slaughter and time, which are the most supreme rules that belong to them. After sorting out his thoughts, Long Chen suddenly realized that he had a feeling of being enlightened. He had never thought about the cultivation of the four basic realms. But now, he understood. He had just reached the martial realm, so he didn't know what the martial realm was. But now, he felt that the road ahead of him was bright. Cultivation is nothing more than defying the heavens and seizing fate. Cultivation is nothing more than fighting against the heavens. The more heaven and earth you seize, the more you control. The four basic realms were the accumulation of power and the transformation of the body, but the martial realm was the true beginning of cultivation. At this time, the accumulation of power was no longer so important. The most important thing was the comprehension of the rules, which would drive the growth of the martial spirit. Until the end, it would be immortal and live as long as heaven and earth. Kitten originally thought that it would deal a blow to Long Chen, but he didn't expect that it would stimulate the endless fighting spirit in Long Chen's heart. His character was rebellious. He had a fanatical passion for cultivation and becoming stronger. He needed to use powerful strength to prove many things. These desires urged his strong heart to beat. Looking at Long Chen's burning gaze, Kitten suddenly understood that it wasn't because of his luck that this young man had been able to reach this stage. It was also because of his character. Attitude determines everything. Defying the heavens and changing fate all depends on oneself. Just as Kitten was in a daze, Long Chen suddenly felt that Huang Fuqi, who was behind him, seemed to be moving. He hurriedly cast aside all the other emotions in his heart and quickly turned around to look at Huang Fuqi nervously. Kitten was also a little secret to Long Chen, so he couldn't show his face for the time being. Thus, he entered the great void realm and let Long Chen be the good guy. Huang Fuqi moved her fingers in the divine phoenix's blood. At this moment, her breathing had become very even. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Those big, black eyes finally regained their vigor. This was Huang Fuqi. She should be so innocent and happy at such a young age. However, when Huang Fuqi opened her eyes, the first thing that appeared was a trace of panic. Her big, black eyes revealed an extremely frightened expression. Bad girl. At this point, she suddenly saw Long Chen beside her. Immediately, her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then, it was replaced by a look of joy. Children's thoughts were generally very simple. As long as they saw something with their eyes, they would generally believe that it was real, but they would feel like they were dreaming. Big brother. Huang Fuqi jumped up excitedly and jumped directly from the divine phoenix into Long Chen's arms. Her whole body was still wet with the divine phoenix's blood. Long Chen swallowed a little, and the demon beast's blood in her body was completely absorbed by Long Chen's body and transformed into the dragon's soul essential essence. Although the amount was very small, it couldn't be wasted. Long Chen realized that the essence of the divine phoenix's blood in the wooden barrel had actually been completely absorbed by Huang Fuqi. There was nothing good left. However, the most important thing on the path of martial arts was still comprehension. Refining blood into qi was no longer that important to Long Chen. Big brother, why are you here? Why am I here? Where is that bad girl? Huang Fuqi stuck her head out of Long Chen's arms and blinked her big eyes at Long Chen. Then, she looked around. The sky was filled with thick clouds, so Huang Fuqi clearly didn't recognize this place. This is the Sky Island in the Eternal Divine Sea. Have you heard of it? Long Chen said as he looked at the little girl dotingly. I've heard of it. I heard that it's a very mysterious place. Even my father doesn't dare to come here. Why did my strength increase? Huang Fuqi suddenly said in pleasant surprise as her eyes widened. Your strength has increased. It should be because of the divine phoenix's blood. You've been soaking in it for 10 days and 10 nights, and the 9 apertures in your body have basically been opened by the essence of the divine phoenix. Is your first heaven aperture open now? Where is it? Long Chen could sense that Huang Fuqi's current strength should be between the 8th and 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. It was already very good for her to have such strength at such a young age. Huang Fuqi would be the person with the most potential in the future Wushu Sage dynasty, apart from Long Chen. She was only 10 years old, but she was already at the 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. Even the outstanding disciples of the other 9 sacred dynasties wouldn't be able to achieve such a speed. Yes, the first heaven aperture is also open. It's here. Huang Fuqi tilted her head and pointed at her forehead as she spoke with a smile. With Long Chen by her side, she felt especially accomplished. Suddenly, she recalled what Long Chen had said. She said in surprise, "Big brother, isn't the divine phoenix the strongest monster in the eternal divine sea? You actually killed it?" She had heard that even the martial emperor Zhao Wuji didn't dare to provoke the divine phoenix. Long Chen had actually dared to come to this place and directly killed the divine phoenix. Didn't that mean that Long Chen was already stronger than Zhao Wuji? Long Chen nodded helplessly when he saw the shocked expression on the little girl's face. He pinched her little nose and said, "Yes, I was the one who killed it. In order to save you, big brother killed that big fellow." Wow. Huang Fuqi's eyes were full of twinkling little stars. She didn't have a concept of the strong. She only knew that Long Chen was invincible, no matter what kind of strength he had. No one could defeat him. "All right, let's not talk anymore. I'm going to take you to see your father." "He must be worried sick," said Long Chen. He had finally completed his mission. "Father, yes, I want to see my father and tell him that the new woman is not a good person. She actually occupied my mother's island and secretly took me there. I don't know what she did to me, but I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw Big Brother," Huang Fuqi said indignantly with a disgusted look on her face. Chapter 662. It seemed like Huang Fuqi still did not know that Huang Fu Fengshen had been crippled by Feng Xian. She also did not know that she was almost killed by Feng Xian. This girl was still young, so Long Chen did not say anything to her. He brought her down from the eternal divine sea and headed in the direction of Remnant Wind City. He was going to Remnant Wind City first before returning to the War People. Xiao Lang had not made any moves yet, and Long Chen still needed to take a good look at the Divine Desolation Seal. Along the way, Long Chen chattered with Huang Fuqi. This little girl did not know that she had just been rescued from death. She was extremely happy and kept asking Long Chen to go to the Huangfu clan and stay with her. She also kept asking about Mo Xiaolang's whereabouts. After walking for a few days, Huang Fuqi suddenly realized that the two of them didn't seem to be going in the direction of the Huangfu clan. She asked in confusion, "Big brother, aren't we going to see my parents?" "Where are we going?" "To Remnant Wind City." "Your parents are there," said Long Chen. "Hey, aren't my parents at home?" "Big brother, you're talking nonsense." Huang Fuqi pouted and said. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "Little girl, you still don't know. While you were unconscious, that bad woman took over your home and chased your parents out." "Ah." Huang Fuqi was startled for a moment before revealing a look of disgust. "Even my father isn't a match for that bad woman? How hateful. When Chi grows up, I'll definitely beat her until her butt blossoms. But big brother, since you're so powerful, you must help Chi beat up that woman, and then let Chi bring father and mother home." Huang Fuqi leaned on Long Chen's body and babbled. She was smart enough to know that she could get Long Chen to avenge her. Feng Xian had a conflict with Long Chen over the ancient tomb token, so she would inevitably fight with Long Chen. It was only a matter of time. Since he had reached the third level of the earth martial arts realm, Long Chen had a little confidence in dealing with her. So he nodded and said, "All right, leave this matter to me. I promise I'll spank her ass until it blossoms." With Feng Xian's plump buttocks, who knew what would happen if she were to open them? Of course, she was at LV5 of the earth martial arts realm, and she was from the Tianfeng sacred dynasty. Judging from her 3,000 phantom palms and 3,000 phantom shadows, it was obvious that this woman was quite difficult to deal with. Perhaps only by cooperating with Xiao Lang could they kill her, just like when Long Chen killed the divine phoenix. They arrived at Staying Wine City a few days later. Fengchen. The wooden door was suddenly pushed open and a beautiful woman rushed into the yard with an anxious look on her face. At this moment, the yard was already full of flowers and plants. Huangfu Fengchen was standing at the edge of the yard, watering a pot of flowers. At this moment, his wife rushed in. "What's wrong?" Huangfu Fengchen's eyes were calm as he held his wife and said. The beautiful woman calmed herself down and said, "I just went to inquire about it. I heard that Feng Xian returned to the Huangfu clan 10 days ago. She seemed to be in a very bad mood. Many people in the clan were killed by her because of some trivial matters. Not in a good mood? Not in a good mood after returning from Martial Emperor City. Could it be that Long Chen and the others really rescued Chi-Chi?" Huangfu Fengchen revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "No, maybe not," the beautiful woman said with a bitter smile. "So what?" Huangfu Fengchen raised his eyebrows. The beautiful woman was also quite intelligent. She said, "If Long Chen and the others succeeded, it has already been more than 10 days. Even if he hasn't arrived here yet, I'm afraid he will still be able to send the news here. But we still haven't received any news, so, could it be that Chi-Chi has already died in the battle, and Feng Xian's plan has failed, so she has a bad temper, and Long Chen, he should be too ashamed to see you." Speaking of this, the beautiful woman's face showed a sad expression. "What a foolish woman!" Huangfu Fengchen scolded. His face was also very gloomy. He had waited for many days, but there was still no news. In fact, he already had a premonition, but he just didn't want to say it out loud. Long Chen is strong and tenacious, but his opponent is in the 5th level of the earth martial realm. How could he take back Chi-Chi? It seems that Feng Xian is angry because she didn't get the vein of heavenly wind. But Long Chen didn't come to see me, which means that he's too ashamed to see me. It's not his fault, I gave him an impossible task. Huangfu Fengchen shook his head helplessly. The beautiful woman next to him was about to burst into tears. "Fengchen, what should we do? Chi-Chi is still so young, is she really gone?" Speaking of this, she was already crying. Huangfu Fengchen sighed and didn't say anything else. He took the beautiful woman into the house. Their current life was carefree and carefree. There were many things that they did not have to consider. It could be said that this was the life that they had imagined. However, without Huangfu Qi, this small courtyard was filled with endless sorrow. Time passed day by day. The couple had lost all hope. Suddenly, one day, when they were having lunch, they thought of Huangfu Qi. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Even though they hadn't eaten for a few days, they had lost their appetite. Their eyes were red. These days, every time they thought of their daughter, they would cry. The beautiful woman's eyes were already swollen from crying. "It's all my fault, I'm a cripple now, I can't do anything." Huangfu Fengchen's face was filled with self-blame. "Fengchen, don't say that. I know you're in a difficult situation. You can only blame that woman for being cruel and merciless," said the beautiful woman while gritting her teeth. After so many days, the couple had almost lost all hope. At that moment, "Daddy, Mommy." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in the small courtyard. When the two of them heard this voice, they immediately stood up from their seats. I heard wrongly. This was the first thing they thought of. After all, that was Huangfu Qi's voice, and Huang Fuqi might have already passed away. However, could they have heard wrongly at the same time? Therefore, they quickly reacted, and their faces were filled with smiles of hope. Chi-Chi is back. They rushed outside excitedly, even knocking over their chairs. However, they didn't frown at all. Their faces were filled with ecstasy. They rushed to the gate and saw a little girl in a yellow coat with a shiny silver bracelet on her wrist in the middle of the courtyard. She was rushing toward them in high spirits. This experience was like waking up from a dream. The couple was so excited that tears gushed out of their eyes. Even though Huangfu Fengshen had been the head of the Huangfu family for more than 10 years, he had never been so happy. In their entire world, there was only this child left. The love of parents was always endless and would always surpass everything. However, this was also the most ordinary kind of love. Almost everyone could have it, and everyone was used to losing this kind of love. Only then would they understand the pain and regret. With an excited heart, Huangfu Fengshen hugged the child tightly in his arms. The softness from the little girl's body made Huangfu Fengshen understand that all of this wasn't a dream. He couldn't enjoy it by himself. He hurriedly handed his daughter to her mother and said emotionally, "That's right, it's Chi-Chi, it's Chi-Chi." As for his wife, her face was already covered in tears. There were two types of tears. One was from sadness, and the other was from happiness. "Daddy, Mommy, Chi-Chi is back. Why are you crying? You're all grown up now. Aren't you ashamed to cry?" Huang Fuqi saw that her parents' eyes were filled with tears. She immediately became anxious. "Who said we were crying?" Huangfu Fengshen quickly wiped away his tears. He looked at Huang Fuqi and made sure that she wasn't injured. Her arms were fine, her legs were fine, and everything was fine. His daughter was even more outstanding than before. Huangfu Fengshen was finally satisfied. In fact, for many parents, the happiest thing in life was to see their children safe and sound. To them, this was already the greatest gift. As the beautiful woman asked about Huang Fuqi, Huangfu Fengshen looked at Long Chen, who was standing at the door and smiling as he watched the family reunite. This youth stood there calmly as if he had fused with heaven and earth. He was plain and indifferent, and all of his sharpness was hidden. He looked like a harmless scholar. However, Huangfu Fengshen knew that the current Long Chen had matured a lot compared to when they first met. Sometimes, Huangfu Fengshen felt that Long Chen was a miraculous existence. "It's been a few times, and I finally see you back. I'm really sorry for blaming you before. Long Chen, I don't even know how to thank you now," Huangfu Fengshen said to Long Chen with some shame. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. I understand Patriarch Huangfu's intentions. Moreover, Chi-Chi and I are good siblings. I didn't save her to get your thanks, huh?" Long Chen's casual words immediately livened up the atmosphere. "I'm already an ordinary person, so there's no need to call me Patriarch. Since you can call me Chi-Chi, and I'm also more than 10 years older than you, just call me Uncle Chen. You've been rushing all the way here. Come in and have a good chat." Huangfu Fengshen smiled bitterly. "Big brother, don't leave." Huang Fuqi hurriedly broke free from her mother's embrace and ran over to grab Long Chen's arm, dragging Long Chen into the house. This little girl. Long Chen could only smile helplessly. It was obvious that the couple was eating, but they weren't in the mood to eat at this time. After tidying up a bit, Huangfu Fengshen said, "You took so long this time. Did something happen?" Chapter 663. After sitting down, Long Chen told Huangfu Fengshen about what had happened. He skipped the part about kitten and said that he had read about the method to save Huang Fuqi in an ancient book. When they heard that Long Chen had gone to the eternal divine ocean and killed the sky phoenix, the couple was dumbstruck. They looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Huangfu Fengshen said, that sky phoenix has existed in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty for at least a few hundred years. No one dared to provoke it, but you, Long Chen, being able to kill the sky phoenix meant that his current level had surpassed martial emperor Zhao Wuji. Back then, the strongest people in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty were Zhao Wuji and the sky phoenix. Now that Zhao Wuji was killed by his disciple and Feng Xian, and the sky phoenix was also killed by you, the divine Wuxia sage dynasty is completely different from before. Long Chen, your talent is the rarest I have ever seen. You can be considered a genius even among the other 9 sacred dynasties for reaching such a realm at such a young age. Huangfu Fengchen looked at Long Chen with gratitude and deep admiration. Long Chen had risked his life to go to the eternal divine ocean to save Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Fengchen knew that he would never be able to repay this kindness in this lifetime. Back then, he had given the Huangfu clan's battle skill, the Willow Catkin wind following step, to Long Chen. Looking at it now, it was a very obvious move. If it were not for Long Chen, Huangfu Qi would not have been able to escape this time. Among the other 9 sacred dynasties, the number of ancient tomb tokens definitely far surpassed the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. The number of people who could enter the primordial cemetery was also relatively large. When he heard Huangfu Fengchen mention the 9 sacred dynasties, he asked, "Uncle Chen, tell me about the 9 sacred dynasties." Huangfu Fengchen guessed, "You also want to get the ancient tomb token and enter the primordial cemetery?" Long Chen nodded. Huangfu Fengchen shook his head and said, "Long Chen, I don't suggest you do this for now." "Why?" "You're still young, not even 20 years old. Your strength is comparable to the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. This kind of strength can only be considered a genius, not a strong cultivator. Those who enter the primordial cemetery are all strong cultivators. If you fight for the treasure with the younger generation, you might win, but compared to those vicious seniors, you're inferior. In the other 9 sacred dynasties, there are as many people in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm as dogs. Only those in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm can be considered a strong cultivator. Those who can enter the primordial cemetery are at least in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. You'll be at the bottom. Why don't you cultivate for a few more years? When you reach the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, you might be able to survive." Huangfu Fengchen analyzed. Everything he said was reasonable. There were definitely many treasures in the primordial cemetery, but there were even more dangers. Not only were there natural disasters, but there were also attacks from demonic beasts. What was even more terrifying was the killing of each other while fighting for the treasures. Every time they entered the primordial cemetery, there were very few people who survived. For someone with the strength of Long Chen, if he entered, he would basically be throwing his life away. Therefore, Huangfu Fengchen told Long Chen to cultivate for a few more years and only enter the primordial cemetery when he had something to rely on. If you feel that the Wuxia sage dynasty has already hindered your development, you can also go to the other sacred dynasties. In the other sacred dynasties, there are also many strong cultivators and the chances of improving are quite high. However, it's not as dangerous as the fighting in the primordial cemetery. When your strength can stand at the peak of the entire myriad lands, then you can go in and fight for the treasures. Wouldn't that be foolproof? Huangfu Fengchen was worried that an accident would happen to Long Chen and waste this very good talent. Moreover, from the moment Long Chen saved Huangfu Qi, he completely treated Long Chen as one of his own, so he advised him like this. Long Chen shook his head and said resolutely, "Uncle Chen, because of certain reasons, I must enter the primordial cemetery. Actually, I won't hide it from you. My goal in coming to the Wuxia sage dynasty is to enter the primordial cemetery. As long as I can enter, even if I die inside, Long Chen will have no regrets." If that's the case. Seeing the determination in Long Chen's eyes, Huangfu Fengchen knew that he really had something to do. This matter was obviously very important to Long Chen, so he didn't ask any further and said, "Since that's the case, then there's no other way." However, Feng Xian came to the Wuxia sage dynasty to snatch the ancient tomb token. "If you also want the ancient tomb token, won't you eventually have to fight with her?" Long Chen asked, Uncle Chen, do you think that if she stays in the divine martial sacred dynasty, I won't have a chance to fight her? And Zhao Danchen and I will fight one day. The winner will get the ancient tomb token. Thinking up to here, he didn't say anything else. He only warned Long Chen to be careful when the time came, then told him about the 9 great sacred dynasties. Thinking up to here, he didn't say anything else. He only reminded Long Chen to be careful, then told him about the 9 great sacred dynasties. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, there are 10 great sacred dynasties. Among them, the Wuxia Sage dynasty has pretty much declined. The thousands of small countries under its rule are actually more or less divided by the other 9 great sacred dynasties. The 9 great sacred dynasties are, in fact, the 9 great clans of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. 9 great clans. Is the Feng clan one of them? Huangfu Fengchen nodded and said, yes, the 9 great clans of the Myriad Kingdoms domain directly control the 9 great sacred dynasties. For example, the Tianfeng sacred dynasty is completely controlled by the Feng clan. The Feng clan's position in the Tianfeng sacred dynasty is even higher than the Wuxia alliance's position in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. Then what are the other 8 great clans? Long Chen asked. In the medieval era, there were actually many god martial realm experts in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. The current 9 great clans are actually the descendants of those god martial realm experts, especially the 5 in the 5 Elements Alliance. It is rumored that they are the descendants of the 5 emperors of the medieval era. The other 4 great clans are more or less related to the god martial realm experts. The 9 great clans are divided into a total of 3 major factions. And they are divided into 3 factions. Long Chen was stunned at first, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The 9 great sacred dynasties were bound to have endless conflicts, and with so many people, they definitely needed to form an alliance. Huangfu Fengchen nodded and said, the strength of the 3 factions is about the same. The first is the 5 Elements Alliance that I just told you about. They are the direct descendants of the 5 emperors. They are the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth clans. The strength of each clan is about the same as the Feng clan. The other 2 factions are the Divine Wind clan and the Demonic Thunder clan. From his words, Long Chen could hear that something was wrong. The 9 great clans were divided into 3 factions, the 5 Elements Alliance, the Divine Wind clan, and the Demonic Thunder clan. The Divine Wind clan and the Demonic Thunder clan should each have 2 clans. The Wind clan's strength was about the same as any of the 5 Elements Alliances, and the overall strength of the 3 major factions was about the same. Didn't that mean that the Divine Wind clan and the Demonic Devil clan were comparable to the combined strength of the 4 sacred dynasties? Huangfu Fengchen seemed to have seen through Long Chen's doubts and said, you guessed correctly. Among the 9 great clans, the 2 strongest are the Divine Race and the Demonic Demon clan. The experts of each clan far surpass the other sacred dynasties. It can be said that the Divine Race and the Demonic Race are the strongest forces in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. They each have a vassal, the Wind clan and the Lightning clan. As for the other descendants of the 5 emperors, they can only resist the Divine Race and the Demonic Thunder clan together. Uncle Chen, can you tell me more about the Divine Race and the Demonic Race? Long Chen was a little interested in the 2 powerful clans. Huangfu Fengchen said, don't be scared. The Divine Race and the Demonic Race are just what they call themselves. They are still humans, and they are no different from us. The only difference is the immortal god's veins and demonic god's veins, which are even more powerful than the heavenly wind vein and the mysterious fire vein. I'm not too sure about the origins of the Divine Race and the Demon Race, but they didn't seem to be very strong in the history of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. I remember that a long, long time ago, the Myriad Kingdoms domain belonged to the 5 Elements Alliance. From the sound of it, the 9 great clans really did seem a little terrifying. In addition to her strength that had even reached the heaven realm, if Long Chen wanted to charge into the ancient cemetery to find Lingxi, it would truly be difficult on top of difficult. The only thing he could rely on was the mysterious 5-colored key in his hand. He had obtained it in the distant Fire Divine realm, along with the Scarlet Emperor's seal. The 5 Elements Alliance, the Divine Wind Vein, and the Demonic Lightning Vein. Over 10,000 people have entered the ancient cemetery. That scene must be quite terrifying. However, this is all in the future. If I want to enter the ancient cemetery, I still have to pass through Feng Xian and Zhao Danchen. Long Chen analyzed in his heart. Currently, his greatest reliance was the Divine Desolation seal he obtained from the Eternal Divine Sea. He had not reached the Mastery Realm yet. Therefore, it was not time for him to directly kill his way to them. Long Chen's first target would be the 5 Emperor's seals. According to the legends, the 5 Emperors were 5 experts of the Divine Martial Realm in the 10,000 territories during the Middle Ages. They had made great contributions to the prosperity of the 10,000 territories and were existences that were revered by the people. In particular, the people of the 5 Elements Alliance would proudly claim that they were the descendants of the 5 Emperors. In the ancient cemetery, there should be a treasure of the 5 Emperors. It must have been left behind by the 5 Emperors. This information quickly flashed past Long Chen's mind. The Divine Desolation seal is almost the strongest king-level battle skill, while the 5 Emperor's seals are royal-level battle skills. Their power is naturally above the Divine Yellow Martial seal. Therefore, Zhao Danchen, a cold smile flashed past the corner of Long Chen's mouth. Uncle Chen, now that Chi-Chi is back, what are your plans? Because of the Divine Phoenix's blood essence, Chi-Chi has already reached the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. If she stays in a small place like Retain Wind City, I won't be able to take care of her. If Feng Xian comes again. Chapter 664. What Long Chen said were all possible problems. If Feng Xian found out that Huangfu Qi was here, she wouldn't let it go. Huangfu Fengchen had probably thought of this problem as well. At the moment, he was deep in thought. Huangfu Qi was safe, so they had to think about their own lives. After Huangfu Fengchen lost his power, what he yearned for the most was a peaceful life. But if Huangfu Qi was here, it didn't seem to be allowed. Long Chen said, Uncle Chen, I have a suggestion. Go ahead, Huangfu Fengchen said. Long Chen said directly, Chi-Chi has already reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. She has 3 heavenly wind veins in her body. After bathing in the blood of the Divine Phoenix, you know how strong her potential is. After a while, she will reach the Earth Martial Arts realm, and her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. And then? Huangfu Fengchen asked. The Huangfu family is your family. You can't let it fall into the hands of Feng Xian. No matter if Feng Xian gets the ancient tomb token or not, she will leave eventually. If you can't bear to see the Huangfu family become a mess, you have to go back and rebuild the family. I have lost all my power. How can I be qualified? Huangfu Fengchen smiled bitterly. But Chi-Chi can. In a few days, her strength will probably surpass yours. As long as Feng Xian and Zhao Danchen aren't here, with the support of our brothers in the dragons, she can completely become the master of the family. Of course, you have to support her from behind, Long Chen said. Huangfu Fengchen finally understood what Long Chen meant. But, as long as Feng Xian isn't killed, how can we go back to the Huangfu family? Leave it to me, Long Chen said directly, with strong confidence in his eyes. Okay, then what should we do now? Huangfu Fengchen was also a very decisive person. He knew that even if it wasn't for himself, he couldn't stay in this place for the rest of his life for the sake of his daughter and his clan. I'm going back to the war people now to see how they are doing. After all, where is everyone? To prevent Zhao Danchen or Feng Xian from threatening you, I have to bring you to the war people. When the crisis of the Wushu Sage Empire is over, you can go wherever you want, Long Chen said. This was also for the sake of safety. The final battle was just around the corner. Long Chen didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of some mistakes. Huangfu Fengchen and his wife looked at each other. They weren't fools and nodded their heads. Even if it was for their daughter's safety, they had no choice but to agree. Yay, father, mother, big brother, and I can finally be together. After reaching a consensus, the happiest person was Huang Fuqi. She was so excited that she jumped up and down, looking very cute. Next, Huang Fu Fengchen packed up a little and was ready. Uncle Chen, I'll take you to a secret space. This space involves my secret, please don't leak it, Long Chen said seriously. Huang Fu Fengchen smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not a person who doesn't know what to do. Of course, Long Chen trusted Huang Fu Fengchen, so he said, you've already prepared the daily necessities. In this space, we'll arrive at the war people in about a few days. After saying a few more words to Huang Fu Fengchen, Long Chen brought him and his wife into the Taishu realm. He mobilized the fog of the Taishu realm and placed them in an independent space. The dense Taishu qi in the Taishu realm also had a certain healing effect on Huang Fu Fengchen's injuries. As for Huang Fu Qi, she already knew that Long Chen had the Taishu realm. At this time, she didn't want to go in. Instead, she wanted Long Chen to carry her on his back. The weight of such a little girl didn't affect Long Chen's speed much. Long Chen, this place is really a wonderful place. Huang Fu Fengchen was quite knowledgeable, so he could naturally see that this place was extraordinary. He was secretly shocked. He knew that this should be a unique space similar to a Qiankuan bag, but it was countless times better than a Qiankuan bag. It could be said that up until now, the matter of the Huangfu family had finally been settled. Next, as long as Long Chen had the strength to completely eliminate Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, then there seemed to be nothing for him to worry about in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Chen headed in the direction of the war people in the north. The last time he came out, Long Chen spent more than 20 days. He didn't know how the war people were doing. After settling the three of them, Long Chen directly set off. After arriving at the first city, Long Chen first found the person in charge of Scarlet Soul here. After seeing Long Chen again, the person immediately revealed a surprised expression. Long Chen seemed to have been missing for many days. Now, there was news from the Scarlet Soul headquarters, asking everyone to find Long Chen's whereabouts. He didn't expect that Long Chen would be the first to come looking for him. Seventh Master, you're finally back. Everyone had a hard time looking for you. A middle-aged man in a black robe said. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, I was delayed because of some things. What's the situation with the war people now? I'll go back immediately. The reason why he came to ask was to make himself feel a little more at ease. Hearing Long Chen's words, the man's face turned bitter and said, after the death of the martial emperor, the new martial emperor, Zhao Danchen, is arrogant and domineering. The Wushu alliance is pressing forward step by step. He is much more difficult to deal with than Zhao Wuji. Many of our brothers have already died in their hands. I heard that not only has Zhao Danchen's cultivation greatly increased, he has also become more proficient in manipulating the ancient devil's corpse. I heard that he wants to lead the experts of the Wushu alliance to completely annihilate the war people. I even heard that he will invite Feng Xian from the Huangfu family to join him. After all, I heard that Seventh Master made Feng Xian suffer a great loss. Feng Xian once went to the war people to look for you. After failing to find you, she vented her anger and injured a few people. In the end, she was forced to retreat by Elder Long Shan. Feng Xian has already gone to the war people and injured people? Long Chen frowned. Many people were injured, but Seventh Master's brothers are fine. They did not confront Feng Xian head-on. It's just that this time, Zhao Danchen wants to annihilate the dragons and invited Feng Xian to help. I think Feng Xian will agree. The man in the black robe said. When is Zhao Danchen going to make his move? Long Chen asked. It should be in the next few days. The distance between Wu Emperor City and the war people is much closer than the distance between us and the war people. Seventh Master, hurry back to the war people. Maybe you can help. If you lose, the tens of thousands of people in Crimson Soul will have nowhere to go. The man in the black robe said helplessly. Long Chen calculated. If Zhao Danshan wanted to make his move, he would have to hurry. Long Shan had not recovered from his serious injuries and had suffered heavy blows. If this continued, it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Danshan might really be able to invite Feng Xian. First of all, Long Chen estimated that compared to the ancient tomb token, Zhao Danshan wanted the 5 emperor seals more. He was not an idiot. He knew that with his own strength, going to the ancient tomb would be suicide. It would be better to be the ruler of the divine Wuxia sage empire for a few years and increase his strength. In this way, he and Feng Xian would not have any conflict of interest. The two of them colluded and formed an alliance. It was definitely the most suitable thing. Of course, Feng Xian would definitely covet Zhao Danshan's ancient demon corpse. However, the ancient demon corpse was not weak. Before getting the ancient tomb token, Feng Xian probably would not want to cause trouble. In this way, Long Shan, who was at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm but only had the fighting capacity of the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, became the target of public criticism. Zhao Danshan had obtained the Martial Emperor ring and the Martial Emperor seal. His strength had improved. Naturally, he would go and get rid of the big threat, Long Shan, first. After thinking about this, Long Chen directly rushed in the direction of the war people. Mo Xiaolang was still in the process of refining the monster elixir. Long Chen estimated that he would not wake up so soon. It was very likely that the final battle was about to come. The war people, the ancestral mausoleum. Last time, when Zhao Danshan stood here with a few Wuxia sage and more than 10 martial kings, he was still one of the 3 martial emperors. At this time, almost all the Wuxia alliance came out and surrounded Zhao Danshan. At this time, Zhao Danshan's identity was indeed the first martial emperor of the Wuxia sage. After the looting, there were only a few masters left in the Wuxia alliance. Among the 10 Wuxia sage, only a few stayed with Zhao Danshan. The only martial emperor, Zhao Danshan, completely surrendered to Zhao Danshan's tyranny. He was now in the martial emperor city, supporting the overall situation for Zhao Danshan. The remaining 20 or so martial kings stood behind Zhao Danshan. In fact, although these Wuxia sage martial kings were very weak in Zhao Danshan's eyes, they were not useless. After Zhao Danshan dealt with the strongest of the dragons, he wanted to destroy the entire war people and the dragons. He had to make a move on some small characters. With Zhao Danshan's identity, of course, it was not suitable for him to do so. With so many people, he could not kill one person. Therefore, the role of the Wuxia sage martial kings was to kill small fries. Standing in the ancestral mausoleum twice, Zhao Danshan had undergone earth-shaking changes. After becoming a martial emperor, Zhao Danshan's temperament had undergone a huge change. He wore a golden robe and was much more ostentatious than Zhao Wuji. His eyes were fiery and there was a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He looked as if victory was in his grasp. Indeed, from Feng Xian's mouth, he roughly understood Long Shan's strength. The current Long Shan was no longer a match for Zhao Wuji. Feng Xian was standing not far from Zhao Danshan. She was still dressed the same as before. Her figure was graceful and her face was covered with a faintly discernible veil. Her clothes swayed with the majestic wind. From time to time, her buttocks and breasts would appear, making the Wuxia alliance Wuxia sage martial kings behind her swallow their saliva. Zhao Danshan, you wanted me to invite you here for these weak trash. Feng Xian pointed at the group of war people and said disdainfully. Chapter 665. Miss Xian, you don't have to do anything this time. I, Zhao Danshan, can take care of these trash by myself. I sincerely invited you over just in case. It's rare for Miss Xian to do me the honor. Today, I must perform well. Otherwise, how can I win your favor? Zhao Danshan said with a faint smile. His glib words made Feng Xian giggle. All right, perform well. If you perform well, maybe I'll be your woman tonight. Miss Xian said sweetly. That coquettish voice made the Wushu sage martial king behind Zhao Danshan swallow their saliva. Smelly, such a perverted woman. I, Zhao Danshan, don't have the guts to fuck you. Who knows if you'll give me, Zhao Danshan, a punch when you're having fun. Zhao Danshan secretly slandered in his heart. However, Zhao Danshan knew that as long as this woman was still in the Wushu sage imperial court, he had to have a good relationship with her. After all, to him, the other party was still very strong. Zhao Danshan, with his current realm, also felt a little powerless in front of Feng Xian. With Feng Xian overseeing here, the hearts of the dragons would probably be broken before the battle even started. Zhao Danshan thought proudly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. At this moment, opposite him was Long Shan, Long Yu, and the others. Looking at the huge team of the Wushu Alliance and the notorious Feng Xian beside them, everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. Long Shan sighed and took a step forward. Grandfather. Long Yu shouted anxiously, you were injured again by Feng Xian. You can't do it now, Long Shan shook his head and said, if I don't do it, who can? You, if you listen to me, when the fight starts, you can take everyone and escape. Long Yu was about to cry. She said, Grandfather, that thief, Zhao Danshan, invited Feng Xian over because he's afraid that we'll take the opportunity to escape when you fight with him. Otherwise, with those few Wushu sage martial kings, how can they stop us? As long as we escape, he, Zhao Danshan, will definitely be the only one left in the Wushu alliance. But with Feng Xian here, none of us can escape. Everyone knew the reason why Zhao Danshan invited Feng Xian over. Even if Feng Xian didn't make a move, just standing there was a strong pressure on everyone. There was another more important reason why Zhao Danshan came to the war people. He knew that the yellow emperor seal of the 5 emperor seals was in the hands of the war people. He already had 2 emperor seals. This time, he had come to snatch the yellow emperor seal and kill the dragons and the war people while he was at it. Other than fighting, what else can I do? Long Shan's face revealed a strong bitterness. After coming out of the 9 Hells Morning Land, he thought that he could do something for the younger generation of the Long family. He didn't expect that as soon as he came out, so many experts would appear in the Wushu Sage Empire. First, it was the ancient devil's corpse, then it was Feng Xian. Long Shan had not recovered in the first place, and after squeezing out his potential and using his power twice, he was already at the end of his rope. Grandfather, Senior Long, looking at this desolate old man, Long Yu, Lei Zhen, Jian Chen and the others all had bitter expressions on their faces. Children, are you looking down on me? Long Shan suddenly squeezed out a smile and said, don't worry, I'm not weak either. Even if I die, I will kill Zhao Danshan. As long as Zhao Danshan dies, Feng Xian can't be bothered to cause trouble for you. Even if she does, she'll be alone. If you all split up and escape, will she still be able to find you all? Long Shan's words might be the only chance. Feng Xian and Zhao Danshan did not have much of a relationship in the first place. It was just that they did not have too much of a conflict of interest, so they temporarily joined forces. This meant that Long Shan was going to risk his life. To Zhao Danshan, as long as he dealt with Long Shan, the others would basically collapse on their own. Let's fight. Since we're going to die, let's die in battle. Whether it's the dragons or the war people, which one of us is a coward? The tall Lei Zhen roared with a hoarse voice. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts began to burn with boundless fighting spirit. Even though the opponent was an incomparably powerful expert, if they fought with their lives on the line, who would be afraid of who? Since they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Seeing the boundless battle intent in their eyes, Long Shan smiled in gratification. I, Long Shan, have been able to live until now. No matter what kind of situation I've been in, I've still managed to survive, and I've even had a chance to be a human again. I'm already satisfied. The old man muttered to himself. Afterwards, he looked at Zhao Danshan with eyes filled with fighting spirit. Qin Xiong, then Zhao Wuji, then this Zhao Danshan. Sure enough, every martial emperor of the Wushu alliance is a great enemy of my Long family. My Long family's ancestors gave me a chance to be reborn. They wanted me to clear away the obstacles in front of the Long family's younger generation. Thinking of this, the old man's chest was filled with boundless passion. Death was no longer important to him. The most important thing was his mission. Thus, he strode to the center. His frail body was like a steel spear as he stood between heaven and earth. The oppressive aura on his body and his sharp gaze caused the martial kings of the Wushu alliance, the Wushu sage, to jump in fright. At this moment, Long Shan's entire body was glistening with light. It was as if he was a god of war that had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Long Shan seemed to be several decades younger. He had returned to his most lofty days. Time and tide wait for no man. Everyone had times like this. But why did this old man look so terrifying? Even Zhao Danshan narrowed his eyes. Humph, if you continue to act cool, you'll still be beaten to a pulp by my ancient demon corpse. With a sneer, Zhao Danshan took 2 steps forward, separated himself from the crowd, and stood in front of Long Shan. One was young and arrogant, one was old and fierce. Between the two of them, who would have the last laugh? Zhao Danshan sneered once more. He waved the eternal demon flag in his hand and the ground immediately began to shake. The ancient demon corpse that had shrunk to the size of a normal person crawled up from the ground and stood next to Zhao Danshan. The ancient demon corpse's skin was black and rough like a crocodile's. There were holes all over it, and it emitted an ominous aura as well as a thick rancid smell. The ancient demon's body emitted an ominous aura. Seeing the ancient demon corpse's ferocious appearance, the dragons were a bit startled. They could see that Zhao Danshan was now able to control the ancient demon corpse with ease. No one would have thought that the great treasure of the ancient demon region would be in his hands and become his greatest trump card. Zhao Danshan rotated the martial emperor ring on his thumb and smiled. Ancient demon, help me flatten the ancient demon region today. As he said that, he waved the ancient demon flag in his hand and a mysterious power poured into the ancient demon corpse. The eyes of the ancient demon corpse suddenly turned blood red and a black shadow rushed towards Long Shan like a wild beast. Long Shan's body was in a very bad state. The 3 strikes had already caused his body to be on the verge of collapse. However, he needed to risk his life and protect his descendants. Therefore, not only did he not retreat, but his battle intent soared to the heavens. Seeing the ancient demon corpse rushing towards him, Long Shan's eyes darkened. He erupted with all the strength in his body and rushed towards the ancient demon corpse. When the ancient devil's corpse attacked, it didn't dodge or defend at all. It only knew how to attack. At this time, Long Shan was fighting crazily. He had already disregarded life and death. The only thing on his mind was to kill Zhao Danshan. As long as Zhao Danshan died, everything would be solved. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Long Shan didn't have pure qi, he still had the comprehension of a cultivator in the 5th level of the earth martial realm. He didn't have enough strength to fight against the ancient demon corpse, but in terms of technique, he was far superior to the ancient demon corpse. 1 human and 1 demon, they were locked in a fierce battle. A slight attack on the ground was enough to shake the earth. Soul-scattering dragon claw, 5 dragons breaking the sky. Under Long Shan's control, the 5 divine dragon images wrapped around the ancient devil's corpse, leaving 5 bloody wounds on its body. However, there was no blood on the ancient devil's corpse, only dark red flesh could be seen from the wounds. Now, the flesh was wriggling and reforming. It wouldn't be long before the ancient devil's corpse was fully recovered. This kind of injury did not affect the injuries of the ancient demon's corpse at all. It could even take advantage of this opportunity to slap Long Shan's head with its claws. All its combat power was focused on its physical body. This move was fast and terrifying. If Long Shan was hit by it, his entire head would be blown off. Ha! At this critical moment, Long Shan used pure qi in his arms to block the attack. With a loud bang, Long San was sent flying to the left. The move of the ancient devil's corpse had caused his arms to go numb. Both of his arms were almost numb, but what was surprising was that he didn't stop at all. In the next moment, he roared and charged towards the ancient devil's corpse. What a fearless old ghost. Zhao Danshan's lips curved up in a cold smile. He slowly waved the eternal demon flag in his hands, controlling the ancient demon corpse to fiercely attack. When Long Shan's attack hit the ancient demon corpse, he didn't feel any pain at all. The battle between the two powerhouses made everyone's hearts tighten. Elder sister, Senior Long, it seems like he can't hold on for much longer. What should we do? Lei Zhen, the patriarch of the war people, said helplessly. I don't know either. The danger this time is too great. In the face of the strongest battle force, apart from my grandfather, none of us can use our strength. If seventh brother was here, perhaps there would be a chance. Chapter 666. Scatter Soul Dragon Claw, Absolute Kill 9 Heavens. The earth trembled as Long San let out a roar. His entire body seemed to have turned into 9 roaring divine dragons, shaking the heavens and the earth as he charged towards the ancient demon's corpse. Long San used his strongest move right from the start. The 9 divine dragons came wave after wave, layer after layer. The absolute kill 9 heavens used by Long Shan was much stronger than the one used by Long Qin. For a time, everyone felt a tremendous pressure, some of them even couldn't open their eyes. Bang bang. The 9 divine dragons instantly arrived in front of the ancient demon's corpse. Do you think that the ancient demon's corpse doesn't have any battle skills? Zhao Danshan coldly smiled. At this time, he suddenly put away the eternal demon banner. His true essence rapidly flowed into the eternal demon banner, forming a vortex. As the vortex spun, the blood-red demonic runes on the eternal demon banner began to shine. The blood-red color instantly spread from the eternal demon banner to the ancient demon's corpse. Then, the ancient demon's corpse suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The blood-red runes on the eternal demon banner began to appear. Ancient demon, blood demon. These words slowly spat out from Zhao Danshan's mouth. As for the ancient devil's corpse, its expression was ferocious under the pressure of the 9th heaven absolute slay technique. It suddenly punched out. When it punched out, the blood-red runes on its body quickly gathered around its fist. Finally, the fist force exploded, forming a blood-red image of a demon head that rushed towards the attack of the 9th heaven absolute slay technique. A powerful collision. The 9 divine dragons collided with the blood-red ancient demon, blood demon. The roar of dragons and the howl of demons resounded through the entire war people. Bang! The divine dragons, the first attack of the absolute kill 9 heavens, collided with the ancient demon, blood demon. With a loud explosion, the first level of the 9 heavens absolute killing technique was shattered into pieces. The ancient demon blood fiend's momentum was also slightly hindered. From the first confrontation, the crowd could not tell who was stronger. Only when the two of them fought to the end would they be able to tell which was stronger, the ancient demon blood Sha or the 9th heaven absolute kill. However, at this moment, something shocking happened. At this moment, Long Shan let out a burst of crazed laughter. After destroying the first layer of his 9 heavens absolute killing technique, it exceeded everyone's expectations and deviated from its original direction. Under Long Shan's control, it charged towards Zhao Danshan. How could it be easy for someone at the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm to burst out with extreme speed? Under such circumstances, Long Shan's 9 heavens absolute kill instantly arrived in front of Zhao Danshan. The remaining 8 huge dragon images instantly pounced in front of Zhao Danshan. As for the ancient demon's corpse, it was left behind by Long Shan. At this critical moment, no one would have thought that Long Shan would use such a desperate method. His target was not the ancient demon's corpse, but Zhao Danshan. Zhao Danshan, who was originally smiling proudly, was now probably dumbfounded. Long Shan had fought with the ancient demon's corpse for so long, it was nothing more than to attract everyone's attention and completely ignore the possibility of him attacking Zhao Danshan. Although Zhao Danshan had used the 10,000 years geocentric milk to reconnect the broken arm that Long Chen had destroyed, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could he withstand the desperate move of Long Shan, an expert at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm? On the Wushu Alliance's side, the Wushu Sage Martial Kings revealed a horrified expression. Zhao Wuji had just died. If Zhao Danshan also died, the Wushu Alliance would be finished no matter what. On the dragon's side, everyone's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Old ginger is spicier. Long Shan's move was actually the best way to solve the current crisis. As long as Long Shan succeeded, today's matter might be solved. Ever since they had offended Zhao Danshan in front of the ancient demon region, everyone knew that a crisis like today's would come one day. Today's situation was just different. The crazy Long Shan exhausted the last of his qi in his body. He just wanted to kill the young man in front of him. He had this confidence. He saw a trace of panic in Zhao Danshan's eyes. Take advantage of this opportunity. If he could kill Zhao Danshan, Long Shan would die without regrets. At this moment, the panic in Zhao Danshan's eyes completely disappeared and was replaced by a sneer. His lips moved slightly and he said a few words. These words, to Long Shan, were no different from a bolt from the blue. He said, "Idiot, you underestimate me." At this moment, a thick qi burst out from Zhao Danshan's body. That kind of aura was definitely not something that a person at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm could have. A golden power appeared on Zhao Danshan's body, causing his entire body to shine with a golden light, as if he was a god descending to the earth. At this moment, the 9 heavens absolute kill appeared in front of Zhao Danshan. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Danshan was going to die, Zhao Danshan burst out with unprecedented power. A pair of golden palms intersected together and instantly formed a seal. A huge, Wu, character appeared in front of him. Under the control of Zhao Danshan, the yellow martial divine seal carried an explosive power and instantly rushed towards Long Shan. This yellow martial divine seal was almost the same as the yellow martial divine seal used by the martial emperor. The onlookers all let out exclamations. He has actually reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Zhao Danshan is already fully qualified to become a new martial emperor. From today onwards, we must wholeheartedly surrender to him. At such a young age, he has already reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Zhao Danshan's potential is much stronger than Zhao Wuji's. If this continues, maybe the Wushu Sage will be able to shine in the future. Thinking of this, everyone in the Wushu Alliance was quite excited. For the dragons, this was simply a nightmare. They originally thought that Long Shan would be able to kill Zhao Danshan, but Zhao Danshan's strength was even greater than Long Shan's. How could Long Shan kill him at this time? Despair filled everyone's heart. For Long Shan, this was purely a tragedy. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect that Zhao Danshan's strength would rise to the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm at this time. Long Shan had always looked down on Zhao Danshan because he was still not a match for Long Chen. Long Chen was the true genius in Long Shan's eyes. But now, it seemed that Zhao Danshan was able to have such achievements under the shadow of martial emperor Zhao Wuji. He was also an ambitious person. The yellow martial divine seal and the final power of the 9 heavens absolute kill cancelled each other out. Although Zhao Danshan had only made a move in a hurry, it was enough to deal with Long Shan. The power of his yellow martial divine seal directly forced Long Shan to retreat. The ancient devil's corpse also roared and retreated. To be honest, the 9 heavens absolute kill just now had already exhausted the last of Long Chen's true essence. He could not squeeze his body anymore, otherwise, before he could kill his opponent, he would die first. Using the power of the recoil, Long Chen retreated far to the side before finally stabilizing his footing. This time, the confrontation had already caused his internal organs to bleed. At this time, he could not control the corner of his mouth and a trace of blood flowed out. His appearance, which was already old enough, was now even older. Zhao Danshan let out a wild laugh. Anyone could see that Long Shan could no longer hold on. Not to mention Zhao Danshan, any one of the Wushu Alliance's Wushu sage could kill Long Shan now. I never thought that a mere ancestor of the Long family would be so weak in front of me, Zhao Danshan. How could your Long family be a match for my martial emperor's bloodline? From today onwards, as long as the martial emperor is here, your Long family will never be able to stand out. Zhao Danshan's finger pointed at everyone in the Long family contemptuously. Under his disdainful gaze, even Long Yu had no choice but to admit that such a Zhao Danshan was simply too powerless. His opponent had the strength to absolutely suppress him. Zhao Danshan saw that every one of them had a look of despair on their faces. He felt very proud in his heart. However, he still had one regret. It was the crushing defeat in the ancient demon region. That was the only crushing defeat in his life. Although it was that crushing defeat that had made him who he was today, it did not mean that he had forgotten about that humiliation. That was a kind of humiliation. If he did not wash it away, he would remember it for the rest of his life. When people admired Zhao Danshan's greatness, they would inevitably remember the biggest stain in his life. Now, Zhao Danshan possessed strength that far exceeded that of the past. The martial emperor's ring, the martial emperor's seal, and the ancient demon's corpse were all enough to kill Long Chen in a second. However, where was Long Chen? His gaze swept across the crowd. Under his control, the ancient demon's corpse quickly arrived 10 meters in front of Long Shan. It controlled Long Shan. As long as Zhao Danshan gave the order, the ancient demon's corpse would immediately kill Long Shan. Looking at the ancient demon's corpse in front of him, Long Shan was also powerless. There was no qi left in his body, and all his blood vessels and internal organs were now damaged. The fact that he was able to stand there meant that he was tough enough. Everyone thought that Zhao Danshan would immediately kill Long Shan. Long Yu and the others could not bear it anymore. The time to fight with their lives on the line had arrived. However, Zhao Danshan was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked around and said, "What's wrong? That coward Long Chen still hasn't shown up." A roar shook the entire war people. Long Chen. This was the ultimate reason why Zhao Danshan had come here. It was also the ultimate reason why Feng Xian had come here. She had to find Long Chen and then find the whereabouts of Huang Fuqi. The heavenly wind vein was the second most important thing that she had to do in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Chen, if you still don't show up, I will make this place flow with rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Zhao Danshan's roar shook the entire war people once again. However, there was still no sound. Chapter 667. Since that's the case, I'll make my move first. From big to small, let's start with Long Shan. A cruel light flashed in Zhao Danshan's eyes. He had always been a man of his word. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, he saw that there was no movement, so he directly controlled the ancient demon's corpse to kill Long Shan. The ancient demon's corpse stretched out its huge palm and slashed at Long Shan's head. The ancient demon's corpse was so powerful that this slap was enough to split Long Shan's brain. However, on the Long family's side, even the strongest Long Yu could not withstand this slap from the ancient demon's corpse. The strength of the other party made them feel too powerless. Grandfather. Zhao Danshan's ruthless style immediately caused an uproar on the dragon's side. Long Yu and the others cried out in surprise and quickly rushed in the direction of the ancient demon's corpse. The scene instantly became chaotic. Seeing this scene, Zhao Danshan sneered. The Wushu sage martial kings behind him clenched their fists. For the Wushu alliance, for Zhao Danshan, the time to do a meritorious deed had arrived. Not only Long Shan, but everyone here, as long as they were not on the side of the Wushu alliance, had to die. Long Chen, I want to see if you will still come out after I kill everyone here. Zhao Danshan laughed crazily. The other Long Chen, who was once called one of the two great geniuses, was now far from being a match for Zhao Danshan. He knew that the Long Chen that Zhao Danshan was talking about was not him. At this time, he and Long Yu were the first to act. Their grandfather was in danger. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they could not stand idly by. But so what? It would just increase the number of casualties. In this chaotic battle, the Wushu alliance had the absolute advantage. They even had Zhao Danshan and the ancient demon's corpse, two peerless masters, and Feng Xian by their side. No matter what, the dragons had no chance of winning. Everyone's face was filled with despair. Knowing that there was no way out and death was the only outcome, this greatly stimulated their desperate spirit. Under such a disadvantageous situation, they still dared to attack the Wushu alliance directly. It showed that they were not afraid of death. Even if he were to die, he would make the other party pay the price. Among them, Long Shan was facing the greatest danger. The ancient demon's corpse could kill him in the next instant, but the lack of true essence in his body made it difficult for him to make a move. Helpless, his heart was filled with helplessness. He had come out of the Nine Hells mourning grounds thinking that he could do something for his descendants, but he didn't expect that he would be powerless in the end. Unable to resist, Long San closed his eyes and waited for death. Seeing this situation, Long Yu and the others were furious. Stop, Zhao Danshan. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Everyone present felt dizzy from the loud roar. Their ears were filled with the roar, and in that instant, they had already lost their sense of hearing. This voice came from a place far away at first, but after Zhao Danshan said the word Chen, the voice seemed to be right in front of them. Zhao Danshan was shocked and quickly looked to the south. Of course, he was very familiar with this voice, because it belonged to Long Chen. That's right, it was Long Chen. In Zhao Danshan's vision, the figure of a young man suddenly rushed out of the dense forest. He threw out a weapon in his hand like an arrow and instantly rushed to the front of the ancient demon's corpse, nailing it to the arm of the ancient demon's corpse. Although it didn't cause any damage to the ancient demon's corpse, Long Chen's attack caused the palm of the ancient demon's corpse to deviate from its original trajectory. It brushed past Long Shan's body and didn't hurt Long Chen. At this critical moment, Long Chen used his precise control to save Long Chen. His speed was very fast, and Zhao Danshan didn't continue to command the ancient demon's corpse, so Long Chen rushed to Long Shan in an instant and directly rescued him. At this moment, Long Shan was already on the verge of death. All of you, step back. After handing Long Shan over to Long Yu, Long Chen had the demeanor of a leader and directly shouted at the people who were ready to fight to the death to retreat. The distance between the Wushu alliance and the dragons slowly increased under Long Chen's control. The warriors of the Wushu alliance, who were originally eager to fight, were quite depressed when they saw Long Chen's arrival and interrupted the battle that was about to start. Among them, there were still some who hadn't seen Long Chen's appearance, so they didn't recognize Long Chen for a moment. The only two people who stared at Long Chen were Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian. After seeing this opponent, Zhao Danshan was completely excited. He even forgot to kill Long Shan. In his mind, Long Shan was just an old trash, and Long Chen was his shame. When Long Chen appeared, there was only Long Chen in his world. Even though Long Chen had saved Long Shan, Zhao Danshan didn't have any reaction. He stared at Long Chen, his eyes filled with a deep hostility. Feng Xian, who was at the side, also took a few steps forward and sized up Long Chen from head to toe. As for the other people of the Wushu alliance, Zhao Wuji hadn't issued any orders for the time being, so they didn't dare to make a move. Just like that, Long Chen blocked the dragons and the others. After hearing from Scarlet's soul that the Wushu alliance would attack the war people, he immediately rushed over as fast as he could. He didn't expect this to really happen. Fortunately, he made it in time. Otherwise, this time, it would definitely lead to a huge tragedy. If it was a day later, there would definitely be a river of blood here. At that time, even if Long Chen regretted it, it would be too late. After seeing that it was Long Chen, everyone had mixed feelings. They were very happy that the missing Long Chen could return safely, but he came back at the wrong time. Seventh brother, why did you come back at this time? Today, we are all going to die here. If you conserve your strength, you can still avenge us in the future. If you come back now, we will all die here. Long Yu, who had always been calm and composed, had already lost his composure and said in a panic. That's right, seventh brother, why did you come back at this critical juncture? You have great potential and could have avenged us, but now that you're here, we're all going to die here. The other brothers and sisters also had expressions of pity on their faces. Previously, they still had one thing in their hearts, and that was that Long Chen was still alive. In the future, he would definitely not let Zhao Danshan have an easy time, but now that he had returned, with Zhao Danshan's hatred for Long Chen, would he not kill Long Chen? Obviously not. If Long Chen hadn't come back, it would have been fine. They could have killed to their heart's content. If they died, then so be it. But now that Long Chen had returned, every one of them was even more dejected. Their only hope was gone. Looking at this young seventh brother, everyone's hearts were filled with a deep bitterness. They are really too strong. Even Zhao Danshan has reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. This time, I'm afraid we're all going to be wiped out. The strongest among them, Long Shan, shook his head and said. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. Even if he had medicine to nurse himself back to health, it was estimated that he would not live for long. Everyone surrounded Long Chen and all of them were talking at the same time, feeling sorry for him. Long Chen frowned. He didn't listen to those words of pity. He looked at Zhao Danshan. Sure enough, Zhao Danshan was different from before. When Long Chen reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, his strength took another step forward and reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He was 1 level stronger than the current Long Chen. Coupled with other battle aids, it was no wonder that they said that this time, everyone would die without a doubt. Long Chen didn't think that they were timid. In the face of absolute strength, it was normal for them to have such emotions. They weren't afraid to fight to the death. However, if they couldn't make the Wushu alliance pay the price, it didn't seem worthwhile to die. The return of Long Chen made the morale of the dragon's side drop a lot. This group of people who had wanted to fight to the death had counted on Long Chen to take revenge. Now, Long Chen had come to die. Sure enough, when Long Chen appeared, the eyes of Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian were completely attracted by Long Chen. Long Chen, get out. In front of the ancient demons area, I, Zhao Danshan, lost to you. This time, I will show you what a real genius is, said Zhao Danshan coldly, pointing his finger at Long Chen with disdain. A trash like you wants to turn things around in front of me? Long Chen laughed. He turned around and walked in the direction of Zhao Danshan. Everyone was surprised, especially the dragons. Long Yu hurriedly pulled Long Chen and said nervously, "Seventh brother, we will protect you. You have great potential. Run away and take revenge for us in the future. What do you think?" The others also agreed with this idea. Long Chen bitterly laughed and shook his head. Fleeing in the face of battle and abandoning my own brothers and sisters is not my style. Do you want me to be a person who goes back on his word and drags out an ignoble existence? No, seventh brother, don't think like that. It is enough that we die here. You are the most suitable person to take revenge for us. I also believe that you will become the nightmare of the Wushu alliance, said the others. After listening to them, Long Chen was silent for a while. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and gently pulled Long Yu's arm away. He said, "Those who have lost to me will never have a chance to turn the tables. Because my speed is far faster than theirs." After saying that, he turned around and walked in the direction of Zhao Danshan. Long Yu and the others were stunned. After a long time, they could only say helplessly, "Seventh brother is still so stubborn. How can we persuade him?" Everyone was helpless. Maybe, but believe in him. After all, those impossible things were all done by him, said Lan Ling. She was close to Long Chen in terms of age. Their interaction was not bad, so she should understand this guy better. Everyone could only nod and see the situation. Long Chen was alone. Facing the huge team of the Wushu Alliance, he was not afraid at all. There was even a relaxed smile on his face. His eyes swept around and finally stopped on Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. Another explosion. 5 chapters. Please support me, brothers. Limited subscription is free for the last day. The number of subscriptions is starting to drop. Is there anyone who wants to subscribe fully? Also, flowers and so on. If the madman is happy, he will still release more chapters. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.